calls for cross-reference. Thank you.
He's an reserve ahead.
Medic 10's arriving, 1.3.
Can you show us a rapid 2722 thermal center?
10-4. And for Route 19?
Call Medic 3 on the phone. 534 Shawnee. And 534 Shawnee. EAZ 1020. Caution if you don't go Morgan. We're off of flight dispatch 1135.
Medic 3 receive.
Roll 10 right.
And what did JJC 10-4?
Alright, yeah, right
Yeah,
on,
13 receive.
continue on Fort and right on Pierce and left on Ayers.
Attention stations, attention units. Got information on our road closure. The 1000 block of Sam Lincoln Street. Currently closed for the water department for 4 to 6 hours. That's the 1000 block of Sam Lincoln is closed for the water department for 4 to 6 hours. Available by dispatch 1136.
Fort Ruth, North David Boys. Station receive.
Can I get my event number?
11 receive. Medic 3 receive.
5 receive.
David 1137.
Medic 15 receive.
2135.
Over.
5 arrive. I-17 copy plate Nora Victor Frank 7653.
70.
Okay.
The 19 is inbound, correct? The 15 is outbound.
10-4. Correct.
Temple.
Station receive.
11 receive.
5 receive.
David 1137.
Engine 10, Engine 10 on Adventure Fire at 1416 Mingo Court and 1416 Mingo Court. EAZ 1016, caution with airs. At PD1 scene, fire city on fire. With off of fire dispatch for now, 1138.
X-ray, Mary, 3617.
10 receive.
6617, close.
316. Engine 3 go.
Arriving and shipping out to County Jail.
Call me, locate, we're back in service. We're going to be close to that dumpster fire.
10-4, engine 2 clear.
Another 155, going on for now.
Buffalo 165.
Everything.
644. I'm
10-4. And those are how many of the
RP's brother started something on fire and left towards the highway. Can be black pants, no shirt. 614 status.
Delta 165, info. Delta 8.4.
Hello, city traffic.
Current Jam Young 9973, Cimarron and Brockhampton, number.
Let me get Denver now.
Number.
644.
Number 140 to 240 for the okay, subject 1240 South Court, just 1240 across the Dollar Tree.
They just called from Shaw of
Go ahead, Andy.
off walking.
903 individuals.
It's going to be 87247, 87247. He's also refusing to leave. Last update says I see just now walking out of the property.
I shut it down for 5 now. Let it run for 10. It's still not getting any cooler back here.
Just 149.
1205 Dakota. Hello, city traffic.
Current Jam Young 9973, Cimarron and Brockhampton, number.
Yeah, this is Jim.
Number.
Hey, you get a replacement here in about another hour. Can you tolerate it till then? Can they just open the windows? I'll send the other guy out with a new unit. 719. Okay, just making sure. I'll send him out with a new unit.
Go ahead with ending.
903 individuals.
It's going to be 87247, 87247.
Available return.
Available returning.
No, Charlie 125 arriving. Lower up, please.
Okay. 2 dollars to change 1142. Adam 120, I'll be free my phone. Adam 120, clear. 77 southbound, Black Pass 89, close to 181. I'll be out with Lincoln X-ray Mary 4600. Lincoln X-ray Mary 4600. Adam 110, clear.
UTL, lead apartment 118.
Another one.
DP40, I'm clear. Show me en route to,
No, wanted. It's not very clear.
available
And this
return.
one, we wanted subject as the mentioned with Trojan of adult probation. And anything that we're requesting to cancel, I say release the subject.
718, raise it.
2 adult females to change 1142. 635 traffic.
4, thank you.
Over. It's going to be 77 southbound, Black Pass 89, close to 181. 420042. Lincoln X-ray Mary 4600. Lincoln X-ray Mary 4600.
Delta 130. Can you show my 7 at me?
Over.
Walker 165. The nose is going back and walking up to us.
DP40, I'm clear. Show me en route to, Maine. So 18, read it. 4, thank you. Charlie 155, in there. 35, sending from New York.
179.
Sending, go ahead.
30420042.
Simple, I'm still out for the location.
Good one.
Go ahead, it's big morning.
125, where are you think?
Hey, I'm going to the water burger right here by the yard. Just before you go.
Okay, too. I'm here, but you know what? I'm not even going to log on. I need to take this unit to building 5.
The water burger right here on Aries.
Go ahead.
I went to dispatcher. That's coming on.
2-4.
179.
Can I come to you?
Go ahead.
All right. Always inquire. I'm all with it.
Get on sale for the beef food at water burger. 2-4, I'm still out for their location.
Wait, two.
What's that?
Showing you en route to 3061, County Road 8, Apartment E, 30, County Road 81.
Hey, everybody here in the next 3 minutes, I don't know.
3061, County Road 81.
You said you're buying for everybody who shows up at the Whataburger, man.
10-4.
Go to 250 area.
Get me some Whataburger.
1214, are you at the bus stop? Okay. That's 4.
Wait, two. Dispatch me for
Go ahead, Wi-Fi.
shots on service.
Very.
Just going cool, 1 area, starting 0.
Still 140 in the area.
I'm going to call you.
Still 140 area.
Showing you en route to 3061, County Road 8, Apartment E, 3061, County Road 81. Apartment E is in Edward for a 65-year-old male, difficulty breathing. 3061, County Road 81.
There was a child that had left campus. The mother's bringing him back.
1214, are you at the bus stop?
123.
That's 4.
Okay. 635 turning traffic.
That's 40 mil left. I'm checking the area.
Oh, if we do something out to Shaw.
Dispatch me for just going cool, 1 area, starting 0.
401, 514, 10 seconds.
There was a child that had left campus. The mother's bringing him back.
661, Tom.
147. 61. Location?
Central, we're going to be starting the escort from the Catholic Church in Portland to Gregory Cemetery. 2140, and feeding fuel at Greenwood and Smith.
110. I think you put me on a call for 140. Do you need me to clear you from the call? Also, John.
Hi, that's the cloud clear.
635 turning traffic.
4705, your license is logged, sir.
Oh, if we do something out to Shaw. The voices in my head speak to me.
401.
Just one.
32 traffic.
Fine. One Charles 107 in Corpus. What was after the name? I didn't catch it.
661.
61. Location. 23.
We're going to be starting the escort from the Catholic Church in Portland to Gregory Cemetery.
633. Miranda, Nicole, Sanders.
2562.
I'll run up lines and see if I can find her.
4180, copy. Noro, William, Lincoln, 1699.
117 arriving.
Just one. Just one.
.32 traffic.
Fine.
3161, 89 miles, 89.
4922 Concord, and that's what comes back on the mother's 27.
Send me a picture of that house.
Also, like I said, the resident is owned by Angelita.
131. They just took the turnaround.
51. 800, North Shoreline, right now. Suite number 100.
Okay, next one.
Yeah. Shows have service in the station. 1521.
Miranda? Okay, making contact with mom right now.
Charles Elton 164 412.
I'll run her lines and see if I can find her.
Sorry, 15524.
No.
.117 arriving.
Can you show me en route to 5930 Kimbrough Drive?
653 transit radio check.
Looks like he's possibly intoxicated as well.
653
Those 165 Houston, which 430043.
73 transit radio check.
3161, 89 miles, 89.
4922 Concord, and that's what comes back on the mother's 27.
Send me a picture of that house.
Okay,
Lincoln Henry X-ray 669.
Who's this?
Edward 1152.
Always.
Also, like I said, the resident is owned by Angelita.
10-4. I got an adult female.
141. They just took the turnaround.
So Bridge Plaza 09, and I was Delta
0904 1153. Making contact with mom right now.
653 radio check.
Hey, can you tell us if you can turn off?
Kimbrough Drive.
653 Location?
73 transit radio check.
Clear.
Well, 154. You're going to need any assistance over there with the book now?
Driving out shoreline.
3313, stand by.
So, when I make a call on my, make a note on my last call, that juvenile was released to Driscoll Children's Hospital.
Dispatch to Medic 14, stand by for call there.
.3206. Go ahead. Hey, can we call location? 10-1.
One to two, and then 155.
Sounds like that was going to be Unit 3, right?
1109 civil.
1109 location.
1603 10th Street. 10-4, I believe so.
1603 10th Street, 10-4. I'm 110 and 130 in Street for disturbance call 11202 Leopard. 11202 Leopard has been down to Leopard and Violet E contact with Olga Naval.
249 arrived 0.9.
06 arriving.
Careful, we're just passing the target. Has that one come out yet?
Negative.
10-4. Yeah, we should clear before they come out.
Sounds like that was going to be Unit 3, right?
1103, sir.
Oh, yeah.
1103 10-4.
10-4, I believe so.
10-4.
10-4.
Sending from school zones.
06 arriving.
10-4.
55 10-8.
Careful, we're just passing the target. Has that one come out yet?
Negative.
10-4. Yeah, we should clear before they come out.
10-4,
Adam, 10-4.
That's 40 over here.
159 here.
159.
Just 145.
Yes, sir.
Mark me down, 41-8 patrol.
2160, shopping route to Juvenile Justice Center, mileage is 93 with one female juvenile.
Oh. Thanks, MC.
I don't know if you want to do that. Calling Steve.
Yes, MC.
33, I'm sending from school zones.
10-4.
55 10-8. Yeah, 220 10-4, Delta 140 SG, sir.
And hope.
Okay, one second. Looks like the airfield on the roadway is going to be a red Mitsubishi SUV and a box Renault truck. We're trying to move the vehicles out of the roadway.
Yeah, 4, thank you.
Thanks, MC.
10-1. Rocket vehicle possession of the vehicle. Show my clear my part. 5-9.
Okay.
No.
Five leaving Newport, round to the station. And hope.
Yeah, 4, thank you.
4 traffic.
1 copy.
Release Lincoln Mary Tom 9189. Lincoln Mary Tom 9189 on release parking lot.
Give me a call at 1517 text PID. They put it in as a disturbance and we're texting again. It's going to be subject to protesting on private property, refusing to leave. It's going to be a lot of them protesting against Todd Hunter. What? Showing you en route to 427.5 Washington, 427.5 Washington for welfare check. Per CPS, we're checking for a 16-year-old female on Marcel Fanion. She ran away from home in CC. Mother resides in Washington. She's not supposed to be with her mother. That's going to be 427.5 Washington.
You show us 10A, close to
I'm 140, clear.
I'm 138.
Yo.
Yo, I'm 165.
Nothing, 165.
9189. Lincoln Mary Tom 9189 O'Reilly's parking lot.
Joe and I'm clear.
Joe, 192.
Yeah, sure, South City, come here.
30 traffic.
173.
What? Roger, Alameda, Paul John Road, 5769.
William David Robert, 8361. William David Robert, 8361.
4180 traffic.
It's going to be the son walking around the location, the Roland Gonzalez, there's a protective order, Hispanic male, red puffy hair, no clothing description, going to be on probation, he's trying to break into their residence, going to be kicking vehicles and trying to mess them up. Looks like we're getting another call from our probation supervisor, she's en route to the location, or she's pulling up to the location as well.
We're available in quarters.
Yeah, yeah, would you happen to be in the horn? Horn airs area?
Charlie 1.
Okay, what's your 10 camera on it?
Wave 14324 5 feet.
Going in now? We have arrived.
Dispatch for Medic 3, out of service at the station. I'm definitely looked at it. Once you repose units, you just so after the horn.
David Robert, 8361. William David Robert, 8361.
Ready, Charlie. Number 120, clear. And Charlie 130, Charlie 190. I'm going to reroute out to this welfare check. It's going to be at the LSOB apartment, 7502 McCardle, apartment 125. No record.
Yeah, traffic shorty, south for a speeding violation. MB ID should give quick exit.
Charlie 160 arrived.
7300.
Dispatch Medic 1.
Route 20, Transfer Scroll 140 for the protesters on the island, 13217 SPD.
Available in quarters. 125, 152.
301
Yeah, would you happen to be in the horn? Horn airs area?
Where is that?
Yeah, 10-4.
Just before the...
Okay, what's your 10 camera on it?
Dispatch for Medic 3, shows out of service at the station.
Yeah, I'm pushing the contract on airs and horn. Going in now for 19.
When I else,
361.
that's all 50.
10-4.
Signal 43,000 Southport.
Yeah, that's a 10-4. How many you need?
Yeah, traffic shorty, south for a speeding violation. MB ID should give quick exit.
Yeah. 3 Charles 147. That's going to be 10-4. I'm not going to be out with that. Josephine, it's going to be another driver.
410.
211.
276.
211.
Black Nissan from Seafarers headed to GH Towing, needing access through GHT.
No, 270. Do we have off-duty at Doctors Regional today?
Negative, that's going to be logged in.
Alright, you can give me that call, maybe then.
Lincoln Henry X-ray 830.
So,
Yeah, that's a 10-4. How many you need?
I'm at the Army Reserve Station in Rockstown off of 77. That's going to be 10-4. I'm not going to be out with that. Josephine, it's going to be another driver.
no, this is my area.
Black Nissan from Seafarers headed to GH Towing, needing access through GHT. Okay, 15 not from the office.
10-4. I don't have that location on file. Where's it going to be at?
Out of service.
Yep.
Five at your station.
130, show me clearing JJC. I'll be en route back to headquarters. Illinois Civil.
130.
1611 Howard. 1611 Howard. 10-4.
EAD 4s 1, 2, 3, and 4 patrol.
Still cleared.
130.
Still 30, 10-4.
Go ahead.
Alright, it's going to be negative. Negative. We searched the house. He's not there.
Out of service.
10-4. I did it. 1208.
Delta 2, Delta 1. Three 33 patrol, Tamores and Oxy.
123.
130, show me clearing JJC. I'll be en route.
Alright, Mom has my cell phone number, so she said if he comes by, she's going to start calling his friends, but she'll contact if he comes by.
So,
10-4.
EAD 4s 1, 2, 3, and 4 patrol.
123.
Charlie 155.
Go ahead.
Shows clear for 57. Can you update the location
Alright,
of
it's
my
going to be
call?
negative. Negative. We searched the house. He's
North
not there.
Parkwood, Unit 30.
220
transit.
905 Mongo. Contact.
1208.
Also, the information officer, Cheryl, at the location.
Charlie 155, 10-4. Hey, can you advise 427 Washington?
156, can they apply again and then come back to the Victor Paul 5618? It shows that it was issued as a back
Mom
in
has my cell
February.
phone number, so she said if he comes by, she's going to call his friends. She'll contact if he comes by.
I'm sorry, this is my mistake. It's going to be South Park.
Delta 165 or 11. Delta 165, 10-4.
220 transit. Message received.
Yeah, I'm just going to whip around that Kenwood 44.
318, you advise 427 Washington?
427 and a half.
Delta 153. After the Victor Paul 55618, it shows that it was issued as a back in February.
64131 info.
Yeah, well, she stated she just got these issued yesterday. City Annex and Southwood, yes. Everything appears to go forward with the VA.
Turn on.
7-3.
Turn on.
Ten oh nine.
06, name, date of birth.
030 traffic.
Go ahead.
03, location.
Last name spelling Boy, Union, Edward, Nora. Robert Ocean, Sam, Tom, Robert Ocean. Versus Taylor,
I'll
Tom
talk to you,
spelling.
Julio, for some reason.
71501.
I'll talk on the,
Engineer, medical receipt.
10-4.
60 base private, please.
Water 7, that's negative. They're 2.5. And then y'all are 3.1 minutes.
7-3.
Stand by for fire and EMS base fire and EMS only.
06, she's clear.
Three.
329, call EAB in Northeast Center.
You
want the 28? Paul Mary Zebra, 797.
You en route to 107 Broadway.
73, just as you
Called
call
in
it.
for a medical alarm. There was no contact made.
10-4.
Yes, sir, can you get with 209 Miss Speed 27 inbound? Leopard and Races Bay.
Okay, that's fine.
Engineer, medical receipt.
Last
You want
name
to can you give me that interference at the end? I can put your eye service?
Robert Ocean.
I'm Charles David 63011 Mary Henry John. No, that's fine.
60 base private, please.
7-3.
06, she's clear. 3211 around.
Stand by for fire and
That comes down to 2008 Nissan, gray in color,
172.
to
Squad
Walking
2 out.
Trejo, 404 Jefferson, and Robson.
126, William.
329, patrol EAB Northeast Center.
852-08-10 852-08-0.
You run the 28? Paul Mary Zebra, 797. 73, just as you call it.
134.
Attention Allegiant and Station 2. Allegiant and Station 2. You en route to 107 Broadway. It was called in for a medical alarm. There was no contact made.
Yes, sir, can you get with 209 Miss Speed 27 inbound? Leopard and Oasis Bay. 755 out. 1304, what's going on with that? 51070, Texas adult. 1600322. 1603222. 1603222.
6211.
Oh.
Squad 2 and out.
That comes down to 2008 Nissan, gray in color, to Walking Trejo, 404 Jefferson, and Robson.
126,
852-080 Mary. 852-080 Mary.
15217. Can we send some patrol units to this address on my call to do basically go contact parents and talk to them?
Two.
319 trailer belongs to Laura Pinion out of Corpus Christi.
2206, can you call Woody for info?
10-4, serial number, and a phone number for a couple of
Attitude transporting one shoreline.
129.
Dispatch 914.
We're running this decent Creekside.
914 there.
Lots 30 and 14, 10-4.
I'm going to 14, receive. Go ahead, 14.
Squad 3 receive.
150. 920, campus quarters to Compton and
David
Walker.
1729. David 1729. Model number Lincoln 526. Lincoln 526. Could be a Kubota tractor. 10-4.
Illinois
319 trailer belongs to Laura Pinion out
Illinois
of Corpus
10-4.
Christi.
2206, can you call Woody for info?
Bay, this is 914. Did you catch any of that report?
185? No, sir. Go ahead.
10-4. We're in and out to your facility code 1 with an 84-year-old female patient. She's currently in no time support with the GCS 15. She was achieving a chest pain began about 40 minutes ago. Patient has no cardiac history. Current vitals are as follows. You have a blood pressure of 90 on 50, setting at 99% on room air. 12 leads shows sinus rhythm at a rate of about 60.
Go ahead and step it up, 1218.
98.3 and a sugar of 191. We're given 324 of aspirin at 12:07 p.m. and we'll get authority in around 6 minutes. We also have normal saline flowing through a 20-gauge IV in the right arm.
1729. Model number Lincoln 526. Lincoln 526. Could be a Kubota tractor. 10-4.
Bay, this is another question. Did you catch any of that report?
Sam, Tom,
185?
Ocean, Robert, Mary.
No, sir.
David, Sam, Tom, Ocean, Robert, Mary, that's Texas.
Of course, wait over here on your 24. Still 30, 10-4.
Charlie 210 for the Friday. Rally. Contact Kelly.
Can be around over from there out there, 1612, 35 loop in Rockport.
That's far.
Bravo 110,
15.
transport. Bravo 110,
EAB parking lot, EAB here, and exterior door.
43 on, go ahead and step it up, 1218.
45, you need me in route?
Perfect.
Passing Dunmore exit with a blue Ram 1500 on 128 at this time.
10-4. We're in and out to your facility code 1 with an 84-year-old female patient. She's currently in no time support with the GCS 15. She was achieving a chest pain about 40 minutes ago.
661,
Patient has no cardiac history. Current vitals are as follows. You have a blood pressure of 90 on 50, setting at 99% on room air. 12 leads shows sinus rhythm at a rate of about 60. No activity. Temp of 98.3 and a sugar of 191. We're given 324 of aspirin at 12:07 p.m. and we'll get your facility in around 6 minutes. We also have normal saline flowing through a 20-gauge IV in the right arm.
I'm Charlie 265 for the trespass. ID eastbound and over 31 SPID.
644, 10-8.
Dispatch from Medicare, Winnie Code 1 doctor, starting 0.0.
I'll be on Esplanade and 181. And
I'm really sorry, Lucy.
Robert, Mary, David, Sam, Tom, Ocean, Robert, Mary, that's Texas.
Hello.
Can be a route from the PD to 1612, 35 loop to Rockport.
301.
Negative contact. That space is going to be unoccupied this time. There's no
parking lot, EAB interior and exterior doors patrol.
Simple. It'll be able to 46, 170. Mount Pool
61 guys?
Illinois, location.
10-4.
1720 Morse.
Call for engine 17 and Lake 17 on a diabetic emergency at 7530 Geiger Drive. Unit B is 1116, question of Ben's Point. Work off of EMS 1 at 1221 hours.
Well, for Deschmer and Driscoll.
10-4.
to the 401.
Time 124.
Dispatch from Army Code 1 Doctor starting 0.0. I'll be on Esplanade and 181.
Two zero AD to dispatch.
So you want me to bring the bus back? Go ahead.
Arrived at the exposed line at Valenzuela landfill.
Yes, so and you're just going back. I don't have a GFC line route for you. There's no utilities for this place.
10-4.
It'll be able to 46. That's 150, Delta 250. Make sure you're out for a disturbance call. 3217 South Alameda. 3217 South Alameda. 46 square.
917 received. Engine 17 is clear.
Again, 2226 2226. I accidentally put case numbers. I'm going to cancel it just so you know.
Well, if you do it. Two zero dispatch. Possible wreck here at 13,600 northwest. Area 14 arriving 2.3.
120 student at Austin Elementary. Record.
Call for medical 11, medical professional at 3038 Topeka, at 3038 Topeka, EUV 7002, question of hospital and Chamberlain, work off of fire dispatch at 1229.
Still 30 traffic.
Charlie 125 arrive.
Still 30 location.
Come on.
Roger, 10 Alameda. David Victor 47294.
Got family here, bro.
185.
Worked on a project called 257.
The 315 has 290 for whenever you're ready.
Arriving
Hello, the Beach Marker 204 to speak with the patron.
Got a 140. Can you start medic? Just me. Go on, Jimmy Rebel.
I'll public service you. 10-4.
56, 27 for you.
10-4. $185. The 315 has 290 for whenever you're ready.
Adam 140, other plates, Paul, Tom Zebra, 0513, and the assignment crash number.
Charlie 125, Charlie 155.
I'm 140 crash number is 2227 2227.
Flight 56, you're 27 for
He's backing you up.
Make your receipt. Raise the note, I'll advise on the letter.
Make your receipt. About to get clear on crash.
2032, shows to not be eligible.
Charlie 265, correct.
Roger your receipt.
10-4.
27 for you.
45. If you're not there yet, you can clear.
10-4. I'm going to go to Miller for
Communications to...
Charlie 125. Yeah, no, even they can help us search the area.
If you just want to pull into the old racetrack parking lot, that would work.
Yes, sir. TSA called. They're stating that door 1039 over there by the baggage area, the lock is coming off.
Make sure we're arriving 1.0. Make your receipt. Raise the note.
Charlie 210 copy.
2226.
I'm 122.
Yeah, we'll use this vehicle.
Shows to be negative 29 out of the Callan. Was a Class B expiring 9/29 of 2032. Shows to not be eligible.
Roger your receipt.
45.
We'll need a call for a
If you're not
death
there yet, you can clear.
during the call, the ERP advised to cancel. I'm going to go to Miller for left on our team bus. Declining contact.
Communications to Mike 1.
Mike 1.
Yes, sir. TSA called. They're stating that door 1039 over there by the baggage area, the lock is coming off.
Uh, 2206. Yeah, we'll use this vehicle.
Engine 17, call engine 17. Respond to a diabetic emergency. 7530 Geiger. EUV 1116. Diabetic 17 on scene, book order engine. Schedule change over EMS 1 at 1228.
Adam 140, you showing insurance confirmation on what was on the 7556?
And 154, it advised that he
Yes, sir. I have 2 passengers.
so
1 wheelchair.
he can try to
I'm
get
140. I ain't sure to try to confirm on Visionary 7556.
Go ahead.
21, radio check. 10-4, can you look up a Christi light official in local and attention?
Loud clear.
1230 here.
Female was fine. There was no bad smell coming from the apartment. You can show me clear.
So 30 simple.
Show me on my office on call for our pro. Charlie 130 clear.
Adam, I'm driving.
2418, 2418.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I have 2 passengers. 1 wheelchair and 1 bus.
And 154, it advised that he lost on his health getting up, so...
Row 140, Kilo,
he
155
get to the door.
10-4. Channel 1, radio check.
Loud and clear. 10-12, transit, radio check.
Christopher, the light off, he should be in local and attention.
10-4, you can attach.
10-4.
I'm clear now. Should we back at the office, please?
50, 10-4.
Charlie 160 to Charlie 1 mobile.
126, radio check, Anthony from yard.
Bill 250, ready. I agree with this.
Ten 12 transit, radio check.
Keep it 30. Okay. 318. 318. Great trailers ahead.
126, radio check, Anthony from yard.
2-0.
I agree with this.
10-4.
Mobile 8-7.
Before arriving.
143. Making contact with Guardian.
Gospel 3 on the sick patient at 2829 Austin Street. At 2829 Austin, EUV 7002 with a cross street of Texas. We're also fire dispatch at 12:33.
Medic 3 received.
4125, we're going to get 4934 Grand School with one of the responding parties.
Okay, and for
Individual.
Negative, schema.
Clear for warning.
Okay. 10-11, go ahead. Morgan 15 on Lincoln Zebra John 1483.
That's one for car history. I got $3 and change, $3.25 change card is about to get lost in this jet crash. And people need to change back. I'm not sure what to do.
Just write the change on something and tell them to go to customer service, but I'll try to get street supervisor. KCS 49, 0049.
Just one.
Sir, 1011, Route 27, inbound from Robstown, just crossing over 358. 250, DRP, he says that he's got misspeed on his sensor, and he owes somebody some change. He's been advised to write something down for them and give it to customer service. But I didn't know if you want to go with it.
Can you say you missed already messages requesting them now?
Yeah, call about 908 individuals.
Did you take care of,
Okay, well, for check for 1 hour, so we're going to be averting. She ran away from CPS. This is going to be her sister's location. CID does want to call back. Okay.
Yes, I did hear.
Fire EMS.
908. Yes, on this bus, the tap to the horn in the middle, I honked, and the whole thing came back up.
the spring, the cap just, takeoff is just hanging, it's just there, but it's all loose to the horn.
For the attention of Station 2 and Allegiance EMS, Station 2 and Allegiance EMS need to interact to 213 Blanco. 213 Blanco to references on the 7 Divisional requesting EMS. We do have an officer on 213 Blanco.
134.
Still 30 traffic.
Location?
20. Second Tower, Alameda. San John King 0376. So we have a control.
Sir, 1011, Route 27, inbound from Robstown, just crossing over 358. He says that he's got missed feet on his gen fare, and he owes somebody some change. He's been advised to write something down for them and give it to customer service, but I didn't know if you want to get with him.
No, go 50 quick.
Yeah. 908 individual, please.
Did you take care of 1009?
Yes, I did see it.
10-4.
Stand by for fire EMS, stage fire EMS. For the attention of Station 2 and Allegiance EMS, Station 2 and Allegiance EMS need to interact to 213 Blanco. 213 Blanco to references on the 7 Divisional requesting EMS. We do have an officer on 213 Blanco.
Number 14, 30. Charlie 270, I'm on the train.
So we got a control.
Last time, please. 142.
Jet 4.
10-4. Item 110, copy site, Sam Lincoln 3034.
Sam Lincoln 3034, 10-4.
Engine 13, engine 14, receive.
Here's some of our versions on the 7, please.
Thank you, receive.
10-4.
Jet 4.
They're advising that the rear window bracket and there's lots of snow. Could you want me to upgrade?
Sorry, 265, copy plate, Arizona license plate, Adam
We're trying
Mary,
to receive upgrading. I'll call 30 hours. 20 right with it, brother.
Adam Mary 92004.
Mary 10, available.
Yeah, what's your time?
Okay, thank you.
10-4, small, I'm sorry, the captain's headed inbound. 27.
Battalion 3, stand by for calling in.
I'm sorry, where are you staying at?
Okay, see you soon.
I am right in front of the Cactus Hotel on Liver Street, headed inbound, Route 27.
278. Case number is 510051.
Okay, 10-4, I'll be standing by at Stable Street Station for you.
I'll be clearing someone else doing 5 to replace tire.
This is Route 29. Can you please send me my event?
Engineer, you can attach us.
Yes.
Sorry, we have a residential fire coming in, 4914. We have 2 units off the fire department. Looks like smoke coming from the top of the house. Unsure if anybody's inside.
This is Please Happy Hebert at 4514 Hebert at 4514 Hebert. The cluster of Sanders. They're advising of lots of smoke seen in the area. Smoke coming from the top of the house and also the windows. The call was upgraded. Authority Battalion 2. Getting additional updates. Advise that the elderly neighbor's house is on fire. The call is working for 7 Hebert. We're getting another call saying it's going to be elderly people that live at that location. Still unknown if anybody's inside.
Robert, you copy, Robert?
Dispatch Battalion 3.
AC 1990 dispatch.
Engine 6, we're on scene, command. We're going to have heavy smoke showing from the roof at 4514 Hebert. Engine 6 is going to perform a 360. This is going to be a working fire.
Go ahead.
TP31, put me on with 30.
Okay, can you send it to fire?
Okay.
That's one.
I'm going to get a receipt to the top.
Battalion 2 from engine 18, somebody got a big old light out for the shop.
Please Happy Hebert at 4514 Hebert at 4514 Hebert. The cluster of Sanders. They're advising of lots of smoke seen in the area. Smoke coming from the top of the house and also the windows. The call was upgraded. Authority Battalion 2. Getting additional updates. Advise that the elderly neighbor's house is on fire. The call is working Group 7 at 1240.
Robert, you copy, Robert?
AC 1990 dispatch.
Go ahead.
You can show me back in service.
Heavy thrown off side of the front of pre-connection front.
Engine 6, we're on scene, command. We're going to have heavy smoke showing from the roof at 4514 Hebert. Engine 6 is going to perform a 360. This is going to be a working fire.
Up and then down.
You dispatch the close to station 18. It's not on the call to pick up light there from the shop.
There's SoCal, start unit from man down.
Light in the air from the shop. Receive.
Battalion 2 from engine 18, somebody got a big old light there for the shop.
I dispatch 917. You'll be transporting code 1 of 8, beginning 90.
Okay, copy. And I'm going to start Delta 140 back up, Delta 150, 3200 airs. Where I need to get closer.
Call for Engine 17. Engine 17 responds to the shop. Pick up light in the air, 18, Authority Battalion 3. And there's one of the structure fire.
6 hours for units. We have supply from the hydrant across the street. Repeat, we have supply.
So there's heavy thrown off side of the front of pre-connection front.
1006 down, 16 minutes due to traffic
The National Security Council, the White House Counsel's Office continues to look into how this mistake, which the National Security Advisor has owned occurred, and the President has ensured they are doing that.
On the economy, consumer confidence hit a 4-year low this month. How tariffs will help them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. The American public will hear later this afternoon from the President directly on the topic of tariffs. And as you all know, April 2nd day, President Trump has proudly dubbed it Liberation Day for our country. What he means by that is it will be a day where the United States of America will no longer be ripped off by nations around this world. It will be a day where Americans finally see free and fair trade practices restored. We are no longer going to allow our allies, our competitors, and our adversaries to take advantage of American workers. And if you think about your hometown and the state that you grew up, Main Street looks a lot different today than it did many years ago. And President Trump wants to restore America as a manufacturing superpower around the globe. He wants products to be made right here in the our great country with great, hardworking American hands that will ultimately result in higher wages and more money in the pockets of the American people. And he's also, in addition to tariffs, also determined to pass tax cuts later this year, as he did successfully in his first term, to put even more money in the pockets of Americans.
Information we've seen, just to set the predicate to all this, has the president been
I just
and then you're clear, and then I think you go to the top to take a binary team.
Chat, Pete Hegseth details F-18s, Tomahawks are some of the weapons that were used, details the timing involved for this, all of which occurred 31 minutes before it says F-18s with launch. The DOD manual details classified information as significant military plans, saying that is secret, that's classified. So what about, there are no methods, there are no sources, but that's not what is determined what's classified. So what is it about what Pete Hegseth wrote that makes you say this is not classified?
Well, it's not just me saying that, Peter. It's the Secretary of Defense himself who is saying this as well. And he put out a very strong statement earlier today listing all of the things that were not included in that message that he sent to the group. And again, this message, there was no classified information transmitted. There were no war plans discussed. Why did the Atlantic downgrade their allegation about war plans to attack plans? They're now playing word games because they know this was sensationalist spin from a reporter who is well known for doing this. We have said all along no war plans were discussed, no classified material was sent. You have the Secretary of Defense saying that. You have the Director of the CIA, the Director of National Intelligence, the FBI Director, all testifying to that under oath, and they should be trusted with that.
To be clear, Americans can make the decision for themselves, but whether it's the, you said it's not war plans. Would you characterize these as military plans, military operation plans?
I would characterize this messaging thread as a policy discussion, a sensitive policy discussion, surely, amongst high-level cabinet officials and senior staff. And I'm so glad, Peter, that you said the American public can decide for themselves, because I think the American public should decide for themselves based on the outcome of this operation. And what happened in this operation? Terrorists that were allowed to run wild by the Biden administration were killed because of the direction and the determination of this president and his team. And this message also shows, this messaging thread also proved that President Trump has an incredibly dynamic team who is working incredibly hard, flying all over the world to secure world peace and to fix up the foreign policy crises that the previous administration left for this team to inherit.
So to be clear, we all in this room and around the country would agree that we're glad no American service members were harmed, and we're glad that the mission was a success. We'll stipulate that. But the president said that Pete Hegseth said none of this was classified. So given the president seeing that, and given the president understands that significant military plans are being classified as secret, how does the president view none of this, which details times and weapons and more, as being not classified?
I've already been asked and answered this question. The president's thoughts on this remain the same today as they were yesterday, as well as the Secretary of Defense. This question has been asked and answered. There was no classified material discussed. Jackie.
On what basis was that?
Go ahead, Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So, why aren't launch times on a mission strike classified?
Again, I would defer you to the Secretary of Defense's statement he put out this morning. There were various reasons he listed, things that were not included in that messaging thread that were not classified. And again, going back to the American public, do you trust the Secretary of Defense, who was nominated for this role, voted by the United States Senate into this role, who has served in combat, honorably served our nation in uniform? Or do you trust Jeffrey Goldberg, who is a registered Democrat and an anti-Trump sensationalist reporter? This president and this national security team are putting our national security and the American people first. We are restoring American strength around the world, and the results of this operation speak for themselves.
Putting aside Jeffrey Goldberg, though, just for for American service members who are going to have to carry out these missions in the future, I guess the message that's coming from the response to all this that we're hearing is that nothing sensitive happened, and I guess the logical conclusion of that is that if these messages had gone out publicly prior to the launch, that wouldn't have been a risk to service members. I don't know that they're comfortable with that. So can you explain, had these messages been published, would the plans have moved forward? Would the launch have still taken off?
What I can tell you is that the President, as the Commander-in-Chief of our United States Armed Forces, and Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is an incredible man and a warfighter himself, take the lives of our American service members with the utmost responsibility, and they would never do anything intentionally to put their lives at risk. And again, they are working hard on that every single day, and we are protecting our service members while also restoring peace throughout this globe. It's something the previous administration has not done. And I would just add one more point. We are not going to be lectured about national security and American troops by Democrats and the mainstream media who turned the other cheek when the Biden administration, because of their incompetence, left 13 service members dead in Afghanistan, and not a single person in the previous administration was held accountable for that botched withdrawal. Joe Biden said, in fact, it was a great operation. That is despicable. It's unacceptable to this president and this Secretary of Defense. The National Security Advisor has taken responsibility for this inadvertent number being added to the messaging thread. But above all, we take the lives of our troops, safety, security, prosperity around the globe with the utmost seriousness.
His intentions, do you think
Jennifer,
that he
go
would
ahead.
release that to embarrass the administration ahead of the vote?
Jennifer, go ahead.
Given what you said about the president's trust in his national security, can you say definitively that no one will lose their jobs? No one will lose their job at all because of this signal situation?
What I can say definitively is what I just spoke to the president about, and he continues to have confidence in his national security.
Go ahead. One more, can I ask one more, Ken? On the targets in the Can you say for 100% of the targets planned for March 15th, were they all destroyed? Because that would be an indication if some of them were moved, but if they were not all hit, that maybe perhaps some of the enemies were able to get some of the information.
What I can say about the operation is what the Department of Defense has put out there. I would refer to them for any further operational details. But there have been more than 100 strikes conducted against Houthi targets, and they have hit key Houthi leaders, air defense systems, command and control nodes, headquarters, weapons manufacturing and storage facilities. And these operations will continue until the freedom of navigation in our seas is restored and U.S. shipping can safely transmit without the fear of attack. And again, we believe that this has been a very successful operation thus far, and it will continue until this administration feels it no longer has to, and these terrorists have been taken out, which again is something the previous administration should have done, but they didn't, and now we've inherited this crisis. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd like to clarify something about the investigation and also ask you on the investigation, Mike Waltz said last night that he had spoken to Elon Musk about figuring out how Jeffrey Goldberg's number got on his phone. You mentioned the NSC and the White House counsel's office investigating. Can you just clarify who is investigating, who's leading that, and also Dave Portnoy, who endorsed President Trump, said today that he thinks that Mike Waltz should leave. Could you respond to that?
They're starting to set up
Sure. Great respect for Dave Portnoi, but I just answered that previous question from Jennifer. As for your original question about who's looking into the messaging thread, the National Security Council, the White House counsel's office, and also, yes, Elon Musk's team. Elon Musk has offered to put his technical experts on this to figure out how this number was inadvertently added to the chat. Again, to take responsibility and ensure this can never happen again.
On something you just said, but since we have these messages released, and you said that the president has now personally reviewed them, in the chat, at one point, Pete said 14-15 strike drones on target, and in all caps, he said, "This is when the first bombs will definitely drop." Does the president feel that he was misled by his national security advisors, whoever it was that told him there was no classified information in there, now that he's seen these messages?
I've now been asked and answered this question 3 times by the both of you, and I've given you my answer. The president feels the same today as he did yesterday. Philip.
Sorry, I might follow up on what you just
No,
said.
go ahead, Philip.
Caitlin,
I'm not taking your follow-up. Philip,
I have a follow-up on something you just said, though, Caroline. That's
Caitlin, I'm not taking your follow-up. Philip, go ahead. I'll call on you.
Set up a work crew in the corner of
police waterways in their backyard, noting in that signal thread that 40% of European trade goes through the Suez Canal. Does the president share that opinion and frustration? And then going forward,
should the Europeans be
Can you help with that line? Make sure they get
Well, the president was asked this question yesterday by the pool in the cabinet room, and he answered this question. He said yes, he believes that Europe has been, as the vice president put it, freeloading on the backs of American taxpayers and off the backs of the United States of America, and he wants to ensure that Europe pays their fair share. He's always been very honest and upfront about that, and I think the vice president shares those concerns with me as well. Sure.
You know, enlisted soldiers, sailors, and Marines would face consequences if they shared this type of information inadvertently with a reporter. Can you tell us more why the president is so willing?
Again, I have now been asked and answered the same question using different language multiple times. If anybody has another question, there's a lot of different things going on in the world. We have tariffs possibly being implemented later today. The president is going to talk about that at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Sure, go.
Okay, thank you for taking my question. I wanted to first and foremost thank the administration for the election integrity executive order, because so many journalists for 4 years were banned from talking about this very subject, so thank you to the administration for that. My question is, yesterday President Trump had signed the order, said that there's more to come when it comes to election integrity. Would that include same-day voting and hand-counted paper ballots? And why are Democrats so against election integrity measures like obviously proof of citizenship when it comes to voting in the United States election?
Well, it's a very good question. You'll have to ask the Democrats why they're against so many common sense things, not just mandating voter ID. Why are they against men and women's sports? Why are they against deporting foreign terrorists from American soil who have been designated a foreign terrorist organization? I'm referring to Tren de Aragua. As for the election integrity executive order that the president signed yesterday, this is in an effort to restore trust in American elections. There were more than 10 steps taken, 10 executive actions taken throughout this one order. It directs the department, or the Attorney General rather, in Homeland Security to prevent non-citizens from any involvement in administering elections. There's also another host of actions. We can provide the fact sheet for you, but it's a very strong election integrity executive order, and the president would also like to see Congress do something about this very important issue. Sure.
Republicans and Democrats are expressing concern about the frequency with which senior Trump officials have been using this Signal app. Has there been discussion, or will there be a review about how often they use Signal, and if you can explain to us how they might be considering other applications to get away from something like this?
Sure. Well, again, first of all, Signal has been an approved app for government use. It's an encrypted app, and as I said, it's the most safe and efficient way of communicating, especially when people can't be in a skiff or inside a room physically together. I think, as the president said yesterday, he wishes that everybody could be in the room, and it's our goal to ensure that everybody can be. But again, no classified information was discussed in this chat, and any time classified information is discussed amongst high-level officials across this administration, secure lines of communication are used, including, by the way, our special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who I understand the Wall Street Journal erroneously reported that he was on this Signal chat on a personal device while in Moscow. That is absolutely false. Steve Witkoff did not have his personal device, nor did he have his government device with him. He was given a classified, protected server by the United States government, and he was very careful about his communications when he was in Russia. So rest assured to the American public, this administration is taking every precaution when it comes to protecting our national security. And that's why the American people re-elected this president, because they know that our national security is in good hands with the President of the United States. Speaking of the Vice President, I understand he's going to be speaking any moment now. I would hate to counter-program the Vice President of the United States. You'll also hear from the President at 3 o'clock. He will be honoring Women's History at the Women's History Month celebration. We have a lot of great women across our cabinet who will be in attendance, so we'll see you all there. And then you'll also hear from the President again at 4 o'clock when he talks about tariffs. So plenty of time.
What do you see? If I won't clear, I'm going to be out at Miller. Is it possible to go to the Charlie side, meet up with that?
If you're saying that what they're trying to do is location and the female
I know two says that by the courthouse, there's some trucks that are blocking their way to turn to the right to get into the station. I'm Messina.
I already have Captain getting a call right now with the foot.
Receive.
And every manning that we have on that mission.
902 to confirm the visual.
And lastly, through this great work, you will see tremendous oversight and reforms at our FBI, which will unfold with our partners in Congress over the coming weeks and months and years ahead. But I want you to pay attention also to what's going on in the halls of Congress, because they are providing us with the resources we need to combat the fentanyl crisis. And this administration is providing us with the tools we need by designating the cartel as foreign terrorist organizations, because that's exactly how they should be treated, because that's exactly who they are. And in that pursuit...
You talking about Boiler Station?
In that pursuit, I look forward to playing a very small part. The FBI will play a very large part, and our interagency partners and our local and state law enforcement officers will start putting more and more and more handcuffs on the bad guys, and good cops across this country will be unleashed to be good cops on a daily basis. And the lasting promise that I will leave you with, and this is a message to the law enforcement community, you have always had the backs of the American people, so the Federal Bureau of Investigation and me as its director will have your back. Welcome everybody to the Department of Justice. It's been some time since I've been in this room, and it really is one of the most special rooms in the halls of justice, and it really is a unique experience to be able to be a part of the team that is delivering a singular system of justice for the American people, with a complete and total annihilation of the weaponization of justice and the politicization of intelligence. We have a new FBI, and I'm humbled and honored to be its leader. We have a courageous Attorney General and General Pam Bondi. We have incredible leaders throughout our law enforcement community, whether it be at the FBI, the DEA, HSI, CBP, ATF, and the list goes on. I've been privileged to meet so many of them in my first month on board here. I look around and I see state attorneys generals that have been doing the work hand in glove with local, state, and federal law enforcement. And our mission, and my mission specifically, is to tell you what we've been doing in this first month. And I told you when I got this job that we would crush violent crime, that we would take the fight to anyone who wishes to do harm to our way of life and to hurt our citizenry, that we would go to the ends of the earth to bring them back to face American justice produced right here in this very hall, in this very building. To that effort, we have done just that. And a special shout out, I know my Boston contingent is here on St. Paddy's Day. Thank you for the great work you guys have been doing, and across the rest of the FBI. But right here in Virginia, or across the river in Virginia, the FBI stood up an interagency task force at our Manassas office, and in just 2.5 short weeks, we have arrested over 300 violent felonies, gang members, including MS-13 and 18 gangsters. We have taken seizure of hundreds of pounds of narcotics and hundreds of weapons and currency and illicit goods. That's just what you can do when you put the brave men and women of law enforcement in one room and get the hell out of their way. And we are going to do that in every state across this country. In Massachusetts alone, in the last couple of weeks, they have indicted federally over 50 violent gang members and narco traffickers, seizing almost 200 kilograms of fentanyl. There is no time for us to waste on this job, and that's why under President Trump's leadership and General Bondi's leadership, we've been instructed to get after it, and that's exactly what we are doing. We have to especially get after it when we lose an American citizen every 7 minutes to a drug overdose. We have to especially get after it when a man or child a woman or child is raped in this country nearly every 6 minutes. And we have to especially get after it when there are 2 homicides nearly every hour in this country. Violent crime is exploding, and it is a direct result of the border invasion that occurred. But thanks to this administration and thanks to your relentless work on the field of battle to protect our citizenry, we are finally curbing those astronomical numbers. And what that means is we are saving American lives. We are providing our children with safe schools and playgrounds so that they can be educated and grow up in a fun neighborhood like we all had the privilege of doing in this great community and in this great country. So when you go out there and you see your communities working with this interagency task force, And you see our brave men and women of law enforcement. It is a team effort. This is not a one-stop, one-man, one group, one agency operation. It happens at every single level. Just yesterday, I was honored to meet with hundreds of law enforcement officers from around the country, and I was even more humbled to graduate 245 police officers from the FBI National Academy, representing 48 states and 24 countries. That is how you put the mission first. You bring these brave warriors who have already dedicated their lives to safeguard our communities. You bring them together to do it again and again and again. And the thing that inspires me most is that they have a relentless desire to make sure that they wake up and end the day in a community that is safer to you all. And I just wanted to talk to you here for a few minutes about that great work. Just last night, 7 narco-trafficking thugs from Colombia were extradited and returned to American soil to face American justice. Just the other week, 29 Mexican narco-traffickers from Mexico were repatriated here to America to face American justice. Just in that group alone, you are talking about over 5,000 kilograms of narcotics that would have poured into our country. And you'll see the type of damage that just a little bit of fentanyl can do to our children. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of kilos. Yes, that is a national security crisis, but the good news is the men and women of law enforcement, in conjunction with the brave warriors that we have in Congress, who have the courage to stand up and fight for their representatives and fight for their constituencies, are leading the funding and legislation we need to make sure we get this mission done. This is not going to be a short-lived process. Certainly at the FBI, it is something we wake up to every single day and go to bed at every single night. And the thought is singular. What is the best way we can safeguard our citizenry? What are we doing worse? What are we doing better? And what's in between? And when we have those answers for you, you see them delivered in the halls of justice in the courts across this country. And that's the great work that is the tip of the spear. But there is so much work behind it from state and local authorities. We are getting after it, not just where the media normally covers. And I want to highlight the following. The violent crime that plagues our country is also plaguing those on tribal lands. And we are not going to treat them any differently. They all live in the same America that we live in, and they face the same crises that we face. So we will work with our state and local partners on all matters that are affecting tribal lands and Indian reservations to make sure their children are no longer trafficked, to make sure their women are no longer raped and go missing. This mission must be 24/7, 365 from the Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean. But beyond that, we must go extraterritorially, like I just told you about. We must go down to the furthest reaches of the planet to make sure that we bring you the justice that you have voted for in this new administration, and we will, and this is my promise to you as the director of the FBI for as long as I'm in this seat, we will never, ever stop fighting violent crime. That is the priority of the FBI along with national security, and we will put every resource and every manning that we have on that mission. And lastly, through this great work, you will see tremendous oversight and reforms at our FBI, which will unfold with our partners in Congress over the coming weeks and months and years ahead. But I want you to pay attention also to what's going on in the halls of Congress, because they are providing us with the resources we need to combat the fentanyl crisis. And this administration is providing us with the tools we need by designating the cartels foreign terrorist organizations, because that's exactly how they should be treated, because that's exactly who they are. And in that pursuit, I look forward to playing a very small part. The FBI will play a very large part, and our interagency partners and our local and state law enforcement officers will start putting more and more and more handcuffs on the bad guys, and good cops across this country will be unleashed to be good cops on a daily basis. And the lasting promise that I will leave you with, and this is a message to the law enforcement community, you have always had the backs of the American people, so the Federal Bureau of Investigation and me as its director will have your back. Welcome, everybody, to the and it really is one of the most special rooms in the halls of justice, and it really is a unique experience to be able to be a part of the team that is delivering a singular system of justice for the American people with a complete and total annihilation of the weaponization of justice and the politicization of intelligence. We have a new FBI, and I'm humbled and honored to be its leader. We have a courageous Attorney General and General Pam Bondi. We have incredible leaders throughout our law enforcement community, whether it be at the FBI, the DEA, HSI, CBP, ATF, and the list goes on. I've been privileged to meet so many of them in my first month on board here. I look around and I see state attorneys generals that have been doing the work hand in glove with local, state, and federal law enforcement. And our mission, and my mission specifically, is to tell you what we've been doing in this first month. And I told you when I got this job that we would crush violent crime, that we would take the fight to anyone who wishes to do harm to our way of life and to hurt our citizenry, that we would go to the ends of the earth to bring them back to face American justice produced right here in this very hall, in this very building. To that effort, we have done just that. And a special shout out, I know my Boston contingent is here on St. Paddy's Day. Thank you for the great work you guys have been doing and across the rest of the FBI. But right here in Virginia, or across the river in Virginia, the FBI stood up an interagency task force at our Manassas office, and in just 2.5 short weeks, we have arrested over 300 violent felonies, gang members, including MS-13 and 18 gangsters. We have taken seizure of hundreds of pounds of narcotics and hundreds of weapons and currency and illicit goods. That's just what you can do when you put the brave men and women of law enforcement in one room and get the hell out of their way. And we are going to do that in every state across this country. In Massachusetts alone, in the last couple of weeks, they have indicted federally over 50 violent gang members and narco traffickers, seizing almost 200 kilograms of fentanyl. There is no time for us to waste on this job, and that's why under President Trump's leadership and General Bondi's leadership, we've been instructed to get after it, and that's exactly what we are doing. We have to especially get after it when we lose an American citizen every 7 minutes to a drug overdose. We have to especially get after it when a man or child is, a woman or child is raped in this country nearly every 6 minutes. And we have to especially get after it when there are 2 homicides nearly every hour in this country. Violent crime is exploding, and it is a direct result of the border invasion that occurred. But thanks to this administration and thanks to your relentless work on the field of battle to protect our citizenry, we are finally curbing those astronomical numbers. And what that means is we are saving American lives. We are providing our children with safe schools and playgrounds so that they can be educated and grow up in a fun neighborhood like we all had the privilege of doing in this great community and in this great country. So when you go out there and you see your communities working with this interagency task force, and you see our brave men and women of law enforcement, it is a team effort. This is not a one-stop, one-man, one-group, one-agency operation. It happens at every single level. Just yesterday, I was honored to meet with hundreds of law enforcement officers from around the country, and I was even more humbled to graduate 245 police officers from the FBI National Academy, representing 48 states and 24 countries. That is how you put the mission first. You bring these brave warriors who have already dedicated their lives to safeguard our communities. You bring them together to do it again and again and again. And the thing that inspires me most is that they have a relentless desire to make sure that they wake up and end the day in a community that is safer to you all. And I just wanted to talk to you here for a few minutes about that great work. Just last night, 7 narco-trafficking thugs from Colombia were extradited and returned to American soil to face American justice. Just the other week, 29 Mexican narco-traffickers from Mexico were repatriated here to America to face American justice. Just in that group alone, you are talking about over 5,000 kilograms of narcotics that would have poured into our country And you'll see the type of damage that just a little bit of fentanyl can do to our children. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of kilos. Yes, that is a national security crisis, but the good news is the men and women of law enforcement, in conjunction with the brave warriors that we have in Congress, who have the courage to stand up and fight for their representatives and fight for their constituencies, are leading the funding and legislation we need to make sure we get this mission done. This is not going to be a short-lived process. Certainly at the FBI, it is something we wake up to every single day and go to bed at every single night. And the thought is singular. What is the best way we can safeguard our citizenry? What are we doing worse? What are we doing better? And what's in between. And when we have those answers for you, you see them delivered in the halls of justice in the courts across this country. And that's the great work that is the tip of the spear. But there is so much work behind it from state and local authorities. We are getting after it, not just where the media normally covers. And I want to highlight the following. The violent crime that plagues our country is also plaguing those on tribal lands. And we are not going to treat them any differently. They all live in the same America that we live in. And they face the same crises that we face. So we will work with our state and local partners on all matters that are affecting tribal lands and Indian reservations to make sure their children are no longer trafficked, to make sure their women are no longer raped and go missing. This mission must be 24/7, 365 from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. But beyond that, we must go extraterritorially, like I've just told you about. We must go down to the furthest reaches of the planet to make sure that we bring you the justice that you have voted for in this new administration. And we will, and this is my promise to you as the director of the FBI for as long as I'm in this seat. We will never, ever stop fighting violent crime. That is the priority of the FBI along with national security, and we will put every resource and every manning that we have on that mission. And lastly, through this great work, you will see tremendous oversight and reforms at our FBI, which will unfold with our partners in Congress over the coming weeks and months and years ahead. But I want you to pay attention also to what's going on in the halls of Congress, because they are providing us with the resources we need to combat the fentanyl crisis. And this administration is providing us with the tools we need by designating the cartels foreign terrorist organizations, because that's exactly how they should be treated, because that's exactly who they are. And in that pursuit, I look forward to playing a very small part. The FBI will play a very large part, and our interagency partners and our local and state law enforcement officers will start putting more and more and more handcuffs on the bad guys, and good cops across this country will be unleashed to be good cops on a daily basis. And the lasting promise that I will leave you with, and this is a message to the law enforcement community, you have always had the backs of the American people, so the Federal Bureau of Investigation and me as its director will have your back. Welcome everybody to the Department of Justice. It's been some time since I've been in this room, and it really is one of the most special rooms in the halls of justice, and it really is a unique experience to be able to be a part of the team that is delivering a singular system of justice for the American people, with a complete and total annihilation of the weaponization of justice and the politicization of intelligence. We have a new FBI, and I'm humbled and honored to be its leader. We have a courageous Attorney General and General Pam Bondi. We have incredible leaders throughout our law enforcement community, whether it be at the FBI, the DEA, HSI, CBP, ATF, and the list goes on. I've been privileged to meet so many of them in my first month on board here. I look around and I see state attorneys generals that have been doing the work hand in glove with local, state, and federal law enforcement. And our mission, and my mission specifically, is to tell you what we've been doing in this first month. And I told you when I got this job that we would crush violent crime, that we would take the fight to anyone who wishes to do harm to our way of life and to hurt our citizenry, that we would go to the ends of the earth to bring them back to face American justice produced right here in this very hall, in this very building. To that effort, we have done just that. And a special shout out, I know my Boston contingent is here on St. Paddy's Day. Thank you for the great work you guys have been doing and across the rest of the FBI. But right here in Virginia, or across the river in Virginia, the FBI stood up an interagency task force at our Manassas office, and in just 2.5 short weeks, we have arrested over 300 violent felonies, gang members, including MS-13 and 18 gangsters. We have taken seizure of hundreds of pounds of narcotics and hundreds of weapons and currency and illicit goods. That's just what you can do when you put the brave men and women of law enforcement in one room and get the hell out of their way. And we are going to do that in every state across this country. In Massachusetts alone, in the last couple of weeks, they have indicted federally over 50 violent gang members and narco traffickers, seizing almost 200 kilograms of fentanyl. There is no time for us to waste on this job, and that's why under President Trump's leadership and General Bondi's leadership, we've been instructed to get after it, and that's exactly what we are doing. We have to especially get after it when we lose an American citizen every 7 minutes to a drug overdose. We have to especially get after it when a man or child a woman or child is raped in this country nearly every 6 minutes, and we have to especially get after it when there are 2 homicides nearly every hour in this country. Violent crime is exploding, and it is a direct result of the border invasion that occurred. But thanks to this administration, and thanks to your relentless work on the field of battle to protect our citizenry, we are finally curbing those astronomical numbers. And what that means is we are saving American lives. We are providing our children with safe schools and playgrounds so that they can be educated and grow up in a fun neighborhood like we all had the privilege of doing in this great community and in this great country. So when you go out there and you see your communities working with this interagency task force, and you see our brave men and women of law enforcement, it is a team effort. This is not a one-stop, one-man, one-group, one-agency operation. It happens at every single level. Just yesterday, I was honored to meet with hundreds of law enforcement officers from around the country, and I was even more humbled to graduate 245 police officers from the FBI National Academy, representing 48 states and 24 countries. That is how you put the mission first. You bring these brave warriors who have already dedicated their lives to safeguard our communities. You bring them together to do it again and again and again. And the thing that inspires me most is that they have a relentless desire to make sure that they wake up and end the day in a community that is safer to you all. And I just wanted to talk to you here for a few minutes about that great work. Just last night, 7 narco trafficking thugs from Colombia were extradited and returned to American soil to face American justice. Just the other week, 29 Mexican narco traffickers from Mexico were repatriated here to America to face American justice. Just in that group alone, you are talking about over 5,000 kilograms of narcotics that would have poured into our country. And you'll see the type of damage that just a little bit of fentanyl can do to our children. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of kilos. Yes, that is a national security crisis, but the good news is the men and women of law enforcement, in conjunction with the brave warriors that we have in Congress, who have the courage to stand up and fight for their representatives and fight for their constituencies, are leading the funding and legislation we need to make sure we get this mission done. This is not going to be a short-lived process. Certainly at the FBI, it is something we wake up to every single day and go to bed at every single night. And the thought is singular. What is the best way we can safeguard our citizenry? What are we doing worse? What are we doing better? And what's in between? And when we have those answers for you, you see them delivered in the halls of justice in the courts across this country. And that's the great work that is the tip of the spear. But there is so much work behind it from state and local authorities. We are getting after it, not just where the media normally covers. And I want to highlight the following. The violent crime that plagues our country is also plaguing those on tribal lands, and we are not going to treat them any differently. They all live in the same America that we live in, and they face the same crises that we face. So we will work with our state and local partners on all matters that are affecting tribal lands and Indian reservations to make sure their children are no longer trafficked, to make sure their women are no longer raped and go missing. This mission must be 24/7, 365 from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. But beyond that, we must go extraterritorially, like I've just told you that. We must go down to the furthest reaches of the planet to make sure that we bring you the justice that you have voted for in this new administration. We will, and this is my promise to you as the director of the FBI for as long as I'm in this seat. We will never, ever stop fighting violent crime. That is the priority of the FBI along with national security, and we will put every resource and every manning that we have on that mission. And lastly, through this great work, you will see tremendous oversight and reforms at our FBI, which will unfold with our partners in Congress over the coming weeks and months and years ahead. But I want you to pay attention also to what's going on in the halls of Congress, because they are providing us with the resources we need to combat the fentanyl crisis. And this administration is providing us with the tools we need by designating the cartel as foreign terrorist organizations, because that's exactly how they should be treated, because that's exactly who they are. And in that pursuit, I look forward to playing a very small part. The FBI will play a very large part, and our interagency partners and our local and state law enforcement officers will start putting more and more and more handcuffs on the bad guys, and good cops across this country will be unleashed to be good cops on a daily basis. And the lasting promise that I will leave you with, and this is a message to the law enforcement community, you have always had the backs of the American people, so the Federal Bureau of Investigation and me as its director will have your back. Welcome everybody to the Department of Justice. It's been some time since I've been in this room, and it really is one of the most special rooms in the halls of justice, and it really is a unique experience to be able to be a part of the team that is delivering a singular system of justice for the American people, with a complete and total annihilation of the weaponization of justice and the politicization of intelligence. We have a new FBI, and I'm humbled and honored to be its leader. We have a courageous Attorney General in General Pam Bondi. We have incredible leaders throughout our law enforcement community, whether it be at the FBI, the DEA, HSI, CBP, ATF, and the list goes on. I've been privileged to meet so many of them in my first month on board here. I look around and I see state attorneys generals that have been doing the work hand in glove with local, state, and federal law enforcement. And our mission, and my mission specifically, is to tell you what we've been doing in this first month. And I told you when I got this job that we would crush violent crime, that we would take the fight to anyone who wishes to do harm to our way of life and to hurt our citizenry, that we would go to the ends of the earth to bring them back to face American justice produced right here in this very hall, in this very building. To that effort, we have done just that. And a special shout out, I know my Boston contingent is here on St. Patty's Day. Thank you for the great work you guys have been doing, and across the rest of the FBI. But right here in Virginia, or across the river in Virginia, the FBI stood up an interagency task force at our Manassas office, and in just 2.5 short weeks, we have arrested over 300 violent felonies, gang members, including MS-13 and 18 gangsters. We have taken seizure of hundreds of pounds of narcotics and hundreds of weapons and currency and illicit goods. That's just what you can do when you put the brave men and women of law enforcement in one room and get the hell out of their way. And we are going to do that in every state across this country. In Massachusetts alone, in the last couple of weeks, they have indicted federally over 50 violent gang members and narco traffickers, seizing almost 200 kilograms of fentanyl. There is no time for us to waste on this job. And that's why under President Trump's leadership and General Bondi's leadership, we've been instructed to get after it. And that's exactly what we are doing. We have to especially get after it when we lose an American citizen every 7 minutes to a drug overdose. We have to especially get after it when a man or child is, a woman or child is raped in this country nearly every 6 minutes. And we have to especially get after it when there are 2 homicides nearly every hour in this country. Violent crime is exploding, and it is a direct result of the border invasion that occurred. But thanks to this administration and thanks to your relentless work on the field of battle to protect our citizenry, we are finally curbing those astronomical numbers. And what that means is we are saving American lives. We are providing our children with safe schools and playgrounds so that they can be educated and grow up in a fun neighborhood like we all had the privilege of doing in this great community and in this great country. So when you go out there and you see your communities working with this interagency task force, and you see our brave men and women of law enforcement, it is a team effort. This is not a one-stop, one-man, one-group, one-agency operation. It happens at every single level. Just yesterday, I was honored to meet with hundreds of law enforcement officers from around the country, and I was even more humbled to graduate 245 police officers from the FBI National Academy, representing 48 states and 24 countries. That is how you put the mission first. You bring these brave warriors who have already dedicated their lives to safeguard our communities. You bring them together to do it again and again and again. And the thing that inspires me most is that they have a relentless desire to make sure that they wake up and end the day in a community that is safer to you all. And I just wanted to talk to you here for a few minutes about that great work. Just last night, 7 narco-trafficking thugs from Colombia were extradited and returned to American soil to face American justice. Just the other week, 29 Mexican narco-traffickers from Mexico were repatriated here to America to face American justice. Just in that group alone, you are talking about over 5,000 kilograms of narcotics that would have poured into our country. And you'll see the type of damage that just a little bit of fentanyl can do to our children. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of kilos. Yes, that is a national security crisis, but the good news is the men and women of law enforcement, in conjunction with the brave warriors that we have in Congress, who have the courage to stand up and fight for their representatives and fight for their constituencies, are leading the funding and legislation we need to make sure we get this mission done. This is not going to be a short-lived process. Certainly at the FBI, it is something we wake up to every single day and go to bed at every single night. And the thought is singular. What is the best way we can safeguard our citizenry? What are we doing worse? What are we doing better? And what's in between? And when we have those answers for you, you see them delivered in the halls of justice in the courts across this country. And that's the great work that is the tip of the spear. But there is so much work behind it from state and local authorities. We are getting after it, not just where the media normally covers. And I want to highlight the following. The violent crime that plagues our country is also plaguing those on tribal lands. And we are not going to treat them any differently. They all live in the same America that we live in. And they face the same crises that we face. So we will work with our state and local partners on all matters that are affecting tribal lands and Indian reservations to make sure their children are no longer trafficked, to make sure their women are no longer raped and go missing. This mission must be 24/7, 365 from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. But beyond that, we must go extraterritorially, like I've just told you about. We must go down to the furthest reaches of the planet to make sure that we bring you the justice that you have voted for in this new administration, and we will. And this is my promise to you as the director of the FBI for as long as I'm in this seat. We will never, ever stop fighting violent crime. That is the priority of the FBI along with national security, and we will put every resource and every manning that we have on that mission. And lastly, through this great work, you will see tremendous oversight and reforms at our FBI, which will unfold with our partners in Congress over the coming weeks and months and years ahead. But I want you to pay attention also to what's going on in the halls of Congress, because they are providing us with the resources we need to combat the fentanyl crisis. And this administration is providing us with the tools we need by designating the cartels foreign terrorist organizations, because that's exactly how they should be treated, because that's exactly who they are. And in that pursuit, I look forward to playing a very small part. The FBI will play a very large part, and our interagency partners and our local and state law enforcement officers will start putting more and more and more handcuffs on the bad guys, and good cops across this country will be unleashed to be good cops on a daily basis. And the lasting promise that I will leave you with, and this is a message to the law enforcement community, you have always had the backs of the American people, so the Federal Bureau of Investigation and me as its director will have your back. Welcome everybody to the Department of Justice. Sometimes I've been in this room, and it really is one of the most special rooms in the halls of justice, and it really is a unique experience to be able to be a part of the team that is delivering a singular system of justice for the American people, with a complete and total annihilation of the weaponization of justice and the politicization of intelligence. We have a new FBI, and I'm humbled and honored to be its leader. We have a courageous Attorney General and General Pam Bondi. We have incredible leaders throughout our law enforcement community, whether it be at the FBI, the DEA, HSI, CBP, ATF, and the list goes on. I've been privileged to meet so many of them in my first month on board here. I look around and I see state attorneys generals that have been doing the work hand in glove with local, state, and federal law enforcement. And our mission, and my mission specifically, is to tell you what we've been doing in this first month. And I told you when I got this job that we would crush violent crime, that we would take the fight to anyone who wishes to do harm to our way of life and to hurt our citizenry, that we would go to the ends of the earth to bring them back to face American justice produced right here in this very hall, in this very building. To that effort, we have done just that. And a special shout out, I know my Boston contingent is here on St. Paddy's Day. Thank you for the great work you guys have been doing, and across the rest of the FBI. But right here in Virginia, or across the river in Virginia, the FBI stood up an interagency task force at our Manassas office, and in just 2.5 short weeks, we have arrested over 300 violent felonies, gang members, including MS-13 and 18 gangsters. We have taken seizure of hundreds of pounds of narcotics and hundreds of weapons and currency and illicit goods. That's just what you can do when you put the brave men and women of law enforcement in one room and get the hell out of their way. And we are going to do that in every state across this country. In Massachusetts alone, in the last couple of weeks, they have indicted federally over 50 violent gang members and narco traffickers, seizing almost 200 kilograms of fentanyl. There is no time for us to waste on this job, and that's why under President Trump's leadership and General Bondi's leadership, we've been instructed to get after it, and that's exactly what we're doing. We have to especially get after it when we lose an American citizen every 7 minutes to a drug overdose. We have to especially get after it when a man or child is, a woman or child is raped in this country nearly every 6 minutes. And we have to especially get after it when there are 2 homicides nearly every hour in this country. Violent crime is exploding, and it is a direct result of the border invasion that occurred. But thanks to this administration, and thanks to your relentless work on the field of battle to protect our citizenry, we are finally curbing those astronomical numbers. And what that means is we are saving American lives. We are providing our children with safe schools and playgrounds so that they can be educated and grow up in a fun neighborhood like we all had the privilege of doing in this great community and in this great country. So when you go out there and you see your communities working with this interagency task force, and you see our brave men and women of law enforcement, it is a team effort. This is not a one-stop, one-man, one-group, one-agency operation. It happens at every single level. Just yesterday, I was honored to meet with hundreds of law enforcement officers from around the country, And I was even more humbled to graduate 245 police officers from the FBI National Academy, representing 48 states and 24 countries. That is how you put the mission first. You bring these brave warriors who have already dedicated their lives to safeguard our communities. You bring them together to do it again and again and again. And the thing that inspires me most is that they have a relentless desire to make sure that they wake up and end the day in a community that is safer to you all. And I just wanted to talk to you here for a few minutes about that great work. Just last night, 7 narco-trafficking thugs from Colombia were extradited and returned to American soil to face American justice. Just the other week, 29 Mexican narco-traffickers from Mexico were repatriated here to America to face American justice. Just in that group alone, you are talking about over 5,000 kilograms of narcotics that would have poured into our country. And you'll see the type of damage that just a little bit of fentanyl can do to our children. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of kilos. Yes, that is a national security crisis, but the good news is the men and women of law enforcement, in conjunction with the brave warriors that we have in Congress, who have the courage to stand up and fight for their representatives and fight for their constituencies, are leading the funding and legislation we need to make sure we get this mission done. This is not going to be a short-lived process. Certainly at the FBI, it is something we wake up to every single day and go to bed at every single night. And the thought is singular. What is the best way we can safeguard our citizenry? What are we doing worse? What are we doing better? And what's in between? And when we have those answers for you, you see them delivered in the halls of justice in the courts across this country. And that's the great work that is the tip of the spear. But there is so much work behind it from state and local authorities. We are getting after it, not just where the media normally covers. And I want to highlight the following. The violent crime that plagues our country is also plaguing those on tribal lands, and we are not going to treat them any differently. They all live in the same America that we live in, and they face the same crises that we face. So we will work with our state and local partners on all matters that are affecting tribal lands and Indian reservations to make sure their children are no longer trafficked, to make sure their women are no longer raped and go missing. This mission must be 24/7, 365 from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. But beyond that, we must go extraterritorially, like I've just told you about. We must go down to the furthest reaches of the planet to make sure that we bring you the justice that you have voted for in this new administration, and we will. And this is my promise to you as the director of the FBI for as long as I'm in this seat. We will never, ever stop fighting violent crime. That is the priority of the FBI along with national security, and we will put every resource and every manning that we have on that mission. And lastly, through this great work, you will see tremendous oversight and reforms at our FBI, which will unfold with our partners in Congress over the coming weeks and months and years ahead. But I want you to pay attention also to what's going on in the halls of Congress, because they are providing us with the resources we need to combat the fentanyl crisis. And this administration is providing us with the tools we need by designating the cartels foreign terrorist organizations, because that's exactly how they should be treated, because that's exactly who they are. And in that pursuit, I look forward to playing a very small part. The FBI will play a very large part, and our interagency partners and our local and state law enforcement officers will start putting more and more and more handcuffs on the bad guys, and good cops across this country will be unleashed to be good cops on a daily basis. And the lasting promise that I will leave you with, and this is a message to the law enforcement community, you have always had the backs of the American people, so the Federal Bureau of Investigation and me as its director will have your back. Welcome everybody to the Department of Justice. It's been some time since I've been in this room, and it really is one of the most special rooms in the halls of justice. And it really is a unique experience to be able to be a part of the team that is delivering a singular system of justice for the American people with a complete and total annihilation of the weaponization of justice and the politicization of intelligence. We have a new FBI, and I'm humbled and honored to be its leader. We have a courageous Attorney General in General Pam Bondi. We have incredible leaders throughout our law enforcement community, whether it be at the FBI, the DEA, HSI, CBP, ATF, and the list goes on. I've been privileged to meet so many of them in my first month on board here. I look around and I see state attorneys generals that have been doing the work hand in glove with local, state, and federal law enforcement. And our mission, and my mission specifically, is to tell you what we've been doing in this first month. And I told you when I got this job that we would crush violent crime, that we would take the fight to anyone who wishes to do harm to our way of life and to hurt our citizenry, that we would go to the ends of the earth to bring them back to face American justice produced right here in this very hall, in this very building. To that effort, we have done just that. And a special shout out, I know my Boston contingent is here on St. Paddy's Day. Thank you for the great work you guys have been doing and across the rest of the FBI. But right here in Virginia, or across the river in Virginia, the FBI stood up an interagency task force at our Manassas office, and in just 2.5 short weeks, we have arrested over 300 violent felonies, gang members, including MS-13 and 18 gangsters. We have taken seizure of hundreds of pounds of narcotics and hundreds of weapons and currency and illicit goods. That's just what you can do when you put the brave men and women of law enforcement in one room and get the hell out of their way. And we are going to do that in every state across this country. In Massachusetts alone, in the last couple of weeks, they have indicted federally over 50 violent gang members and narco traffickers, seizing almost 200 kilograms of fentanyl. There is no time for us to waste on this job, and that's why under President Trump's leadership and General Bondi's leadership, we've been instructed to get after it, and that's exactly what we are doing. We have to especially get after it when we lose an American citizen every 7 minutes to a drug overdose. We have to especially get after it when a man or child a woman or child is raped in this country nearly every 6 minutes, and we have to especially get after it when there are 2 homicides nearly every hour in this country. Violent crime is exploding, and it is a direct result of the border invasion that occurred. But thanks to this administration and thanks to your relentless work on the field of battle to protect our citizenry, we are finally curbing those astronomical numbers. And what that means is we are saving American lives. We are providing our children with safe schools and playgrounds so that they can be educated and grow up in a fun neighborhood like we all had the privilege of doing in this great community and in this great country. So when you go out there and you see your communities working with this interagency task force, and you see our brave men and women of law enforcement, it is a team effort. This is not a one-stop, one-man, one-group, one-agency operation. It happens at every single level. Just yesterday, I was honored to meet with hundreds of law enforcement officers from around the country, and I was even more humbled to graduate 245 police officers from the FBI National Academy, representing 48 states and 24 countries. That is how you put the mission first. You bring these brave warriors who have already dedicated their lives to safeguard our communities. You bring them together to do it again and again and again. And the thing that inspires me most is that they have a relentless desire to make sure that they wake up and end the day in a community that is safer to you all. And I just wanted to talk to you here for a few minutes about that great work. Just last night, 7 narco trafficking thugs from Colombia were extradited and returned to American soil to face American justice. Just the other week, 29 Mexican narco traffickers from Mexico were repatriated here to America to face American justice. Just in that
One at the station.
Oh, right, paper, sir, and you can show me clear this complex.
06, can you give me the case number one more time?
Case number is 0650 0650.
10-4.
Delta 265 area.
325.
Check it out. That's it.
240-42.
325. Oh, that's it? He's not going to load me back? Well, you want to take that as dessert.
Right.
Bravo 230, clear.
This is a local 14002 Highway 286 access at the Raleigh Credit Union. One company calling back requesting to cancel so they gave a proper passcode or the false alarm.
107 radio check.
Okay, I've got a rough style. Watch it, huh?
Oh, wait, paper, sir.
Want to go ready to tomorrow? Get you over to tomorrow.
Fire dispatch to N-Dynamic 72, stand by for call here. Also, engine 11, N-Dynamic 11, stand by for call here. Also, engine 11, for home, at 1210, Salem, at 1210 Salem, EAZ 1102, after your criminal guardian, for also intercept at 1350.
325.
Check it out. That's it. 325.
Fire dispatch, we're going to advising that we ready to go.
He's not going to load me back? Girl, you want to take that as dessert?
Bravo 230, I'm clear.
Matt?
I'm looking at Precinct 5, our constables, Highway 286 access at the Raleigh Credit Union. One company calling back requesting to cancel so they gave a proper passcode or the false alarm.
Fire dispatch, we're going to be arriving with any mileage at 2.3. You can add me to 311's call, so.
107 radio check.
Okay, I've got a rough style. Watch it, huh?
On call back, they're advising there's a student being aggressive with staff and throwing chairs.
242.
23, I copy.
Yeah, 10-4, I'll do that. Can I go to Central?
23, I copy.
Yeah, 10-4, I'll do that.
Crossing the green at 23, I copy. 23, I copy. 23, I copy. 23, I copy.
318.
Motor pool radio check.
What was on the record?
Sergeant, off duty? Yeah, you control engine 9 and engine 12 and myself out of service.
12-6, I'm clear.
Engine
11, received, show civil. Fire dispatch, we're going to be arriving with any mileage at 2.3. You can add me to 311's call, so. 242.
On call back, they're advising there's a student being aggressive with staff. On call back, they're advising there's a student being aggressive with staff. On call back, they're advising there's a student being aggressive with staff. On call back, they're advising there's a student being aggressive with staff. On call back, they're advising there's a student being aggressive with staff. On call
2-3-2-4, 45 minutes.
85.
Charlie 265, looks like we stopped in Wells Fargo parking lot. Dispatch from the time
123. Wells Fargo, listen for.
67 good.
Engine 11, we'll be out of service for 1-0. I will be removing the upstairs.
123. 211, Bravo 220 for the welfare check of the 2240 ID.
Yeah, you control
I was service in the last 15 minutes, 1353.
Okay, everything's 10-4. We're out with Principal Stevie Ray and the student. He's probably first or second grade. Everything's 10-4.
32.
Clear shoreline out of service. 38.
American 38, go ahead.
24.
Okay, I can hear you there.
1 back to the jail.
Dolores Tom Williams Drive 4135. Yeah, you can see Dolores. Charlie 265. 6728 came back. Expiration October 2025, 2019. On pickup black and color. Jennifer Pina, Montiveros. Mission negative 29. Insurance showing confirmed.
Hello.
2-3, 2-4,
Location.
240 traffic.
Whatever, Saratoga.
Right, we do have some breaking news. Pursuit of.
Going to be a Porter Industrial, Charles 6 John 096.
123. Wells Fargo, Silver. 123.
167. Did you confirm insurance on that 20?
Bravo 211, Bravo 220 for the welfare check of the 2240 ID.
Okay, everything's 10-4. We're out with okay, everything's 10-4. He's probably we're out with okay, everything's 10-4. He's probably we're out with okay, everything's 10-4. He's probably we're out with okay, everything's 10-4. He's
Hello.
Elizabeth and 16th, David King William 5341.
Hey, the oil's in it. Don't get me excited like that, bro.
Elizabeth and 16th, 92. Sorry. 92. Sorry. Nothing on your location?
Where is your line out service?
38, go ahead.
City 24, County Court, Law 551, back to the jail.
Sounds quick.
638, 23 jail.
Charlie 265 and
Hello. Location.
240 traffic.
Hello.
Whatever, Saratoga.
That's 915, radio check. Going to be a Porter Industrial on Charles 6 John 096.
Delta 265, communication.
49 plus 4.
Route 35 to 270, all clear at 6 points. Christi, we're passing.
45.
MRI. D321 traffic.
Hello.
Ground clear. D321. Location. 74, thank you. Elizabeth and 16th, David King William 5341.
Hey, the oil's in it. Don't get me excited like that, bro.
Elizabeth and 16th,
303.
Nothing on your location? 303.
Exterior door check, junior high, complete.
In a rare move, Chinese authorities have gestured zero tolerance concerning cyber attacks by offering rewards to the public for information that could lead to the arrest of a group of U.S. government hackers targeting China. The Public Security Bureau Harbin in northeast China's Heilongjiang province disclosed that Catherine Wilson, Robert Snelling, and Stephen Johnson were part of mass cyber attacks schemed by an office with U.S. National Security Agency, notoriously known as TAO, short for Office of Tailored Access Operation. China also detected the mastermind behind a 2022 cyber attack against a leading Chinese aviation university was TAO. Calling those three secret agents, Harbin police said the investigation found they repeatedly carried out cyber attacks on China's critical information infrastructure and enterprises, including tech giant Huawei. And the latest was Harbin's Asian Winter Games this February.
During the Asian Winter Games, the NSA purchased IP addresses in different countries and anonymously rented a large number of network servers located in Europe, Asia, and other countries and regions to carry out attacks on relevant systems, critical information infrastructure, and specific departments. This time, we've also found the NSA has conducted zero-day attacks through which specific Trojans can be implanted after attacking the operating system to carry out a latent burial, similar to a time bomb that can be awakened at any time by sending encrypted byte data.
Further findings suggest that the attacks against the Asian Winter Games be traced to University of California and Virginia Tech. Both institutes were founded by the NSA in the realm of cyber warfare, and this warfare is now in a smarter trend.
The U.S. cyber attacks have applied AI technology in their scope. Not only the game's registration information systems, but also a number of infrastructure units in Heilongjiang province were targeted. The AI agents can copy a large number of digital hackers and design combat plans, generate attack tools, and implement indiscriminate attacks. Digital hackers also react much faster than humans. This type of attack is unprecedented and poses a huge challenge to national security.
China has expressed serious concerns about cyber attacks it has exposed, noting it is one of the main victims of them, urging specifically the U.S. to adopt a responsible attitude and refrain from slaughtering others. 周嘉欣 CGTN, Beijing.
I think that's a shop, a maintenance shop thing.
最长路12 203 Young Beach Avenue. 181 northbound, not with
Alpha Bravo side of the structure.
Unit 2.
Call for engine 9 and 12.
I'll double check with that range. Right.
3-story structure. We're still showing on the all crews. We're getting reports that there's possibly 2 victims in the structure. 2 victims in the structure. Received. Lieutenant 1 arrival scene.
Charlie, why don't you anything?
Understand you have smoke. Still 30.
I'm sorry, I switched to patrol 3.
Show me on the side of the structure.
Show me on the service authority.
1041.
I'm clear, and we'll be heading
primary. 2544. 6 a.m. Delta 140 traffic.
Dispatch 914.
On duty.
203 camera, everybody on the structure.
Victor, Mary John, 3374. 500 East Edward.
We're going to be out of service customer service. There's a fault car on Saratoga and Staples.
10-4. Victor Farwell, kind of by case. 10-4, clear.
Good.
Hey, we're not seeing any bikes reported stolen or missing.
Dispatch 914, we're back in service. Staples Avenue.
Young Beach Avenue. 181 northbound, not with like 5 service. Yes,
What are you guys doing? Unit 2.
Okay, I can't pull it up. Just give it to me.
10-4, I'll be standing by at the university. Thank you much.
256 Q23.
Medic 1's responding 5180, Medic.
Be advised, all crews, we're getting reports that there's possibly 2 victims in the structure. 2 victims in the structure. How long was it on?
No, the future.
5 Charlie.
Okay. 10 more.
CB 41.
604.
Drop out the first cash on here at 2746.
10-4.
Charlie, you want to go family today?
What's on duty?
Action. 519 up. 30. I'm sorry, I switched to patrol 3.
Yeah, I'll be out on Hebert. My command received you come in a little bit quiet, but it sounds like you had a victim coming out of the local site. Command received. You found a victim on the Delta side. You need to finish your primary search.
2544. 6 a.m.
203 camera, everybody on the Yeah,
on duty.
10-4. At 1402.
203 clear.
204. 4 on duty at 1400. Delta 140 clear.
Delta 140.
Can you show me with 2 juvenile females around to JJC Spud Module and ready?
Yeah, I see bikes reported stolen.
Go ahead, man, 2. It's going to be 87252, 87252.
900 Weber, Henry Robert Frank, 0232.
Henry Robert Frank, 0232. Confirm.
What are you asking?
243.
Command received. You isolated the room. You found a victim.
On the 3900 block of Delphine and stopping.
3900 block of Delphine and stopping. 10-4.
Command received. Agent 9 has completed primary search and currently exiting the structure. Command received. Coming a little bit quiet, but it sounds like you had a victim coming out of the side.
179. Okay, show me how that probably one.
179. Can you show us the
Command received. Agent souls coming out of the additional victim side. You need to finish your primary search.
10-4. At 1402.
Field clear.
Does 145.
Make one's on.
Can you show me with two juvenile
Same as in Greenboro, Paul, Frank X-ray 1636. Yeah.
Paul Frank X-ray 1636.
Go ahead and hold.
It's going to be 87252, 87252. 5,000.
You got to start an ID over here for our investigators request.
Command received. You isolated the command received. Agent 9 is out of the structure.
10-4.
I know.
Go ahead.
Hey, I have a check transmission live that just came on. 85, you can show me clear from my last call. 10-4. Already did.
Okay, man. 4.
Yes, sir. 39 is wanting to speak with you.
Agent 9 has
you to give him a call.
primary search. Can you repeat that? Exiting the structure.
500. You're over here. I'll shoot you. AC 900.
Command received. You got to think about the building. Is all my crews out of the building?
Yeah, hang up on you. Yeah, I dropped. 501, that's where.
Williams on duty. Command received. Agent souls coming out of the...
Agent 10 minutes 1. Agent 10 minutes 1 on the Anchor facility evaluation at the VA operations and 925 SPID.
Urban's filling out a structure right now.
Will be Boy 115. ESU 123. And the property was point for $1. Even for the 1406.
5,000.
5,000.
I can add you to some of your prices in Euro too.
Command received. Agent 9 is out of the structure.
3 and 4 kilowatts.
85, you can show me clear.
Yeah. 4-5. No, so they care.
10-4. Already did.
Units in class, copy message up to 412 East Elm. 412 East Elm is going to be for a 660 mile, we can't walk.
It's April Medina.
Engine 1 at Station 4, and then 14 for an inter-facility evaluation of medical needle. 4254 South Alameda. EAZ 1103, caution of Everhard Robert Park, work off of Venus 1 at 1407.
909, dispatch individual. Yeah, 14 Steve, we cover the hospital building. 5 leaving the station and then around to White Cat.
Repeat, everyone you're clear, I'm going to keep you at station 4.
Yes, sir, I had a 1025 come on the bus. Williams, I guess he had a broken bottle of alcohol in one of his bags and it spilled from the bus. Smells like alcohol. Commander, Urban's filling out a search right now. Yeah, we see.
21.
Corner season.
And out.
70, clear. Boy Victor 9, John 057.
Airport 21 in the area 14.
Sir, can you make contact with 909? He had an individual spill alcohol in his unit. He says he needs to clean. He said he's cleaned up as much as he could, but he said it still smells like alcohol. He's the 29, headed to Compton and Waldron.
For a 66-year-old male, we can't walk. Who is he with? There was someone.
1014, radio check.
Oh, break off, Mondo.
Loud and clear. Forces, thank you. 909, dispatch individual.
Yeah, 14 received. We
Step 4 on the 80 mile.
AC 1990 dispatch.
Tracy 10, can you show me a signal 4 at Gola Harness stores?
10. Airport 21 in the area.
70.
Area 1408.
Yeah.
Supervisor 29.
Bravo 190 clear traffic.
612.
612.
Bravo 211 with the 41.
Sir, can you make contact with 909? He has an individual, still alcohol in his unit. He just probably needs to clean. He said he's cleaned up as much as he could, but he said it still smells like alcohol. He's the 29, headed to Compton and Waldron.
I want to break off my nose. Put up 50. Oh, let me see.
10-4 on the 80 mile.
Airport 21.
She's on 3042.
Two occasions is showing around in his GM. He might not have access to it yet. I'll be clear.
Yes.
Location?
5720 Leopard.
Yes, that's my one around the address.
10-4, thank you.
Damn, it's just around town. Come on.
069, we'll be following 311.
Come on.
Early TP 31.
604 Robert, show me clear.
179.
Show me clear, show me en route to 2840 South Alameda.
Show me that JJC, and miles to be 4036, repeating 4036.
It was going to be en route, no ETA provided. Yes, that's my one around the address.
8030.
DP30 close, I'll be clear.
I'll be clear, and can put me out with 31, please.
Can you repeat that, sir?
650.
Y'all told medic unit in the front of the building. There'll be a police officer that will escort you up. And I'm going to use your identification when they're into the building.
Sorry, keep looking traffic.
Show me that JJC, and miles to be 4036, repeating 4036.
10-4, 1411.
I'll
be back 3656.
Going to be en route, no ETA provided.
61, can you show me, or build me a call at 6430 Oak Brook Drive and reference the 29 subject?
141, we check on 45, number 1.
Come on.
Okay, can you put me out with it?
10-4.
05, guys.
4912, traffic.
35, right.
Oh, for Shimmer Avenue, JJC. Any mile, 280.
Go Weber, Boy Charles 8, Lincoln 375.
Okay. Boy Charles 8, Lincoln 375.
Can you repeat that, sir?
650.
10-4, I'm ready now.
10-8, Adam. I'll advise you, but I just want to get there.
Dispatch medic 3.
Park medic unit in the front of the building. There'll be a police officer that will escort you up. I'm going to lose radio communication once I enter the building.
Proceed, thank you.
Medic 1's transporting.
127. Copy, that's one thing. Yes, yes, super.
Copy ending mileage.
Good. Joey 160, can you send the additional unit if there's one available?
Any mile, 280.
Alright. Here we go, unit, second clear. Get back on Charlie 160, 194, 29 subject.
That's 40 out. 936. Charlie 225, low clear. 32, and about 10-7.
10-4, Roger.
Isn't that mother contact or ZOP?
4912 last 4 is going to be 6062 6062.
612 or so. DP40, DP41. Medical on scene.
Medical on scene. Cassie, medical on scene.
Thank you. Copy ending mileage. Traffic.
Right.
Okay. 9550 Blue Jay. 32, Charlie, just be advised, she's with their costs.
Yeah, person 8. So far, 306.
Overcast, 10.
Good.
Charlie 155, I'm going to search for this stalled vehicle. Looks like it's going to be occupied by an elderly male, and the vehicle has a broken axle. It's going to be SPID and Rotfield. SPID and Rotfield.
New York logistics for gear swap. It's going to be engine 8, engine 18, engine 6, engine 14, rescue 3, and ladder 7.
Sure. Do you have any tickets to close?
5003 to dispatch. We have an individual, please.
Engine 8, 18, 6, 14, a rescue 3, and another 7.
I'll be at 107 South First Street, apartment 8.
107 South First, 8 Adams.
Alright, yeah, if you want to take care of those AOCs, then if I get an emergency, I'll call you.
32. Can you have a name and date of birth, please?
What?
Last name, Robert. Harry Adam, Lincoln, Ocean Robert Young. First name, Dennis. David Edward from Illinois. Ida Sam. Date of birth of 10/25 of 51.
ABC Andrews.
First two.
Double.
New York 32 next to gear swap.
Yes, I was
engine 8, engine 18, engine 6, engine 14, rescue 3, and ladder 7.
Yeah, I'm clear my part. Do you have any tickets to close?
No, check it out, Kentucky.
5003 to dispatch. We have an individual, please.
The time we received engine 8, 18, 6, 14, a rescue 3, and ladder 7.
Bravo 220, I'm clear. Give me the info.
First Street, apartment 8, Adam.
107 South First.
5517, show me in rock.
Alright, yeah.
1105 EQ.
Fire dispatch from 14.
Go ahead, Medical 14.
Correction. Fire dispatch from Medical 11. We're transporting code 1 to Baby Game 90. 32.
I'm Mary 14 with you, code 1 day. Right. I'm calling for engine 101 and X 17. Call for engine 101 and X 17 on an interfacility evaluation. Vehicle statement oncology at 712 Booty Street. EZ is 3309. Pressure of 8 and 5th. Responding units, EMS 1 at 1419.
No, 5 Check it out, Kentucky.
Department.
Wait, Nora, Charles,
03, I'm out to dinner.
9942.
10-4. Zero on Charlie, got the cuts back on, back down to shoreline. Fire dispatch from Medical 14.
Bye-bye. 321, I'll be clear, Mr. Prospect, here would be around back to 500 E78.
Roger, stand back around, fire dispatch from Medical 11.
Fire dispatch, Mr. Commander.
Baby Game 90. 32, he's clear. Go ahead.
The first unit on scene arrival time was 12:41 and 23 seconds. Patient was taken out of the house at 1300 hours and 26 seconds.
49 12. Traffic. Delta 220 area.
Okay. Event number 29.
And do you have a agent flight?
10-4. Delta 3, I'm out to dinner. Lifeguard 5 to Lifeguard 4, are we in service?
Hi.
Suspect is 359-158.
321, I'll be clear, Mr. Prospect, here would be around back to 500 E78.
4-4.
Fire dispatch, Mr. Commander.
Go ahead. Dispatch from Lifeguard 5.
318, 317, can you check
One
the
of the trucks, so far.
Yes, ma'am. Please show Lifeguards 1, 4, and 5 and 0 from the Gulf Beach. Anybody coming to the airport?
The first unit on scene arrival time is 23:92. Nina C. 23 seconds by Nina. Patient was taken out of the house at 1300 hours and 26 seconds. Where's my time go?
You can send me clear from that. I am fixing to cross over the causeway heading to Flowerville traffic. Okay. What time do you get back to the station? Sorry, sir, I didn't catch that. Our dispatchers may agree to check.
Stand by, I have the dispatcher call. Call for Animal Medic 71, engine 5. Animal Medic 71 and engine 5 on a traffic accident with injuries. Highway 44 westbound in Clarkwood. Highway 44 westbound Clarkwood. EUV is 1210. Carrying a female on the vehicle. Until we do the accident, we're off of ES1 at 1422. Break. Engine 8 on clear. Over.
Units in south, traffic must be up to 147 Algebon. 147 Algebon, 247-year-old male.
Anybody coming to the airport? Yes, that's affirmative. 1, 4, and 5. Okay, what time do you get by Bay Area Hospital? 126.
11:23:92.
You found property, marker 18 on the beach, city maintenance. Sorry, Jim. 440 cars down on the beach. Approaching 30.
Also, 3 boy D2.
49, 12 passport, please. Okay, I'll try to get you to the Bay Area Hospital. 10-4, thank you, sir. Charlie, 155, in area.
Engine 10, stand by for 1 second. 2-4. 49 406 6076. Copy AEP for what reason? Location?
We do see one in the area for construction. They're supposed to be checking the drainage.
Our dispatchers may agree to check. We'll take it.
Taking engine 5 pass. Please, engine 5 you're clear. Back and forth.
920 transit. Message received.
Houston Pass, passing my street up to 147 Alzadon. 147 Alzadon, 2 for a 70-year-old male. Sheriff's Office, please.
Stand by for fire and EMS page, fire and EMS.
You want to sir?
Stand by for fire and
The ER.
fire and EMS. I'll be back at 5:37.
2206.
Go ahead.
Also 3 board gate 2.
And just let me say go.
You over there, found property, marker 18 on the beach, city maintenance.
We're getting additional updates for 971 and engine 10.
Nope.
The advices on the fundraisers will be
So we don't know, but
Attention Allegiance in Station 2, Allegiance in Station 2. May view en route to 213 Blanco, 213 Blanco.
Engine 71 go.
He is not feeling good.
we'll be in now. What group?
Attention Allegiance in Station 2, Allegiance in Station 2. May view en route to 213
Charlie, 220 traffic.
213 Blanco. On the floor, he is not
Colorado Commonwealth Parkway on 4 David Victor 721.
Engine 71 for gate. 4 David Victor 721. Enter.
12 your last 4, 6076, 6076.
Logo 4,
Copy, AEP, what happened?
Go ahead. That's for you. We're going to be taking this little game flag down here at PY and West.
110 traffic.
Purpose to screw me on the road. Yes, sir. The city crew is on the intersection of Bloomington and Barrera now. I don't think I'll be able to make the right on Bloomington.
FYI, I took this road request, and we do see one in the area for JE Construction. They're supposed to be checking the drainage system area.
Can you copy the second plate?
Tom Charles John 0558. Tom Charles John 0558.
I think it's a little bit past that.
The ER.
I'll be back at 5:37.
106. Show me
You have a unit stuck over there, is that what you're saying? Because I went, straight on
3125.
What
group?
1008, ready check.
Oh, that's you, Jim?
10-4, thank you.
60 pounds.
Logo 4, turn down.
Delta 210, go ahead. I'm not alone received.
Delta 190, can you show me out on a 7 at me?
Unit 7?
Go for it.
54 cases and 8
Adam, CJ.
at this location. I'll be 10-8.
Yeah, if you're doing this on side, if you can get that unit behind me, this lane to slow down traffic.
I think it's a little bit past that.
$141, man, at TM Clark, school check.
You have a unit stuck over there, is that what you're saying? That went straight on.
1008, ready check.
17 from 101.
1004. 1004, thank you.
60 pounds.
Okay, 12 on left.
And a unit interrupt in a traffic accident at PDLC Hardy. They're advising on the westbound side.
I'm going to go ahead and look at that now.
Westbound side, report Hartwood.
117 from 101. 117, go ahead. At this location, I'll be 10-8.
We'll be out on foot.
I dispatched to FMO1.
No, it's 11 corpus, 1028. Go ahead. Lincoln Frank Nora 5143. Frank Nora 5143.
I'm just going to take 2 of your logistics. I also have a medic 7 that just cleared up. I have the Black Frank 91 available.
Dropping off at that point.
58 3058.
Copy that. What are you showing Medicaid status?
We're transporting one juvenile female to the GDC again, beginning Mary 0.
Medicaid from SMO1.
Number 1429. And a unit around the traffic accident. SPD on scene already. They're advising on the west side.
Squad 2 on scene. Alright, 4915 traffic.
917 from
Laredo at Alameda. Adam Union 32058. 3 Charles 1405 Corpus 1028.
17 Corpus, someone wake up, guys.
I'm just
All crews are ready for the drill.
Frank Nora 5143. Frank Nora 5143.
Medic 14, sponsor line.
SMO1, I just want to advise of the medic is I only have like 2 available medics. I also have a medic 7 that just cleared up. I also have the Black Medic 91 available.
Copy that. What are you showing medic status? Dispatch from SMO1 Ross on station 830. Medicaid from SMO1. You stated that Medicaid's still on the fire call? Yes,
that's correct.
4040 Shannon Boulevard. See if you can get a hold of them and ask them their location.
58298. 357. Somebody call me in.
We're going to take the van and search tactic on the
1208 civil. Everyone's going to go ahead and swing it, man. I'm telling you, all command received this room. You have a heavy smoking flames rush on off. And you are advised we continue to use your engine center to handle. 4630 Kirkwood. Yeah, so you can like service. You're right, you set up additional circles on the side of the structure. Please work with engine 9. Go ahead. Dispatch from FMO1. Ross on station. I'm just turning on Compton right now. I'm 7 minutes down.
Very fast to make 8. Very fast to make 8 on group 7.
Try to stand by for you.
I'm going to get out. I don't know what try to look for you.
Sorry, when I copy Marshall Plate 602, William 4 Lincoln.
Copy the location. It's going to be on the overpass. Westbound.
We're going to take the van and search tactic on the second floor of the Delta side.
Everyone's going to go ahead and swing it, man. Command received. You have a heavy smoking flames rush on off all sides. You're going to have
and y'all advise me you continue to need us or engine center 3 can handle.
Dispatch from Rescue 3. Civil. Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, can you provide the service? We're ready to review it. Dispatch from medics and everything else. We have on that. The truck company. Somebody go ahead and we are on the scene of additional servers on the side of the structure. Please work with engine 9.
Dispatch received. 35 to make 8 on group 7.
Agent 73 from 44 Command, on your arrival, go ahead and stage your truck behind the PD unit and cone, and protect that left lane. Medic 71, I'll bring you up in front of members of the SUV. Engine 9 is not a good one. One female, this is structure.
Remaining out of service on the default.
4915. The last four is 5195, 5195.
4110 traffic.
Dispatch for rescue 3.
Yeah, you're gonna have to come back this direction anyways.
Here at
4912.
Last four.
You gotta get ready. Would you like for me to transport? Last four, 6100. Registration expired December of 2023.
Sorry, what was his name?
42. Security guy just said it's going to be 50 navigation at
RV Drive. Way south.
Go medical. Hey, can you
Dispatcher, engine 4.
Engine 73. And on your arrival,
Maybe 14 arriving 4 points.
behind the PD unit in the cone.
radio check.
And Max 71, I'll bring you up in front of the black SUV. One female this time. Engine 9, I'll bring him out to the status structure.
Remaining out of service on the default.
17 private.
533 via.
301 here.
607. Highway 44 command, from 71, keep letting this continue.
Yeah, you're gonna have to come back this direction anyways. I don't think it's
Clear.
318
That's 142.
Command copy. Trying to bring them out.
Over.
370 English.
731 forward.
Stand door copy that. It's going to be 50 navigation at RV Park.
All aboard, Dad.
Yeah, looks like we're on the block. Let me take a ride here. Let me take a ride here and see if anybody's waiting out there. If not, I'll have you go down a couple of blocks.
1381.
Yeah, we're 14 arriving 4 points.
911 radio check.
Non-clear. Stand for, thank you.
Receive. Engine 9, primary service complete.
That work.
Well, for you shoot the I'll bring up to HQ. 301 here. And did you want to do the place on the call?
Yeah, you're going to come down in Vida. In Vida. Yeah, because there's somebody waiting here. Come down in Vida Street.
That's 142.
Okay. 6, west side. 7.
10-4, I'm heading back already. Just turned back on SPID.
10-4. 10-4, copy that. Thank you.
10-4, thank you.
189, call dispatch, please. 89, call dispatch back. 311, go south.
Appreciate the information. 10-4. 10-4.
7-3, just
3.13 traffic.
Sorry, 116.
Thank you.
Delta 250, clear comments. Delta 250,
Well, for you shoot me clear DGC, I'll bring up to HQ.
Engine 71, you can clear and return. Thank you.
10-4. Dispatch, copy that. 23. I'll be heading to the area. Location.
Delta 4250, correct escalation, 3742 Reno, 3742 Reno, 7. The contact with Edmundo Garcia.
10-4.
It goes way too late. You said, Dave, put back on radio route. Back on radio route. I'll be stationary. That one lane goes off.
EAB, parking lot. EAB, interior going to code.
That's what's up. Yeah, there's one coming in about 5 minutes, 5 or 6 minutes. Right now I have a Operator, go straight down Barrera, right on Horn, right on Vida. We have one turning by there.
Delta 250, I'm clear recover.
Delta 250.
Engine 71, you can clear return, thank you.
Okay. 10-4. Just back over there. 23.
4912 traffic.
Location.
Safety Colonel, clear for sir.
I'm ready. 8 received your patient.
05, 438, talk down.
Is waiting outside of the complex. Black Suburban with a hazard light on.
3742 Reynosa, 3742 Reynosa. Make contact with Edmundo Garcia.
Two. Make sure everything's clear, complete. 27.
10-4. Unit 7, standby. Communication off.
Oh, for your showing out at HQ.
Received. 10-4.
Alright, House 24. Yeah, can you put them back on regular route? Back on regular route. I'll be stationary. They got everything closed off. I'll be monitoring this area.
Charlie 210, Charlie 220 for a disturbance call. 4809 Cheryl. 4809 Cheryl. Sometimes June.
Alright, that works out back from right. It's going to be 610061.
Yeah, there's one coming in about 5 minutes. Right now, I have an operator go straight down by Barrera.
57-137-318.
Charlie 251
investigation. Received.
4040 Shannon Boulevard, apartment 228.
That trucks here in a minute.
24 clear curb, sorry.
Number 2.
Go away, UPL.
Oh, for your showing out at HQ.
10-4.
84 is accidental.
10-4.
Charlie 130, zero per.
10-4, okay.
DP4.
Charlie 210, Charlie 220 for a disturbance call. 4809 Cheryl. 4809 Cheryl. Sometimes Julian.
Up here.
4809
That works out. Case number is going to be 610061.
270, ID arrived.
270, can you show me 4126 standing? 318, nothing found.
Hold on a 7 civil.
Bravo 220, case number.
1261 county.
57-137-318.
Charlie 250, you can open it up over.
4040 Shannon Boulevard, apartment 228.
Air received. 10-4.
Purpose Alpha 151 investigation received.
21 curb, sorry. 42.
We're going to start moving all these trucks here in a minute.
24 clear curb, sorry.
117.
Number 2.
Go away, UPL.
Charlie 130, zero per.
Thank you.
Please, take a seat. Can I get you anything? A tea or a coffee? I'm good.
Up here. Office.
494616 6916.
Delta 250, both are Adam 220,
Nothing found.
Bravo 220, case number.
10-4.
1261 county.
How can I help you?
10-4.
What can you tell me about Seth Corban?
201,
David George Zebra 099.
Not a problem.
David George Zebra 0996, 10 4. 992, 10 4. Just see where you are coming in low.
10,006. Dispatch, individual line, please.
Right, CC, starting out 822. Henry 0978, 10 4.
02, Beacon Aspen.
10 4, there is it.
Just 149.
Cash. Oh.
Hi, I'm now going to Robstown. I'm at bus stop 1432. Right now I'm doing
just a front. See, it's the army manipulating something.
This is not going into gear. I've shut it off and reset it.
Amy?
What? I mean, he is. Don't deny it. Come on.
The Guitar Center, Lincoln Road 85566. 06 series, you see around to Baffin Bay. Lincoln Road 85566, call and people, send me the Guitar Center.
201, David George Zebra 0992.
951. David George Zebra 0996, 10 4.
Delta 1, change it.
Delta 278, 2 4.
10 4, clear.
1 out, clear.
0992.
992, 10 4. Just see where you are coming in low. 10 4.
Leave me be. 10,006. Dispatch, individual line, please.
Here, Dawson, for Lisbon.
Henry 0908.
Sister's right.
This one.
It's my daughter's.
Charlie 30, Charlie 16 for a cardiac call, 410 sharing, 410 sharing. Regular and feeling not conscious, not breathing. Isolation sharing, 410 sharing. EUP 132.
Right now I'm doing 24 minutes, but my bus is not going into gear. I've shut it off and reset it. That did not help.
23, Mike.
Go ahead, dispatch.
When ready.
Staples, pulling in the Guitar Center, Lincoln Road 85566. 06 series, you see around to Baffin Bay.
Lincoln Mary King 55 the 66 caller and Staples pulling into the Guitar Center.
06, clear from ECC. Did you want a 30 unit for the highway or for Fannin? Delta 110 and Delta 130. Okay, well, 26 south at Agnes, 26 southbound at Agnes.
Delta 1, change it.
1 out, clear. I'm parking.
5 dispatch from 17.
I'm going, 917.
Here, Dawson.
1006 to dispatch. We are on the road, but we are 26 minutes delayed getting into Robstown.
You check for somebody or something?
UCC.
Sorry, 2
I had to relog in.
Three dispatch.
Unit 4.
In 2023, a Russian commander was assassinated on an early morning jog in his hometown. To plan and execute the operation, the Ukrainian intelligence service leveraged fitness and locational data from his smartwatch, a GPS-enabled Garmin Fenix 6X. This is the new age of gray zone conflict. In this video, we'll delve deeper into the counterintelligence risks presented by smartwatches, like the Apple Watch. Watches of Espionage is curated by a former CIA case officer with a passion for timepieces. On the WOE YouTube channel, we explore the intersection of watches in the military, intelligence, and national security. Be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon to be informed when we release new videos. Whether watch nerds like it or not, the smartwatch is here to stay. Apple sells more Apple Watches in a quarter than the entire Swiss watch industry does in a year. For most people, it makes sense. Smartwatches like the Apple Watch and many Garmin models offer significant lifestyle benefits, including fitness tracking, communication, navigation, and sleep monitoring. However, for CIA officers and special operators who rely on anonymity to securely conduct clandestine operations, these network devices are a counterintelligence vulnerability and a potential opportunity for exploitation by bad actors.
Parker 203, Victor Young Mary, 8819. 10-4. Put him back on regular route. Show me the area of Creekside for dismissal. 4912, last one, please.
Hello, Victor Young Mary, 8819. 4912,
We have 4040 Shannon Boulevard, apartment 236.
I'm not sure who's calling in. Go ahead.
It's going to be coming from northwest. Copy that. Taking in here. 3913, clear traffic.
Medic 13, 82 and 13 and Medic 91.
10-4, thank you.
103. Engine 8, stand by for call here. Engine 8, call for engine 8, large call for fire alarm. From the fitness. 4222 South Equals. ESD 1104, caution automatic and call on. Company is at work. Work on the fire dispatch right now at 1449.
Investigation.
You started on Honduras.
Any precinct 1 constable available to Delta units at 3742 Reynosa.
It's going to be Oasis Tavern for 2 vehicle accident. Everything, 1 person is laying in the grass.
Over.
Adam 221, report.
Cover.
Fire dispatch, minute 11. On scene, how can I ask?
I'm very clear.
301, I'll be around to the PD to pick up that info.
2800 on patrol 3. On scene, have command received. Your assigned group is EMS 2.
Sorry, 265 in the area.
Received. Over.
Any briefing one available? Copy.
Nice question, that was for me. That's in 665 and 87. Tom, David Hedford.
318 to 203.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for one. Location.
That's 120, that's 120 for population 48.
318.
I'm sure it looked like he was, 303 to road supervisor, but he was available 3063. Shawnee, the medic, too. Coming from, like in the I'm from Northwest.
Receive, medic 2, I'm going to have you stay to station 9. I'm medic 2 to station 9.
Dispatch from the code 1 Link those calls, please.
He's on a pillow right now.
12-8, UTL.
4912, I'm clear.
Sorry, dispatch, FM1.
How far?
It's going to be your Texas handicap rate zebra, Lincoln 5.
301, I'll be around to the PD to pick up the impound key.
Danger 11, medic 11.
4912 traffic.
2800 on patrol 3.
Staples and over Hartford in the CDS. Tom Zebra Victor 0549.
It's copy crash on server, Charlton 4, Charlton 4.
Engine 8. I'm still on the
1452.
4915 traffic.
21.
30 minutes, can you send my trips, please? 3032. No, 274. 182, clear. That's 120, that's 140 for speculation, 28 in Leopard, and Baldwin. Make contact with employee Maya.
Unit 2, Dr. 4. Northern Mary, 1674, 1900 South Sea, Waltham Gray. 318-203.
I'm unsure. It looked like he was,
That's not one, clear.
Is it 482? Stand by for call, I'm here.
It's coming to the, Capital coming. There's an accident right there.
303 to road supervisor. I have an individual
They had the right lane blocked.
He's just hanging halfway out of the vehicle. I'm unsure what his vehicle his injuries are.
Dispatch to everyone.
Yeah, we need to rush him for medics. He seems pretty bad.
26, copy, thank you.
Out of medics.
Dispatch for medic 3. We're clear from shoreline. We're closer to that call on Shawnee, the medic 2. We'll take it.
10-4, rush up the medic.
4915, last word would be 6155. 6155.
Go ahead. Ignition for medic 2. Medic 2, you're clear, so you're
Lincoln Laura, 7772. Texas tag 7464 Union 42. Correct. 335.
Antonio, Texas, handicap late, zebra.
Frank Robert Paul, 860.
The benefits of wearables, including smartwatches, are limitless. Even though their high-tech functionality runs counter to much of the analog-inspired stories at WOE, smartwatches are simply great tools, providing immediate and actionable data to improve productivity and increase situational awareness. Smartwatches constantly collect data on the wearer's location, surroundings, vital signs, and movement. That data is typically first held on the device before being sent to the cloud for storage and analysis. This data is often packaged and sold to third parties for targeted advertisement or other marketing purposes. While this is inherently creepy, for the average person, it isn't a matter of life and death. In the world of intelligence and the military, it can be exactly that. And there are numerous examples of smartwatch data being used for nefarious purposes. In June 2023, Russian submarine commander Stanislav Rozhitsky was shot to death while on an early morning jog in the southern Russian city of Krasnodar. Surprisingly, Rozhitsky maintained a public profile with the fitness tracker Strava tied to his real name. He regularly uploaded data from his GPS-enabled Garmin Fenix 6X smartwatch to catalog running and cycling routes. A review of the data showed a pattern of him entering the 30th anniversary of Victory Park, the ultimate location of his death. The profile even contained publicly accessible pictures of the officer, providing a valuable resource to the assassin for positive identification. In 2017, an independent research firm called Bellingcat utilized Strava data consisting of over 3 trillion GPS data points to pinpoint sensitive U.S. government installations in Syria, Niger, Afghanistan, and elsewhere. The theoretically anonymous data was also manipulated and combined with other data sets to reveal the identities and home locations of several British Special Air Service, or SAS, personnel. Supposedly, anonymized data often isn't. Further, the lengths intelligence services will go to manipulate devices is clear. In September 2024, thousands of pagers and other devices exploded throughout Lebanon, reportedly a covert action carried out by Israel's Mossad. Being connected at all times is convenient, but the ramifications of devices like smartwatches can be serious depending on your line of work. For CIA case officers, a core competency is to recruit and securely handle agents for strategic intelligence collection. This activity ideally occurs in face-to-face clandestine meetings in back alleys, parks, and seedy hotel rooms. To securely collect human intelligence, the case officer must be black, meaning free from hostile surveillance to protect the identity of the asset. Traditionally, this requires a multi-hour surveillance detection route, or SDR, to determine your surveillance status before moving forward. The rise of network devices, including smartwatches and so-called smart cities with facial recognition and ubiquitous surveillance, makes an intelligence officer's job more difficult than ever before.
It's going to be for 104 and 706, but she's going to have to come back tomorrow. They're both out on something right now.
We're going to be in the southeast side of the school.
49 calls.
Mary John Paul, 9434.
We're going to be closer to anything?
Sales that we're unable to provide weapon systems in a reliable, effective way.
That's okay, no problem. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that when I was coming off the base just now, I already let the dispatch know that coming around that curve to get onto the on-ramp to come onto the inbound of SCID, I had to hit the brakes a little bit, and the drive cam went off. There was no indication of hitting back. They stopped pretty quick on me, and I was just had to hit the brakes a little hard to avoid the accident. I hit somebody.
3010 signal 630.
All very important.
Adam 70319. It's going to be for 104 and 706, but she's going to have to come back.
1107, sir.
They're both on something right now.
It is just about approved, and it's a big budget, and we want to spend the money properly. It's the best equipment in the world. We rebuilt our military during my first term, rebuilt it entirely, beautiful. And then someone gave it away to Afghanistan, stupidly, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country, I think. But it's still, we have to fix it up a little bit. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a good job of it, too. Thank you.
Next up, sir, we have a series of executive orders and a memorandum all relating to deregulation, which has obviously been a major priority for the administration. The first of these is an executive order. The Biden administration launched what you've called a war on showers. They had certain regulations that basically killed the water pressure of showers and other water appliances.
We're going to be cleared by
I mean, it's everything, sir. Dishwashers, toilets, sinks. But the shower heads are...
You don't get water. It's ridiculous.
So with this executive order, we're effectively going to be reversing that set of regulations to ensure that Americans have choice in the consumer market. If they want a low-flow shower head, they can buy one. If they want a real-deal shower head, they should have the ability to get one.
If you buy a new house, you pay a lot of money, and the developers...
Delta 115, Delta 230 for service 4334 Devin, they contact with Mr. Notes.
And you take a shower or wash your hands, whatever you do, including dishwashers when no water comes out. You wash your hands, and in my case, I like to take a nice shower.
Probably 11 knows it.
I have to stand under the shower for 15 minutes till it gets wet. It comes out drip, drip, drip. It's ridiculous. And what you do is you end up washing your hands 5 times longer. So it's the same way. And we're going to we're going to try and get all of those things, including straws, a little thing like straws a month ago, where the paper straws were melting, they were dissolving, they weren't working well. And we went back to the plastic straws. We're going to get Congress to memorialize just about everything we've done, because most of it's common sense. But the water is horrible. When you go into anytime you see a new faucet, you know it's going to be a long wash of the hands. And so we're changing. It's a big deal. I did it in the first administration. Biden came in his first week, and he had no idea what he was doing. But in his first week, he put the restrictions on all the bathroom utilities. Even in areas that have so much water, they don't know what to do with it. You see those areas all the time with the flooding. So we're doing that, and we're going to get all of the things that we've seen. I think we set a record. We're up to almost 200 and 500 amendments. Nobody's ever done that. We're going to get them approved by Congress, so they're memorialized. And we look forward to doing that. Very important. Congress is going to start working on it as soon as we get the big beautiful deal done. The big beautiful deal is important. The biggest tax cuts in the history of our country. That's important.
661, good. I said work time, there. 49. Last 4, please. Charlie 280.
Okay, is that okay? It's a 10.
It's a good shower.
We rate the signatures. That was a 10, that's why.
This is another executive order relating to deregulation, sir. There are a lot of regulations on the books that either promote monopoly directly or prevent new market entrants from entering into a given market. The net effect of that is very negative for consumers. So what this executive order is going to do is direct the departments and agencies to work with the FTC, with the Attorney General, with the Department of Justice, to ensure that the regulations we have on the books don't function as anti-competitive barriers to new market entrants. The net effect of all of that is going to hopefully be market forces that redound to the benefit of consumers and Americans as opposed to monopolistic businesses.
And relocating back to June.
Great student at Harvard before it went bad. It's gone really bad. Now they're teaching their students mathematics, basic mathematics. Can you believe it? So what does that mean? They're allowing people in that can't add 2 and 2? What's going on at Harvard?
I went to law school there, sir, and it was pretty liberal when I was there, but it's gone way off the deep end in recent years.
I don't know if you read that. They're teaching them basic mathematics, people that got accepted to Harvard. How come they got accepted if they don't have mathematics? We're holding back $8 billion. Can we believe? $8 billion. And we're holding back Columbia. We're holding back a lot of the schools because they were woke. And that's Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. There are a large number of regulations on the books. These are regulations that are currently in effect.
I'm going to run into the shop and get the weather because it's not back on my floor.
That otherwise are just blatantly illegal. So what this presidential memorandum does, basically just directs the heads of the
$220 for a position on the roadway, 1240 Southport, 1240 Southport from the $3 Airport Morgan.
It's a big deal.
That's 149.
It's really very important that we get these memorialized in Congress. The long haul, right?
Yes, sir. This is the last of our regulatory EOs today. This is zero-based regulatory budgeting. Over time, regulations accumulate on the books in the Federal Register. And people aren't taking a close, detailed look at what's on the books and clearing them out as times change and regulations become dated or ineffective. What this executive order is going to require is and agencies to scrutinize on a continuing rolling basis all of the regulations that actually have on the books and sunset those that either no longer serve a purpose or the departments and agencies can't identify a reason for keeping them
Show me out the Ronnie Folsom County building.
Class is going to be 2232
Road me.
That's 149.
Thank you, sir.
225 appeal.
645. We've taken action against a number of law firms that have in one way or another been involved in the weaponization of government or actions of lawfare. One of those law firms is Cecil Godfrey, similar to what we've done with other law firms. This is an executive order that takes certain measures against Cecil Godfrey to ensure that they can't access government resources, government buildings, scrutinizing certain aspects of their practices as a law firm, given their previous activities.
Also, 270, I'm in the area.
And we signed with many law firms, the ones that we
George 1226
William David Henry.
$1 million. They went for some pretty big numbers. I guess we have a total. What do we have? What's the total? What's the total right now?
Getting close to probably $600-700 million now, I would think. We've multiple at 100 million, some at 125 million. So the numbers are adding up. We're going to be close to $1 billion soon.
40 million. $40 million. But they don't admit guilt. Remember that, they don't admit guilt.
Show me out the Ronnie Folsom County building.
I just wanted to see the process with this one. Because
Crash is going to be 2230-2230.
645, Joe.
4510.
Weren't they all involved?
205
in the election in this guy? I think they were.
We're going to be stopping at Florida and Cozar.
Dispatch, Medic 3. Go.
L270, copy plate, Tom X-ray George 1226.
Tom
X-ray George 1226, 10-4.
All for DC, Dispatch, engine 18.
4915, lost 4.
Engine 18, go.
Engine 18, right here, 18 are clear off of Hubert. Auto service till we get to the station.
Engine 18 right near 18.
Last 4 going to be 6183, 6183.
Engine 18
right near 18.
Last 4 going to be 6183, 6183.
Engine 18 right near 18.
Last 4 going to be 6183, 6183.
Engine 18 right near 18.
I see that one for this. 305, 10-4, I'm around. 305, 10-4, I'm around. 42 from Odom. Dispatch, engine 18.
201. 4915, lost 4.
Engine 18, like here, 18 are clear off of Hubert. Auto service till we get to the station.
Distance from A1, arriving any mileage. A1, arriving any mileage. A1, arriving any mileage. A1, arriving any mileage.
I think we're too safe. Well, if you can hear you, there's, hold on, Texas municipal wires. So we clear.
Okay.
Here's what we can do, maybe, if not really push off. Good job.
I see that one for this.
305, 10-4, I'm around.
305, right there.
615, 10-4.
Go ahead.
42 from Odom.
42, you Robin.
Can I give it 530-46, please?
Okay.
Still the one for you here. Good copy.
21 engine.
Distance from A1, arriving any mileage means 1.
Repeat that last traffic.
Hi, there's 610. Charlie 225, that's not in progress. We know the 4,000 people that there's a tree. Contact your engine 10 minutes. She's saying that she wants a CTW with officers catch the female. She took off in a vehicle.
Let's see what we can do. Maybe, not really push off.
There's, hold on, Texas municipal wires. Set it off. So we clear.
Okay. Okay.
Good job. It was corpus. Warning issues. 305, it's all clear in the restroom.
405, so.
49, I'm clear, traffic.
Do you have an ETA for the caller on 7?
51 territory 821. I'm on 188 right now, maybe 3-4 minutes.
Can you show me an emergency listener with one phone?
10-4. Repeat that last traffic.
Hey, start from Saratoga and work back towards Timbergate.
Okay.
Traffic on 3046, please.
10-4 minutes.
And then you should meet up with Arnold.
Should we going over to the AP Gazarovski's office? Charlie 225, that's not in progress. 4104 South Staples up at OA Tree. Contact no traffic. Those RP can be contacted. She's saying that she wants to see CCW officer attach the female.
Yes, when you say that, it's amazing.
This message is 9. Go comment. We're clear in service and out of the shop.
6600.
In service to the shop, we have a caller on 7.
5901 territory 822.
I'm on 188 right now, maybe 3-4 minutes. Traffic from the
Keep it 30 clear.
Clear traffic. How did it interview?
12 going behind brush.
Space has become a hotly contested battlefield. And I don't mean that just metaphorically. Space stations with cannons mounted on them, satellites with lasers, missiles for destroying targets, and missiles for intercepting them have literally been not only envisioned, but also constructed and launched into orbit by the great powers of the world. Some have even been fired. And although all-out war has not begun to take place between nations in space, countries have prepared for the eventuality of violent conflict above our atmosphere for decades. They have designed guns and contingencies and even the occasional doomsday weapon. Would you like to take a look at
6503, radio check, 10-8 from the yard.
Another question.
Line clear, position. Dispatch from April.
We're not pitching last 4.
Keep it 30 clear.
When you overhead and stop,
15 last 4, going to be 6195. 6195. 10-10. Wait, paper, sir.
Clear traffic. How did it interview?
12 going behind brush.
Jane Smith is sitting on a Lufthansa machine bound to Frankfurt, Germany. She empties her second glass of red wine and fastens her seatbelt because the plane is about to land, and she passes through. Jane grabs some euros from an ATM, takes a cab.
So far, it's absolute record, and it's 250-2631. 250-2631.
117. You show me clear.
Jane Smith is sitting on a Lufthansa machine. She shows the officer her American passport. It's black. "Why are you here?" the officer asks. "Supporting technical consultations at the consulate," Jane responds. The officer stamps her passport, and she passes through. Jane grabs some euros from an ATM, takes a cab to a nearby hotel, and checks in. You see, a hacker. She's visiting a
global hacking program.
Spy stations reporting the CIA.
In the heart of Europe is just one of a giant network. Jane is working at the base for a time now when she gets a phone call. Her superiors need her expertise at another location. And walks to customs. Your first app is free for life. She doesn't have to be. There is a fast, easy, and intuitive way to build a website with our sponsors from almost 100 U.S. embassies, and she's free to enter the country, military base. All wireless communication from Europe, Africa, and Asia, 24/7. In Iraq and Afghanistan. Covert hacking bases in the heart of Europe, and people arrived. Warden prisons of the CIA was here, on a Polish military base near the small village of Stara Gikote, violate several human rights in prisons on their territory.
Active 15 miles received.
12-1-0.
Engine 9, stand by for calling me. Engine 9, engine 9, looking at my line. We're on the flight dispatch at 1517. Can you please put in 2320 Buford Street on Google Maps? I'm going to start PNC. It says resident services over she's at. She's at the office. It says she didn't see you guys. Can you please go back? Thank you.
Did you hear about an individual?
Well, John, 37655.
Timberline 55982. Boyd House 598.
115 garage.
Can you look at my 27? My name and date of birth?
The passenger's at the office. Can you please go back?
I'm going to call again.
I think it's super round.
45 Chicago.
I'm actually just out. That's what's good.
Three Charles, did you call me up?
One Charles.
You're an open air, sir. Can you please put in 2322 First Street on Google Maps? It'll take you exactly where
My guy's radio. Can't say TV today.
Quick question. If the wheels won't knock on the chair, we can't avoid this, correct?
Nora John, 37655. Location.
John, 4012.
Hamilton John 4012 300 South People, please deliver the number.
Necessary not from Massachusetts 560 video.
I'll pay your credit line. That's why I'm going to walk to the water and I'm going to ask my girl right now for it.
We provide time with information. $49.15 traffic. What was the time of the fire department? 1900 Staples, Henry Robert David 9993.
12 Living Rush.
Hamilton John 4012 300 South People, please deliver the number.
Yeah, well, I have a DO number for you now. Okay, she's saying she is on vehicle.
The tight fit coming out of Rush. There's a truck parked on the exit.
Charlie 210 finishing up with Charlie 1257155 52. I'm not sure the answer is.
Okay, so let me go down Buford one more time. She's saying she's on Buford.
Okay, the seat password going to be 6208, 6208.
184.
6205. Can you put me a call at 292 Yorktown just in the store and give me a case number?
No one's using that box either, so for any reason.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm using this one.
Yes, sir, there is a little sleeve.
Yeah, because the
Leaning against the bulletproof glass. I know it. Yeah. Oh, wow. They made it now. Hopefully they made it now.
Funny enough, I said it's 1.2 once. And I recognize it. So I got the bills. Well, I run into all of you guys apparently. Anyways, I talked to him for a while. It was pretty funny.
Sure, how are you? Been a while. How's life?
Good. I'm surprised there's not more people back here.
Were you not expecting that?
Oh, there's someone might have at this camera. Oh, Victor. Oh, he's in the back. You can use that camera.
I know.
Let's get an extra shot.
I know. What's my mission?
Special guest.
Down in front. Sir, down in front. Who's that?
Here we go. There we go. Thank you.
Little off switch.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Don't sell, just take it.
Oh, you know what it is?
Okay.
Smart. I mean, a lot of them. Yeah, some of them they never get yeah, I mean, like I said, it's like daily call. Some of these things.
Yeah, fair.
I thought that was you guys.
Turn on the.
I've heard lots of special speculation, but I have never.
That's Steve.
Any speculation? You're gonna get good.
Crickets. Well, you know it. Wasn't as crazy.
I know what you're
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, so you want to get them next house. What I could do, I could just literally come right down here, let you hop in there. Like that, you know.
If you're comfortable with that, they don't want to
Right. The only thing is exit. I'm going to make you just go by. You just got to make we got to switch it. Almost better. I'm going to just go right here. Once you get the shot.
I'll be fine.
Oh, do you know what it's at? How are you? Okay, thanks. All right. And then afterwards, we'll come down. And meet inside of the side plan. Yeah, he likes head on. Who needs it? This is your first briefing? Yeah, that's something else going on. Smile right there. So, I got a good shot at him from up here. I'm just here just in case he gets a question, basically. That's my main concern. That's what I really want to get. Just to prove that we work.
Case number 69-0069.
So I'll put 1, 2, go to edge 2, preview at F&M, go to F&M. Okay, so just so that they can have this, in fact, I'll turn off the lower.
Engine 1, you're running out of station 6, okay. And you want available in quarters for station 6.
So then I get them comfortable, I get them real comfortable. I run through that step. I got you. What am I supposed to be looking at? What am I supposed to be looking at?
Going inbound. I didn't know that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, let me advise him to go to bait and.
620. You can come yourself in.
See this? Can we put this on here then? That would help a lot. So much. That's my fault. It's my fault, but if we can put this on here, that'd be grateful.
4923, I'm clear.
That's 125 for the, or question, the 265, that's right. This is 2014, they contact with Sir.
Okay, I didn't know you were going inbound. Okay, you go inbound to the police station, park the bay in. I'll get you so much.
We can move it.
Okay, 10-4. No, General,
Meeting access to GHD.
Stand by for please.
Area. You said second floor stairwell.
Receive, American available first.
10-4, we have the suspect. We're taking to the second floor security.
Nothing 265, this will be Mary, Robert Williams, 813.
Engine 1, you're responding out of station.
You're
813. Just call 10-7 when you're going 10-7. Dispatch.
I'll be 10-8 from the jail.
110 in here.
Make contact with Anna Ramos.
Airport 62, white Dodge Ram pickup.
It's like not working out. I have obsolescence, so would you buy a new iPhone? I'll take your phone, go to buy a new one. I thought they got sued or something over it. Every single time you update your phone, it just slows it down, like makes something not work. That's what they tell you.
That's all they had to do. Yeah, that's all they had to do. They'd be happy. I don't know how many people file
Wait, did you get a transportation?
Remember, you still have 597 teachers out there following cars on the long lines of the post office. Oh,
South Capitol before they built the stadium. After the stadium for christi. Wait for SUV to pull out. Sure of the gas line. Yeah. And light was perfect. Actually, I'm going to find out all the roads. And light was golden. The golden light on the gas side.
Hey, New York. Hi. Mark. I don't have my stick mic, that's why you hear me off mic.
It's underneath. It's underneath you.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Hi, here I am. Check that other door. Okay.
It was the second floor too.
I'm turning you guys off now.
See the white stool.
It's a local building. Thank you.
There's a second one underneath you, I think.
Yeah,
I think that's
on your right side.
On that white stool underneath you?
It's on your right side.
Yeah.
Oh. Actually, this is me. Is that better? Yeah.
Gabe, you have the same thing. There's a lavalier if you want, and a statement.
Saudi Arabia.
Did you match me trying to exit? No, I'll just be 2 minutes. I'll climb up the window, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Did it say what term was? Yes.
Yeah.
With special guests?
Yeah.
Sounds like a concert lineup. Special guests.
Yeah, first page, by the way, no specification kill. Way less special guests.
Wording, it's all about wording, yes. Not too late. So he's on. We can always come. Yes.
Yeah. Push it over one way out, right? Yeah.
I'll be alright. I'm right here. She's still on.
Em uma carta enviada aos 193 estados, membros das Nações Unidas, a China e os Estados Unidos provocaram
physically, yes. I can't capture
A Casa Branca explicou o aumento verificado das ações retaliatórias da China, o que se refere a taxas de 145% já anunciadas em várias tarifas, que variam de 7,5% a 100% em produtos específicos, sem dar mais detalhes.
2 minutes until the briefing. 2 minutes until the briefing.
Watch out, big hole.
You make it back from Odessa?
So we're going to do
Sorry guys.
Sir, can you get with 9072? Get stuff transferred. Could be the 32 headed to south side off Everhart, and that's the idea.
Arguing with each other outside the location, the females inside the cab.
Good afternoon, everybody. President Trump campaigned on the promise to secure our homeland and deport violent alien criminals from our communities. That is why the American people overwhelmingly reelected him back to this office, and it's why the American people defeated the Democrat Party in devastating fashion. Today, we have officially learned Democrat officials still refuse to accept the will of the American people. Maryland Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen rushed to Dulles Airport this morning to fly to El Salvador, potentially using taxpayer dollars to demand the...
Sir, can you deal with 907? He's got stuff transferred. Could be the 32 headed to south side off Everhart, and that's the idea.
907, 10-4. We traffic at 6th and Angle on Victor North Victor, 4236. Yeah, thank you.
And it looks like the taxi driver and the male are arguing with each other outside the location, and the female inside the cab.
Charlie 265, clear, Baltimore.
Exit lane 4329. I'm on code.
I'll be signal 4 on 2026 and counter up to
I did not copy that. It's clear for her. 8 Bravo.
You ready? You ready?
release of deported
4915 clear.
4915.
Charlie 265, are we closer to Red Roof and outed in those other units?
Us right now. You can see it still keeping up those speeds up here, passing other vehicles. It's getting a little bit tighter, but as far as a destination, I really don't think this driver has a point that he's going to, because he's just been taking random turns, keeps this vehicle moving, hasn't made any attempt to drop it off anywhere. And I also kind of wonder, just because of the shape of the vehicle and the disarray that it may be in, I have a feeling that this person, that vehicle, very important to that driver. So I don't think that they're just going to abandon that vehicle and just run off like we've seen in the past. Right now, though, the pursuit's continuing. Is it a pursuit? It's more of a following, but that driver definitely running from the demons right now in his mind, because that reckless driving continues, high speeds, wrong side of the road, and of course civilians all around him. This is getting very dangerous, and I have a funny feeling that this one might not end very well.
Charlie 265, are we closer to Red Roof and outed in those other units?
All right, yeah, I can't hear Aroxia though. Okay, all right, copy. Copy. All right, cool.
317 dropped off at Quaker.
Oh, jeez. Oh, we fixed it.
Indoor 1, can you show indoor units 10 seconds?
914. TMR. 15 to base. Private.
Oh, jeez.
Verify, sir.
It definitely, and that's one of the reasons why they back off when they.
Charlie 1. Just wanted to advise of a cardiac call. E for a minute. They're coming out.
4, in right from Graham.
Good afternoon, everyone in the Sector 07 Special Forces and the allies that will be assisting us in today's mission. Today we'll be briefing and be tasked with an objective of taking out multiple enemies of CGU, including neutralizing in accordance with ROE. If anyone is associated with the enemy's objective or coincide with the boundaries, you may and have permission to kill on sight. If any of our members or allies that cannot afford a weapon, such as a close combat shotgun, long-distance range rifles, or upgraded weaponry, they'll be issued once deployments will be prepped up or once the war begins. Zeta Team and Delta Team will be teaming up and be paired with their battle buddy alongside with other forces such as BPI, Euclid Division, and Iron Front. As of right now of this briefing, discussions between SSF and allied coalition forces are working together and are currently collecting data and finding any routes to extract, including hideouts and areas we can regroup and give escorts with any of ours or allied members who have either been injured or outnumbered. As for the enemies of this war that will soon to follow, they will be targeted and be monitored by any of ours or allied server members. If anyone else has better ideas regarding the plans that will soon be posted in announcements, you may put any ideas in general chat or private message me in Discord.
Mr. Nunes, please, route 14.
Hey man, real quick, with the new constitutional carry laws in the state, are there any firearms in the vehicle?
It's March 3rd, 2023.
Charlie, 215 plus 2 square. Can you find me that this person calling clear 57?
The M45 quad mount, 4 of America's favorite machine gun mounted in pairs on either side of a gunner. The weapon has been called the meat chopper and kraut mower. The 50 caliber M2 Browning machine gun on its own is already a fierce weapon. The Browning M2 is still in use today and has been used in every major American conflict since World War II. GIs during World War II dubbed it Ma Deuce, and it's sometimes referred to as the mother of all machine guns. The 50 caliber M2 has been fitted on numerous vehicles, ships, and planes. During World War II, its caliber was considered highly effective for taking down enemy aircraft. The 50 caliber has always been a good utility caliber for taking on aircraft, lightly armored vehicles, and infantry. The quad mount was developed in World War II for highly mobile anti-aircraft artillery battalions, providing anti-aircraft defense for larger field artillery. They were an excellent deterrent against low-flying strafing runs by enemy aircraft. The quad mount system used the M2HB, or heavy barrel, air-cooled design. This common World War II variant fired up to 600 rounds per minute, meaning the quad mount could obtain 2,400 rounds per minute. The 4 guns could be calibrated to converge on a single point at a given distance, and this could be reset while in use. This meant a tremendous amount of firepower could be directed at a single spot. This would also overcome the M2HB's one weakness against aircraft, the rate of fire from a single gun. The German MG-42, for example, fired a much smaller round, but at a blistering rate of 1,200 rounds a minute or more depending on the configuration. The M45 is crewed by 3 men, a gunner, and 2 loaders responsible for servicing the weapon and swapping out the 200-round ammunition chests, each weighing 89 pounds full. To keep the barrels from overheating, the guns were typically fired in pairs, alternating between the top and bottom, though all could be fired at once. Powering the gun system is 2 batteries, and the mount is capable of a 360-degree traverse, and can elevate 90 degrees and depress 10 degrees. The M45 quad mount was developed by the W.L. Maxon Corporation. It was an upgrade to the M33 twin mount. The gun was tested on several vehicles such as the M2 half-track, but it was found most suited to the larger M3 and M5 half-tracks, which could store more ammunition. In 1942, modified M3 half-tracks mounted with quad mounts would be called M16, multiple gun motor carriages. 3,550 M16s were produced during the war, including conversions from dual-mount M13 half-tracks. Other vehicles experimented with M45 quad mounts, including the Stuart light tank. The gun system could also be towed as the M51 multiple machine gun carriage, which would evolve post-war into the smaller
our sisters, our daughters. What I don't understand why there's even any kind of problem with this. And it's not that it's political, like the left or the right, although I understand different parties have used it in the past. But we have to look at it as we are American citizens. We need to protect our families, our borders, our children. I don't care about politics. Well, I do, but I want to preserve life. And that's the only reason why I have taken and spoken about Rachel all this time. If you're a mother here in the room, can you imagine standing there alive? You're alive, and someone comes and puts their hands into your chest and rips out your heart? That's what it feels like. It feels like a part of you is being ripped out of you. You can't even describe the pain. Just like you can't describe to your husband what it feels.
84, go ahead. Station is level 4. Do you have an ETA on PD?
10-4. 10-4.
Base commercial on 19, please.
10-4. We turned them over to AP Bar
service center fuel
tomorrow.
Can you send me assistance with Mr. Cepeda around 4:30?
509-242.
Our dialysis 6 points?
Kill 1.
Still the 820 area.
10-4. If I can't move him, I'll send someone.
1205 traffic.
317, I'm back in service.
119 and 0. For 27 Texas.
Airport 62.85.
Going to be on 77 northbound.
Thank you. Thank you. And
4 Charles 199 boy. 14 Charles 19 boy.
I just want to say that
429911.
hears you loud and clear, so thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Patty or for?
So that the female was back at the location. The dad was trying to take the child to the ER. I'm not sure if the dad's still there, if he left.
160. 10 for 10. Yeah, it was actually done by the AP. 10 for 10.
Kids walking.
Just for choice in the house in service.
I'm just watching here.
Medic 91 from Engine 13. 3710 back in service. 141. I'm headed out towards 154's location. Charlie 125, we're clear our part. Marine 1, you can show us up the war.
Over.
156, 141, you can 22. I'm out of the back away.
Okay. 10-4.
SWAT 4's been cleared. I'm going to be moving back to fire dispatch.
Is it unit 906 for a radio check? I'm going to 14 with you.
Loud and clear. 10-4. 3, 4, for still on the group you're talking about, he's wearing a pink shirt, correct?
10-4.
160. 160. Charlie,
No?
I have a question.
No. Anybody?
Can I see for property found?
Yes, ma'am, choice.
We'll see you all later. The president will be at his dinner later this evening. Thank you.
Thank you for being here this morning.
Medic 91 from Engine 13.
Do you want to have a separate transfer to,
107, I'll be out. Total 5, 1 by Texas DL.
Total 5.
51 022 179 40. 16 is 10-8 from Brush. .306 clear Bassin Bay and route back to ECC. Yeah, well, 306 clear.
Total 527 on Garrett Houston's eligible. DL expires 3/24 of 26 and 29.
Can I say Sarge over here with a no subject laying on the sidewalk right here, so riding, yelling and screaming?
Can
I see for property found?
We were cleared by Engine 13. We're available returning.
Over.
RP advised that he found a bullet
202. 33 arriving. 19, I'll take care of that. Clear traffic, got that intermediate. 4915 clear. Out of the Charlie sub. 107, I'll be out with 141 direct.
Charlie 125, can I share you out for that cardiac call at the Simrose Senior Apartments? The medics are requesting CD, otherwise it's going to be 32.
Route 16 is 10-8 from Brush. Good.
Dispatch May 13. Code 1 day 0.1.
154 out of it.
Let's just, I want to go now and detention.
Dispatch from Engine 13. Well, then I'll be out at Mexico. 205.
Subject repeatedly refused treatment and
Crash noise 2232, 2232.
4 medical.
201.
Are you by the light side? So I can open the door?
One 120.
Oh, 210 clear.
Go for 120.
Okay.
Yeah, can you bring them out to me before the bell rings? Cool.
Okay.
147, I'll be 1042.
Okay.
Medic one's at the ER.
130. I'm 1042. Middle school 30.
4 medical.
Crash noise 2232, 2232.
Dispatch medic one.
8154.
Go ahead.
Last unit broken up. Repeat.
Are you by the light side? So I can open the door? 10-4. Zero 1. Can you just try to see if you've got eyes on anything going on back there?
Yeah, well, I don't see anything back there. It looks clear to me.
10-4.
Total 5, I'll be 10-8 traffic.
Can I get a problem with a supervisor, please? 3046.
Wall freezing. Can you show me with one male, juvenile, and not to JJC start module when you're ready?
43, go ahead with silence.
It's going to be 87264, 87264.
One 29.
Show me how to pump from getting some fuel.
10-4.
If you came in from Bear Lane on Enterprise, it's going to be Suite 110 on your left-hand side, just around the corner past the bus stop. Thank you. Surgery, Sean County. I'm doing
10-4.
EAB parking lot, EAB interior and exterior doors approved.
54, go ahead.
Chesapeake Bay, Robert William Nora 6981, Robert William Nora 6981, 2000 Chesapeake Bay. 647, I'm back in the county. I'm out at the office.
10-4.
154.
10-4. 154.
Please wait. 10-1895, one adult female starting 7959, 7959.
Charlie 280.
Should we come up on?
10-4, 7959.
Can one of them call my cell phone, please? Charlie 126.
10-4, and right now there's a situation going on at 1001 Monet.
Charlie 145, we're clear?
81, show myself in 120, clear. 10-4.
EAB parking lot, EAB interior and exterior doors approved.
10-4.
Come on, 24.
We do have 51 and 55, and also the safeties.
Can one of them call my cell phone, please? 193. I have to want to cover 28.5. Support time 1610. No damage.
10-4, and right now there's a situation going on at 1001 Monet.
This may or may not be pertinent to that. I just want to confirm for them that that property is private property, or if it's the corner of Monette and it's that owner. I'm not sure if it's related to that. 143 Charlie 250, sir.
10-4, clear.
156, we are aware of that. We've been aware of that. It's hard to control the people that park there, though. Okay, I just want to make sure they knew because they called me, and I confirmed it with the city. That is that person's private property, that little spot. 2456. If you're there, tell Doris she doesn't have to call me back. That's what it was about.
1409 civil. 13773.
13773, 10-4.
He's going over. 451 out of Texas DO, the property owner.
No, two.
142, go ahead.
No, the 165, 10-4.
It's going to be 87265, 87265.
015, sir.
10-4, 87265.
No, two.
Go ahead.
10-4.
No, two. What about another complete at Shoreline. This time we were able to make contact. They advised everything was fine. No emergency.
Okay. 151, Texas Alderman ready.
Go ahead.
David King William 5089. David King William 5089, Texas.
I'm 225, clear traffic.
He's going info. 151, I have a Texas DL of the property owner.
Go ahead.
305, please must pick up. You're not to pick up those. 1322 8741 1322 8741. Miguel Armadillo.
51 traffic.
10-4, and the LP for the vehicle was David King William 5089.
Lincoln Henry X-ray 6767.
야, 앞장서, 니가. 찍을 거네. 저 봐봐. 충분히. 잠깐만 들어가 있어. 색이지. 있을 수도 있잖아. 혹시나, 이게 혹시가 역시가 된다.
First name is Adea Schuler. First name is Adea, last name is Schuler.
Be in service roving till 10 p.m.
2 Alpha.
2 Alpha.
2-4.
We'll be in route that call. Can you confirm what?
8530 suspended due to transportation on school campus.
I have a few names that have been suspended for tomorrow. They shouldn't be on campus tomorrow. They can come back April 22nd.
1045, go to 2 with your names, please.
First one is Adea Schuler. Adea Schuler.
185, go to 2 with your names, please.
305, phone picked up. That's the fun.
First name is Adea Schuler. First name is Adea, last name is Schuler.
Charlie 250, Charlie 220. I'm from the middle of this weird call. 1802 energy off when I send it at 639.
Second is Layla Cano. First name is Layla, last name Cano.
There's one severe problem that costs thousands, if not tens of thousands. These boots worn by U.S. soldiers in World War II, the M43 boot, were some of the highest quality boots the U.S. military ever made. But there's one severe problem that costs thousands, if not tens of thousands of unnecessary casualties, which led to the forced development and evolution of one of the most successful, feared, and longest tenured military boots of all time, the iconic jungle boot. So we're going to cut this thing in half to really figure out why it was so successful, why it's so loved, and why it took until 2005 for it to be retired. So what was it about this M43 boot that caused so many casualties? Because it's a very high quality, traditionally made boot with lots of leather through the sole construction and the upper, which made it extremely durable, but not very breathable at all, especially when the soldiers would put that dubbin wax over top to try to prevent as much water from getting in as possible, which made these boots a little bit more water resistant. But the downside of that is if you can't let water in, there's no way for the water to get out. And all that water pooling and all that moisture just sitting in boots day after day in the trenches and warfare, it eventually caused a terrible condition called trench foot. It's a skin condition caused by all the moisture and bacteria that essentially make your foot just rot and fall apart inside of your boots. And that was mostly due to the fact that there was no way for moisture and water to get out or even to dry overnight, because these were basically dress boots. Because in the 40s during World War II, there really wasn't such thing as this modern combat boot that we know today. But just a couple decades later, when a conflict started up in an even hotter and wetter climate with harsher jungle conditions, the US military knew they had to do something about this issue. They needed a jungle boot. And most people don't know that the development of the jungle boot actually started in early 1945, because at the time, people weren't so certain that after World War II, the fighting was actually going to end. And even if it did, there were serious concerns about the conflict continuing with the USSR. So the US military and their outfitters went to work modifying this M43 design to handle wetter conditions. And what they came up with was basically this exact same boot, but with a cotton upper and a luggier sole rather than this like literal dress outsole. And the reason they switched to a canvas upper was it was more breathable, preventing trench foot, let them dry faster. The new lug outsole was better grip in the mud and wet conditions, but water was still pooling on the inside of the boot, and as strong as leather is, it can become very hard and brittle when it's constantly getting wet and drying, and all those conditioners and all the oils and compounds inside the leather get leached out to a point where you can literally just crack a piece of leather in half. And that boot had the exact same issues as the regular M43 boot, where that thread and all the nails and stitching and the wet conditions would eventually rot and rust and start falling apart, to a point where this Goodyear welt that is time tested and honored and still one of the most durable ways to make boots just did not fare well in that wet condition. And even more so at the close of World War II, you would expect tensions to lower, but with the looming concerns of the spread of the Iron Curtain and fear of communism taking over the entire world, just 5 years later, the US entered a conflict in Korea where the same issue became very apparent, leading to the development of the warmest boot ever made, the bunny boot, or the Mickey Mouse boot. Designed to battle the bitter cold Korean winters that saw temperatures as low as -30 degrees below zero, with that cold Siberian Arctic wind blowing down through the north, they were forced to design a boot that was nearly impregnable, which forced them to develop a boot that kept water out at all costs, because if any water got on the inside of here, it would immediately freeze, giving the soldiers frostbite and taking them out of the action. And they solved this problem really well, but it is not made for hot, wet, humid jungle conditions. But just 2 years later, in 1955, a conflict started in Vietnam that would eventually become one of the most costly and divisive wars in US history, the Vietnam War. And in the first few years of the Vietnam War, the US was heavily involved indirectly, but they saw the writing on the wall, even if they wrote it themselves, that war was coming. So in 1962, testing and development began on the true jungle boot that took a whole other approach to this military boot style. In this new war climate, they knew it would be completely impossible to keep water out, so instead of trying to make the boots more waterproof, they took the opposite approach of basically, if you can't keep water from getting in, you might as well make it easy to get out. And this would also allow the boots to dry faster and keep fresh water in, and more importantly, prevent less trench foot. And to achieve this, they fixed some of the problems with the previous boot by simplifying the upper to reduce weight and increase breathability. They also reformulated the tanning process to make the leather more water resistant, more similar to modern chrome tan leathers. And the biggest change was, instead of like the M43 where you have nails and thread holding all these layers together, they poured liquid hot rubber into molds that held the upper of the boot, and as this liquid rubber was poured into the mold, it would fill and bind every single nook and cranny of the boot, creating a nearly inseparable bond. But before completing the jungle boot on August 2nd, 1964, the very controversial Gulf of Tonkin incident dragged the US into the full-fledged Vietnam War. And in the early days of America's involvement in the Vietnam War, most of the US soldiers were given those M45 tropical combat boots that we talked about, that's just modified M43, and it became apparent almost immediately that they had to finish this jungle boot design. And so before even the version 1 was finalized, they started shipping boots over to Vietnam in as many quantities as humanly possible while they finished this design to become the version 2. So in 1965, the second version of the jungle boot, labeled the M1966 jungle boot, first saw action.
Charlie 220, I'm still on. Therefore, thank you. $160.
160.
Show me what Principal Noyola and students have asked for the disturbance out in the parking lot.
2170 for Minor, Morgan and Port. Open the parking lot of First United Methodist Church.
In or out?
Okay.
That's 120, 140. I'll put you on the suspicious vehicle call. I let them loop. Doesn't work on 190. That's clear.
base, speaking. We had my main contact. 10-4, thank you.
Delta 25158. You give me a call on Niagara.
Delta 250.
Charlie 280.
Charlie 280.
Delta 150 at the port, Delta 120 and 140 out straight clear.
Breaking news at this hour, the stock market and the rocky fallout from President
from China. So it's very important to note that people aren't going to suddenly see that dramatic increase in all of the products that are coming from China, the everyday goods that they're purchasing.
Delta 120 and 140. I'll put you on the suspicious vehicle call. I let them loop. Delta 110, 190 out straight clear.
Communications to Airport 62.
3029 patrolling the EAV at RK Center.
Delta 147. Airport 62. 10-4.
Delta 110, 10-4.
Yes, ma'am. PSA reported a orange unattended bag on the upper concourse. I did page overhead for it. 10-4 en route. 10-4 is near the escalators. 10-4, say no back for. 10-4.
180.
180.
645. Got one in custody being arrested.
So here we go, standing firm right now at the White House.
It is pretty simple. Off message and recall. Well, certainly 4 different.
General, it's good to have you back on. Good morning to you.
Never being able to obtain a nuclear weapon quite clear.
So here we go, stand.
You know, one of the most insulting questions that gets asked to me sometimes is, did they give you your 4th star just because it's a bicentennial year coming up and they want to say we got a black day? In one word, one question, this guy has wiped out all the blood and sweat and tears and preparation and effort that it took me to prepare myself, to fill the squares, to fight the wars, to go to the schools, to go to Harvard University, and to study deep into the night, to hone my skills as a fighter pilot, and to get out there over way north in skies much less friendly than those of United and fight my way back home in the name of the foreign policy of my country. No, they didn't give me anything. And they don't give away stars in my service. You got to earn them. Generals are made, they're not born. You know, one of the most
10-4, clear.
203 out of service. 645, it's due. Thanks for announcing.
645.
Apocalypse Now is one of the 10 those 2 things to be secondary. Create. After the
Nothing else in the world smells like that. I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
what I love about
Victor Henry John 9662.
Unit copy for hazardous driver, South Stapleton, Texas, for Maroon Tahoe swerving in and out of lanes and brake checking vehicles. Was last seen heading on Staples toward Baldwin, and is also speeding through schoolrooms. Patrol 3 at 1631.
You guys clear from your school? 10-4, thank you.
That's the 115 yard.
Hi, 167.
142, should we put from JGC and on route to transportation?
Trying to the base. 4443, are you clear? And route transportation.
The amount of military hardware maintained by the U.S. government is staggering. Most of it is kept in vast storage sites and carefully maintained in the event it may one day be needed. On a dry lake bed, in a valley below the Sierra Nevada mountains, sits the Sierra Army Depot. It's a vast boneyard for the U.S. Army. Just about anything can be found in this massive collection of hardware. Abrams tanks, numbering in the thousands. Row after row of Bradleys, mobile artillery, heavy trucks, and all manner of specialized equipment. Among the vehicles maintained in storage are many thousands of the long-serving Humvee light trucks. Over 280,000 Humvees have been produced since production began in the early 1980s. It is estimated that the U.S. Army and Marine Corps, collectively, still maintain approximately 140,000 in their active fleets. At the Red River Army Depot in Texas, a field of old Humvees can be seen from satellite imagery. This eerie drone footage reveals the husks of converted hulls, many salvaged for parts. Storage yards like this exist all over the country. The estimate of 140,000 remaining in service takes into account both transfers to foreign militaries and surplus sales. It also subtracts losses from the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Humvee has now been replaced in front-line service. Units are instead equipped with a heavier and more well-protected Joint Light Tactical Vehicle, or JLTV. But new Humvees are still produced at the AM General Factory, near South Bend, Indiana. They can be seen here coming off the line, and in these large holding lots. Before the Humvee arrived in the early 80s, the main light transport for the military was the iconic Jeep. The Jeep was eventually replaced in the 1960s by the M151. This CNN report from 1983 unveiled the new Humvee to the public. GI video, AM General celebrates winning the contract.
Here comes the AM General Hummer, the answer to the U.S. Armed Forces High Mobility Multi-Purpose Wheeled Vehicle Program, the AM General Hummer. Highly mobile, with 16 inches of full-time ground clearance, featuring geared hubs that raise the center line of the axle shafts 4 inches above the center line of the wheels. Midship engine location for high front axle differential position, low hood height, and low center of gravity. Four-wheel independent suspension for 4-tire ground contact and maximum traction. Steep slope maneuverability and go-anywhere capability. The AM General Hummer, with superb agility. With a U.S.-built 6.2-liter V8 diesel engine and powertrain. The AM General Hummer, selected for production by the U.S. Armed Forces in March of 1983, continues to undergo exhaustive testing and improvement. Because the U.S. Armed Forces deserve the best. The AM General Hummer.
In reality, however, as a frontline vehicle in combat, the Humvee turned out to be a failure, and the results were nothing short of tragic. In the Iraq War, improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, widely used by insurgents, tore through the vehicles at alarming rates, causing many casualties. The Pentagon quickly began a crash program to up-armor the vehicles with additional steel plate and ballistic glass. Millions of dollars were spent to retrofit the Humvee and ship the up-armored versions back to Iraq as quickly as possible. In the end, it was a losing battle. Soon, the only viable option for frontline units would be the MRAP. Today, ironically, one of the Humvee's only enduring advantages is its lightweight makes it air mobile.
8 of them can be airdropped off the back of a C5 Galaxy.
Rotate.
And away they go. Same-day delivery. You can't order one of these on Amazon Prime. The Humvee's replacement, the Joint Light Tactical Vehicle, is much safer, with its V-shaped blast-resistant hull. Over 20,000 of them have been built, with plans for many more. Service members also say, it's way more fun to drive.
Backup cam.
The Humvee may have become an icon.
We got one to take.
Yeah, 276, we're one detained, it's 16 3. Good.
No, I dispatch, I did deny a passenger with a bike. My bike rack is full. I'm over here in Alameda and Clifford.
Seven nine or 809 on group 7. Engine 8 or engine 6?
Full for engine 8.
I'm 10 for that y'all are out of the Heber call. Are y'all with 809 or 509?
Give me 20 back on.
Oh, wait.
Okay, now 14 or 5.
Police 509 still on location.
10 4.
Delta 265, we'll be clear.
Looks like your patient keeps passing out, but still breathing. Did you also take your engine? Perfect.
96. This is just only, we'll take that call on Wood Iron. 94 Tennessee for back in service. Thanks, 96. Good. 647, 95-1 female from the jail to PER in Portland. Copy, beginning.
Beginning.
698.9, 698.9. Hey, we'll check it out. We'll devise.
Transfer.
Airport. Yep.
Forty, give guys a ride, he's a ride.
It's the first in.
Have you ever seen a main battle tank drift over solid ice? You're looking at a 60-ton M1 Abrams drift in the snow during exercises in Rena, Norway. It's a sight to behold. This rare footage from winter exercises underscores the crucial role America's stock of M1 Abrams tanks would play in the defense of Europe should a conflict arise. But just how many M1s does the United States have in its inventory? And should they ever be called upon in a conflict, how long would these tanks last? The surprising fact is the M1 is actually no longer in production. The last new hulls were cast way back in the 1990s. There have been no new production runs since that time. Instead, the Army rebuilds existing tanks from stockpiles kept in long-term storage. These rebuilt Abrams tanks are brought up to the latest version, with upgraded technology and modern specs. The exact number of Abrams tanks is classified, but here is what's known. Over 10,000 Abrams tanks have been built since the program began, including those built for foreign militaries. Of those, approximately 5,000 are currently in use by the United States Army, including about 400 transferred over from the Marines. An additional 3,600 are believed to be in long-term storage, located primarily at two sites, the Sierra Army Depot in California, and the Anniston Army Depot in Alabama. Rough counts of the number of M1s can be gleaned from dramatic satellite imagery seen here. But any visual count would be incomplete because many of them are inside garages, and therefore not visible to satellites passing over. From these storage sites, older M1 hulls are chosen for the program that rebuilds them into the latest version. Instead of building new tanks from scratch, these tanks are essentially reborn. As you can see in this rare footage from inside the U.S. Army's vast storage inventory, many old systems can be seen in various states of disrepair, not just the M1. The journey of a reborn M1 tank begins here, at the Anniston Army Depot in Calhoun County, Alabama. It takes roughly 8 to 10 months for an M1 tank to be rebuilt. The Army expects to complete 200 rebuilds per year. It's a labor-intensive process and requires a variety of skilled workers. An inventory of specialized parts must be carefully maintained. Any parts that are no longer in production must be remachined from spares, using precision tools. Specialized optical equipment is carefully rebuilt, cleaned, and calibrated. Finished tanks are painted, tested, and shipped out to active units on a rotating basis. Whether this process of rebuilding tanks from old hulls would be fast enough in the event of a global conflict is an open question. A lot would depend on the scale of the conflict. Would 200 per year be enough? What's clear, however, is that this finite and precious national resource is sitting mostly in long-term storage. Dry conditions and regular maintenance allow for the Army to pull what it needs from these vast stocks. But a fully new tank, to replace the M1, is now in development, and one day these M1s will simply be too old to rebuild. The Pentagon is currently planning for that day. If you would like more short histories like this one, please hit the thumbs up button to let us know. And subscribe to our channel, so you'll know when the latest episodes drop. Thanks for watching. What happens to nuclear submarines after they reach the end of their service life? This striking aerial photo reveals decommissioned nuclear submarines stored at the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard. These aging vessels spent many years in silent service, plying the seas, on classified tours, all over the globe. They were then stored here for many years, awaiting their ultimate fate. But as you'll see later, this is not their final resting place. 16 of the retired vessels can be seen here, alongside the tender USS Speary. What you're looking at are long obsolete classes of submarines that have since been replaced in the fleet. Here, we zoom in on the Ship Intermediate Maintenance Facility at the Puget Sound Naval Shipyard, near Bremerton, Washington. This is where submarines go to retire, before being scheduled for dismantling. Today, 12 retired Los Angeles-class submarines can be seen in this satellite imagery. These are ghosts of the U.S. Navy, eventually to be permanently stricken from the inventory. But their nuclear reactors leave many complex issues for disposal. All of them will be dismantled in a highly secure process, to ensure both safety and environmental protection. Each retired vessel will eventually be brought to a dry dock, inside of a secure facility, where the dismantling begins. The most critical step in the process is the removal of spent nuclear fuel. First, the submarine's nuclear reactor is shut down and defueled. The reactor compartment is then cut out and sealed. The reactor core will be transported to the Hanford Secure Geological Repository. The nuclear core is sealed inside specially designed casks, ensuring that it remains safe and isolated. The sealed casks are then transported to the Hanford site in Washington State, a specially designated area for the disposal of decommissioned nuclear reactors, and run by the U.S. Department of Energy. At Hanford, the reactor compartments are placed in an engineered trench, where they will be monitored and safely managed. The cores will be permanently buried in this geological repository, known as Trench 94. Trench 94 is 1,000 feet long, and can be seen here in recent satellite imagery. These steel and concrete casks are intended to remain buried here for at least 300 years. this place will likely remain a restricted area for as long as humans walk the earth. Or at least until future civilizations no longer have the knowledge of what has been entombed here. Whichever comes first. The assumption is that radioactivity of the material will have diminished before knowledge of what's buried here has been lost. While the Navy's submarines may end their useful life here in this Puget Sound facility, they actually begin their life 3,000 miles away. Here at the Newport News Shipyard is where new submarines are built. They will of course one day need to be dismantled, just like their forerunners. But for now, these new vessels will be the vanguard of America's submarine force. Today, the newest class of nuclear-powered cruise missile fast attack submarines, in service with the U.S. Navy, are the Virginia-class vessels. The Virginia-class boats are replacing the Los Angeles-class, and are expected to have lifespans of over 30 years. 24 of them are currently active, with plans to eventually bring the total number to 66. The latest version, the Block 5, are expected to last into the 2070s. The Virginia boats are multi-mission platforms, able to hunt other subs, as well as launch long-range strikes against both land and sea targets. Their sonar, and their ultra-quiet operation, are the most advanced ever deployed. They can operate silently for months, without returning to port, and limited only by crew endurance. For all their capability, the Virginia-class boats are now 50% behind schedule. Supply chain backlogs and worker shortages have slowed their construction. America's shipbuilding capacity has fallen behind global competitors. A recent video about the shipbuilding crisis can be found on our channel. Retired vessels are among the most fascinating artifacts of history. They can tell us much about where we've been as a nation. They can also reveal something about where we might be headed. If you'd like more short histories like this, be sure to hit the thumbs up button to let us know. And subscribe to our channel so you'll know when the latest episodes drop. Thanks for watching.
Fast, stealthy.
Bring your best deal on the budget. It's moving quickly in the House and the Senate thanks to your leadership. We're also going to have debt ceiling in there, so we're going to get an increase in the debt ceiling. And that will be the done and dusted for
part of the bill that we just got to vote on today.
Part of the bill. It'll be done and dusted for 2 years. We won't have to worry about that. And then I gave a speech yesterday to 1,400 small and community bankers, and they were so happy to hear from your administration. And I told them Wall Street's done great for the past 4 years, 10 years, 20 years. It can continue doing great, but it's Main Street's turn now, and it's those small bankers through deregulation, through emphasis on Main Street, your Main Street agenda, bringing back jobs, that is going to power the smaller communities. And then finally, the bond auction went very well yesterday. We had a lot of foreigners show up as the support, showing that the U.S. is still the best place to invest. The inflation report as you said, was quite good. And energy prices are down more than 20% since January 20th.
Amazing.
That's great. Good numbers.
Great number.
Thank you. Yeah.
President, we've had some great wins in the last few days. That you were overwhelmingly elected by the biggest majority. The U.S. Americans want you to be president because of your agenda, and the courts are ruling that you have the authority to determine how the money of this country will be spent. That's what the American citizens wanted, and that's what they're getting. An example of that Friday was the Department of Education, that you can determine how the money will be spent. No more DEI, and that impacts every agency across the board. On the civil side again, NLRB. We had a big win in the Supreme Court there. OPM, a big win there. But also 16,000 workers there. But also on the criminal side, the Alien Enemies Act. We are winning there. And your directive to me was to keep America safe, and that's what we're doing. Whether it's the alien enemies, all of these gangs, and they are enemies of our country. They are terrorists, they are organized crime, they have come here, they are extremely organized, they are spread throughout our country, and they are creating terror. And no more under your directive. And that has stopped. Yesterday in South Florida, we charged the 11 defendants with $500 million of pure cocaine coming into our country to kill our kids. They were caught. They will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. These gang members are going back to where they came, or they're going to an El Salvador prison.
Hey, Charlie.
Is it on TV?
Hey, Alpha. Have them call the resident.
360, 1042.
360, 28, 1070, all clear. 635, I was
18, 170, service dispatch.
35, 10.
667, 1042.
635, 1042.
28, 10.
At the Department of Labor for Government Efficiency, just
Dispatch 96, we're going to be code 1, response south, beginning 0.
a few weeks ago, we realized there's about 4.
I'm back up here in the lobby with that Signal 6. She just advised me she's going to be going home. She's got a CPS caseworker there waiting for her. If the county unit arrives and needs their address.
635, go ahead.
500 East Rice, Texas 28, William David Robert, 8250. William David Robert, 8250. I advised her that she needed to call and make a report. I'm not sure if she's going to. 41, can you log me off?
Okay. 10-4. So do I just call Metro to cancel altogether then? Wait for her call?
$4 billion in COVID funds that were not used, that the state coffers were just holding on to. Out of that, we've returned $1.4 billion back to the state treasury, so essentially to the American people, and we'll go back and claw the rest of those billions of dollars back. And on the heels of that, late last night, we're understanding unemployment insurance fraud. That trust needs to be whole for the American people. When we need it for who deserves it. That's not what we're seeing in the numbers that we saw last night, again, exposed by our partners at DOJ, at the Department of Labor. Since 2020, over $400 million of payments have gone out already. And when you hear these numbers, apparently in the United States, we have over almost 25,000 people who are over 115 years old who are collecting $59 million that we have sent out to people. Talk about fraudulent behavior. Mr. President, 28,000 people between 1 and 5 years old have collected fraudulent payments at the tune of $254 million has gone out. And lastly, 10,000 people who have not been born yet, 15 years into the future, $69 million, and they haven't even been born yet. In one case, they will be born 129 years from now. The United States government sent them $41,000, and they're not born yet. So under the Department of Labor. Those are the things that we're uncovering. I couldn't be more honored to tell the American people that we're bringing back their dollars and we're saving them and returning them to the United States Treasury. Also, jobs numbers. Last Friday, 228,000 new jobs were reported. That is good for the American people. That is my primary job, is to grow that workforce under your leadership. So we've kicked off the America at Work tour, and we'll be visiting all 50 states, and I'll be working with my colleagues here to do just that. So thank you, Mr. President. We're going to grow this economy. We're going to keep our focus on the American worker.
So you're finding tremendous fraud, though. Those numbers are really bad when you...
Unheard of.
Over 150.
Mr. President, thank you for your leadership at the border. For the second month in a row, you have broken the record in the history of the nation for the lowest number of encounters at the border, which is absolutely remarkable. You have said that America's laws matter and that they'll be enforced, and we're hard at work now to get people to go back home that are here illegally. So the Alien Registration Act has been in place long enough now that those individuals that are here illegally, if they haven't registered, then they can be charged criminally, and they can face fines up to $1,000 a day and face deportation if they don't go home, and they'll never get the chance to come back to America. So we're encouraging people to use the CBP Home app to register, and we're working on the resources and funding to buy them a plane ticket to send them home. I went to El Salvador, Colombia, and Mexico, and those countries and others are thinking about setting up programs to support these individuals when they get back to their countries. So when they get there, they'll have housing and food assistance, and so making sure that these folks have the opportunity to go home so that they can get the chance to come back to America is important. And
So it's a very big self-deport operation that we're starting.
Thousands of people have already self-deported. Well, we're just going to, we got 21 million people that need to go home because they're here breaking our laws, then we need to facilitate that. And I've been working with the governors a lot lately on several different issues. One of them has been on FEMA for recommendations on how to do exactly what you've directed us to do. And then also I sent a letter and communicated with them that they need to be setting up a SCIF. Some of our governors don't have secure facilities to have national security issues. I think one of the jobs Homeland Security has is to give communication down to states, to local cities and communities. And so recommending they get a SCIF, they have secure comms with them at all times or nearby so that they can have national security conversations, and then to have somebody in their office designated that is their communications person. A lot of them have emergency management officers, but they don't necessarily have somebody designated when it comes to a national security issue that we may need to communicate with them on. And I think American people need to know that Real ID will be required to travel on May 7th. So those governors have been notified to communicate that at home. We don't want anybody to get delayed and not be able to travel when they get to an airport. And this will also help us bring integrity back to all of our IDs and how they're used for issuing driver's licenses. And governors know how I feel about making sure their driver's licensing system has integrity, because a lot of people use their driver's license to vote. And the backbone of our country and the foundation is election integrity. So we're giving all those directions to our governors and communicating that so they can lead on it as well.
And we're going to work with people so that if they go out in a nice way and go back to their country, we're going to work with them right from the beginning on trying to get them back in legally. Is that right?
A chance to come back.
So it gives you real incentive. Otherwise, they never come back. They'll never be allowed once a certain period of time goes by, which is probably going to be 60 days. We're also going to work with farmers that if they have strong recommendations for their farms for certain people, we're going to let them stay in for a while and work with the farmers and then come back and go through a process, a legal process. But we have to take care of our farmers and hotels and various places where they need the people. And we're going to be working with you very carefully on that. So a farmer will come in with a letter concerning certain people saying they're great, they're working hard. We're going to slow it down a little bit for them. And then we're going to ultimately bring them back. They'll go out. They're going to come back as legal workers. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Which I think will be I think it's very important to do. Okay. Thank you very much. Great job. Jameson, I watched you testify for the last couple of days. You were on every night at 3 o'clock in the morning. And you did Great. You're fantastic. Thank you very much.
It's just what I like to do for fun, sir. You've been keeping us very busy. Last week, you started a reordering of international trade, something that hasn't happened for 80 years, something that should have happened decades ago. And you know that. You've known that for a long time. That's why you have us all working on this. You came into an emergency situation where President Biden left us with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit. It's the largest of any country in human history. The largest. So you declared an emergency. You took action.
You said the largest in history, right?
In history.
There's never been anything like what he left us. He left us a mess. His whole administration was a mess. So go ahead.
So you declared an emergency. You imposed a trade action. So now you have a tariff on the world. It promotes U.S. manufacturing. It protects U.S. workers. And you've also given room for negotiation during this time so we can open export markets for our farmers and other producers and American workers. And this is why the unions vote for you. This is why the workers vote for you. This is why the families want you to be the president, because you're standing up for American workers and American communities. We've had countries come in over the past couple of weeks that represent more than half of global domestic GDP, more than half. That's who's coming in to talk to you and to your advisors about how to have reciprocal trade, how to have fair trade. What have happened?
Well, thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, and the very talented DOGE team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion. And I mean, and some of it is just absurd, like people getting unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet. I mean, I think anyone can appreciate whether, I mean, come on, that's just crazy. You know, some of these things, people ask me like, well, how are you going to find waste and fraud in the government? I'm like, well, actually just go in any direction. That's how you find it. It's very common. it's as the military would say, target-rich environment. So then we're doing a lot of good and excellent collaboration with the cabinet to achieve these savings, and it will actually result in better services for the American people, and that we're going to be spending their tax dollars in a way that is sensible and fair and good.
And your people are fantastic. In fact, hopefully they'll stay around for the long haul. We'd like to keep as many as we can. They're great, smart, sharp, right? Finding things that nobody would have thought of. Very computer savvy.
Yes. We're working with hard to get the Trump Gold Card operational, hopefully in the next week or so.
That'll be very exciting. It's really exciting. It's a pathway to citizenship into the United States.
It's a big deal.
Yep, it's a big deal. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to your leadership and setting the mandate of transparency and accountability across the U.S. government. I'm bringing that transparency and accountability to the intelligence community, first and foremost, to make sure that you and your cabinet have that real-time, relevant, apolitical, objective intelligence to best inform, whether it's negotiations for peace, negotiations around tariffs, the great work that you are leading around the cabinet today. Secondly, working with the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to increase our information sharing to achieve your goal of countering the narcotic trafficking and our ability to go after cartels now designated as foreign terrorists. I met with the National Sheriff's Association this week, being able to work to make sure that the information that they are getting on the ground, that local law enforcement is getting on the ground, is being fed back up through to our National Counterterrorism Center, and that we have all of the federal agencies, state and local law enforcement, all on the same page as we are working to make our country safe again. And lastly, sir, as you know, declassification and rooting out weaponization and politicization of the intelligence community is a huge priority. You know more than anyone else the very dangerous and negative consequences of that. I've got a long list of things that we're investigating. We have the best of the best going after this. election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections. And lastly, we've been scanning. I've had over 100 people working around the clock to scan the paper around RFK, Senator Robert F. Kennedy's assassination, as well as Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. These have been sitting in boxes in storage for decades. They have never been scanned or seen before. We'll have those ready to release here within the next few days.
That's great. Bobby, how do you feel about that? That's hitting,
I'm very gratified.
That's hitting close to home, isn't it?
No
when you think, I'm thinking about Bobby when that statement's made.
I'm very grateful to you, Mr. President.
And you'll let Bobby see some of this because, it's very personal stuff. But it's time.
I've asked him, and his response is, put it out. The world needs to know the truth.
And his uncle that's been out, and anything that hasn't been out, they can go to your offices and see, right?
Everything that we have within our possession, it's either online or it's physically at the National Archives and Records Agency. We also have hunters going out, Mr. President, and looking in the storage lockers at FBI and CIA and other agencies, specifically to find if there is anything else that has not been reported. We're actively going out and trying to search out the truth.
Okay. Yeah, we want to get it all out.
Yes.
100% good. Thank you very much. Good job, Dustin.
Mr. President, on behalf of America's manufacturers, I want to thank you for standing up to the Chinese Communist Party and fighting for our main streets, for our workers, and for those that make things in America. I'm out on a Made in America manufacturing tour, and as I go across the country, people are grateful to have a president who's not just fighting on the tariffs fronts, but to get inflation down, to create jobs. After Biden destroyed 110,000 manufacturing jobs in just his last year, you've already brought back thousands and thousands of manufacturing jobs. So the American worker is grateful. Main Street is grateful for you. And at the agency level, we're making sure that manufacturers have access to the capital they need, but we can't do that if we're not fighting fraud. So we've modified our loan applications to have citizenship verification, to make sure we have birth dates, common sense principles around lending that the Biden administration had waived. They waived $450 million of fees in 1 year. We're restoring that for the American taxpayer. And the American taxpayer, as tax day approaches, April 15th, they need to know that this cabinet, this administration, and thank you Elon Musk and Doge for fighting for the American taxpayer to make sure that their hard-earned dollars are well spent, that they have a return on investment for this country, and that we're fighting for them just as you are every single day. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we are working at HHS to advance your agenda to make America healthy again. I'm working with Lee Zeldin to reassess the fluoride rules based upon the August release by the National Toxicity Program of new science that shows a direct inverse correlation between exposure to fluoride and IQ loss, particularly in children. Lee and I were in Utah this week, to announce that Utah became the first state in the country to ban supplemental fluoride. I'm working with Brooke on and governors now in 24 states who are advancing MAHA legislation to get soda pops off of the food stamp program, off the SNAP program. We've launched Operation Stork Speed to get the bad chemicals out of baby formula. We're working with governors across the country to get good food into the school lunch programs and to get rid of food chemical dyes and other bad chemicals that are in our food. We've shown now that this directly affects academic performance, violence in the schools, and mental health, as well as physical health. We are working with governors across the country to get cell-to-cell or bell-to-bell legislation to restrict the use of cell phones in schools, which again dramatically impacts academic performance. Today we announced a dramatic reduction in animal testing at NIH and FDA. We're going to switch over to AI, which we've now found is much more precise in identifying the impacts of toxics in various products. We're working with Elon, who's done an incredible job to eliminate the redundancies and to streamline operations at all the health agencies and to recalibrate our trajectory to your agenda of making America healthy again. And finally, on the CDC has done an amazing job at getting the measles outbreak under control. We have about 680 cases now in 22 states, compared to the same outbreak in Europe, which is 127,000 cases and 37 deaths. Our numbers in this country have now plateaued. And I want to thank CDC for that. And we're trying to refocus the press. We've had 3 measles deaths in this country over 20 years. And we're trying to refocus the press to get them to pay attention to the chronic disease epidemic as you've asked us to. We have now 38% of American youth are pre-diabetic. This was unknown 30 years ago. Every child that becomes diabetic, there should be a headline about them.
Try 235. You did those on 221's call.
Charlie 220. I'm gonna need a second case number for that warrant.
Oh wait, dispatch. I'm in service in the city.
Go ahead. Charlie, so you may crash somewhere.
Delta 220, Delta 250. I'm sure for the unknown call. 1609 Harvard, 1609 Harvard. Make contact with
Not that. That one right there, the brown and white, is 183.
Really?
Yeah, 2 to 3 days. I'll take it easy. Oh, rock back and up. Sorry. Good. Right there. Get down. Beak. Out. Get down. Get down. Peek and throw in the same motion. Down. So knee. Peek. Get back down. Prep. Peek and throw. There you go. Throw. Fuck, why are you aiming so far left? Take it in, right? Safe. 10 meters, right? I think that's fair with the alright, middle one. HEDP. No, like that's a hit. Oh, the next one is going to be middle. Put it on 145. Coming out there pretty good. Kim, you beat everyone else in this shit, so you better win. Alright, now you're going to... I should have. That's in there. That's in there. Middle target 145. 145. 145. Aim right. Looking like a winner.
Paul, can you show me clear the courthouse and I'll be out of service?
CCD to animal control on Metro Dispatch.
Okay.
Charlie 265 area. Delta 220 area. 2. Dispatch back 2.
Of the 3,500 arrests ICE has made so far since President Trump came back into office, can you just tell us the numbers? How many have a criminal record versus those who are just in the country illegally?
All of them, because they illegally broke our nation's laws and therefore they are criminals as far as this administration goes. I know the last administration didn't see it that way, so it's a big culture shift in our nation to view someone who breaks our immigration laws as a criminal, but that's exactly what they are.
You may have done one of the worst first. They all have a criminal record.
And welcome to the briefing. If they broke our nation's laws, yes, they are a criminal. Yes.
Of the 3,500 arrests ICE has made so far since President Trump came back into office. Can you just tell us the numbers? How many have a criminal record versus those who are just in the country illegally?
All of them, because they illegally broke our nation's laws and therefore they are criminals as far as this administration goes. I know the last administration didn't see it that way, so it's a big culture shift in our nation to view someone who breaks our immigration laws as a criminal, but that's exactly what they are.
You may have done one of the worst first. They all have a criminal record.
And welcome to the breaking
If they
room.
broke our nation's laws, yes, they are a criminal. Yes.
Snoop Dogg. Of the 3,500 arrests.
CCPD to Animal Control. I'm at your dispatch.
Could you do me a favor before I go? He only has 2 minutes. Can you call Christi Vera? I'm here at the Harvard Center in Baldwin.
That's fine. No, that's not true.
Thank you, sir.
That's what I do. 3 Charles 901 corpus. Yes, sir.
Damn fool. Left for me.
I'll be out to Oasis County Jail, 1 female. Starting mileage is 58204.
You copy for a call?
Attention Fire Department, we have a box alarm on the FTAC 203 in box 3303. We are getting a lot of calls on this report of a house that blew up.
All incoming units from Engine 25, just be aware, we heard this explosion from the fire station, saw a plume of smoke coming from the area.
Engine 33 is out. We have a 2-story house that looks like completely imploded.
All incoming units from Engine 33, I've been notified that somebody is in the rubble on the Charlie side of the structure. I'm making my way now. All incoming units from Engine 33, we have confirmed 1 person pinned. This is going to be a trauma alert. Engine 33 firefighter, are you extinguishing that car fire? From Engine 33, we gained access to the patient. He is sitting up an alert. We're trying to get the patient located out of the structure now.
We do have a second patient that we've located. We've got verbal contact.
Command from Fire Dispatch. We have reports of someone trapped under a roof. Not sure if this is the same person.
Plans received. Need an extra company on the main fire for flare-ups. Are y'all extricating that patient, the structure to the left of the main fire?
They're removing debris and tunneling into her right now.
We have patient contact. She's still trapped under some rafters. We're continuing digging. We're right on top of her. We got spot fires everywhere. All units from Commander with emergency traffic. We got power lines down on the Charlie Delta.
Yeah, Chief, we pulled some dogs out of this house. Do we have an ambulance at Double Spur at DK Ranch Road?
We sure do. We got Medic 10. We got an ambulance exchange point at that area, and they're already making a exit corridor for them.
Go for Mr. Charles, X-ray,
So far. So far, go ahead.
5 1
Don't worry. 315. This is 29.
Envoy Witkoff made that very clear to the Russians. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. And I also want to thank your press office for releasing that information that you cited up there regarding the ICE arrests over the last couple of days. And I have them right here, but what I might ask is, why not release the same information for those who were deported to El Salvador?
Well, first of all, the information was released by the Department of Homeland Security. The individuals on the flights to El Salvador are foreign terrorists, and those are counterterrorism operations. They are much different than the arrests and final order of removals that you see on a day-to-day basis that law enforcement agents are conducting around the country.
That information was not, to that detail, was not released by DHS.
I just told you the reason. It was a counterterrorism operation, a deportation of foreign terrorists, not illegal criminals who have been convicted of heinous crimes living in our American communities. It's two different things. Foreign terrorist, illegal immigrant criminal, two different things, two different definitions. You should look them up. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Caroline. Does the president support raising the corporate tax rate to pay for all these other tax cuts he wants to see move through Congress?
Look, I've seen this idea proposed, I've heard this idea discussed, but I don't believe the president has made a determination on whether he supports it or not.
And then secondly, do you have any information on the status of Eden Alexander? Hamas says they lost contact with the unit guarding him following an Israeli airstrike earlier today.
I don't have updates. I have not seen that report, but I can certainly check in with our National Security Council. I have spoken to the president about Eden Alexander, and he's made it very clear to our national security team that finding him is a priority, but unfortunately I don't have any updates to share. But it's a very important matter, and certainly we can check in. Sure.
Hi. How concerned is the president that a federal judge could hold a Trump administration official in contempt of court for defying deportation orders?
We are complying with all court orders. So I see what you're trying to do there with that question, but we're very confident that every action taken by this administration is within the confines of the law, and we continue to comply with the court's orders. And you have seen that, and the president made that clear yesterday in the Oval Office with President Bukele. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. Just going back to El Salvador, could you just explain to us a little bit more about the legal basis on which you may be able to send US citizens to prison there? I know you said that President Trump is looking at it, but can you explain to us a little bit more about how that might be possible?
We're looking at it, and when I have more for you to share, I certainly will. Sure.
Still going off the El Salvador questions, yesterday in the Oval Office, administration officials made it very clear that El Salvador is responsible for Mr. Abrego Garcia, yet El Salvador's president said we're not going to do anything with him. So my question is, who is responsible for this man and where he's going to end up?
Well, no. First of all, President Bukele said that he is not going to smuggle a foreign terrorist back into the United States of America, as many in this room in the Democrat Party seemingly want him to do. Abrego Garcia was a foreign terrorist. He is an MS-13 gang member. He was engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result. There is never going to be a world in which this is an individual who's going to live a peaceful life in Maryland, because he is a foreign terrorist and a MS-13 gang member. Not only have we confirmed that, President Bukele yesterday in the Oval Office confirmed that as well. So he went back to his home country, where he will face consequences for his gang affiliation and his engagement in human trafficking. I'm not sure what is so difficult about this for everyone in the media to understand, and it's appalling, truly appalling, that there has been so much time covering this alleged human trafficker and this gang member, MS-13 gang member. It's truly striking to me. Karen.
Thanks, Caroline. The president was posting on Truth Social today about helping American farmers. And last week in his cabinet meeting, he was talking about a plan to work with farmers to retain workers who are in the U.S. illegally, provided that they leave and then come back through what he said would be a legal process. Can you give details on what that would look like? How many workers he's talking about? How long a plan like that would take to implement, and the timeline for more details on getting this actually to implementation?
I can check in with our immigration and our policy team and get you some more details on that, Karen.
And is this something he wants to roll out soon? I mean, he was talking back and forth with Secretary Rollins.
Right.
This is kind of imminent that he wants to do this.
Yeah, look, the president is in constant communication with all of his cabinet secretaries, particularly Secretary Rollins, who has the backs of American farmers and ranchers. It's something that he spoke about with her in the front of all the cameras in the cabinet room, but I'll check in with not only our immigration team, but also with USDA, and we'll get you an answer. Jonathan.
Hi, Caroline.
Hi, it's good to see you in here.
You too. The president has long said that it would be an abuse of power for a president to direct prosecutors to investigate him. Last week, President Trump explicitly directed the Justice Department to scrutinize Chris Krebs to see if it can find any evidence of criminal wrongdoing. How is that not an abuse of power? to direct the Justice Department to look into an individual, a named individual?
Look, the president signed that executive order. It's the position of the president in this White House that it's well within his authority to do it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have signed it, and he signed it, and that's his policy. Jeff, how you doing?
Fine, thanks. Thanks, Caroline. A follow-up on Harvard. The president floated on Truth Social, I believe, the possibility of removing tax-exempt status. How serious is that threat, and are there other universities he's considering? And then a follow-up question on foreign policy. What are your, can you give us an update on what the president hopes to come from the next round of talks with Iran?
Sure. First, when it comes to Harvard, as I said, the president has been quite clear they must follow federal law. He also wants to see Harvard apologize, and Harvard should apologize for the egregious anti-Semitism that took place on their college campus against Jewish American students. There were professors who said that he had engaged in discriminatory behavior against Jewish students. Of course, you had the former president of the university saying bullying and harassment depends on the context. You also had an encampment on Harvard Yard that we all saw play out before the cameras. The university failed to impose formal discipline on any students for this anti-Semitic conduct violations, including the occupation of a campus building and the disruption of classes with bullhorns. The president believes Harvard should apologize to its Jewish American students for allowing such egregious behavior. As for the tax-exempt status, I would defer you to the IRS for any updates. I do want to answer your question on Iran, of course. The maximum pressure campaign on Iran continues, but as you know, the president has made it clear he wants to see dialogue and discussion with Iran while making his directive about Iran never being able to obtain a nuclear weapon quite clear. And the president spoke to the Sultan of Oman today, who helped facilitate these talks. I have a readout for all of you. He held a call with the Sultan of Oman today, and he thanked him for hosting the first direct meeting between the United States and Iran and emphasized the need for Iran to end its nuclear program through negotiations. The two leaders also discussed the United States' ongoing operations against the Houthis and emphasized that the Houthis will pay a severe price until they end their attacks on maritime traffic in the Red Sea. As you know, an additional negotiation between Steve Witkoff and Iran's representative has been scheduled for Saturday. And since these are ongoing negotiations, I have nothing more to add on that. Sure.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. When you said that the president said that Iran will never have nuclear weapons, is the focus on dismantling the entire nuclear program, or it just restricting enriched uranium or the missile program?
The president does not want to see Iran have a nuclear program. He does not want Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been very clear about this. Shelby. Shelby, you have a seat today.
I know, stole it.
Glad to see it.
Two quick ones on TikTok. First, is the president expecting to extend the TikTok ban that's now June 19th if China doesn't come to the table in time?
Well, June 19th is a long ways away, obviously. I think it's 2 months away. 2 months is a long time, and the Trump administration, as you have all seen, we work at Trump speed around here. We get a lot done, so definitely don't want to get ahead. The vice president continues to lead these negotiations and talks. The president's involved, and they're ongoing.
And then the president previously said he'd consider reducing tariffs on China in order to get a TikTok deal done. Is that option still on the table?
Look, the president has made his position on China quite clear, although I do have an additional statement that he just shared with me in the Oval Office. The ball is in China's court. China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them. There's no difference between China and any other country except they are much larger. And China wants what we have, what every country wants, what we have, the American consumer. Or to put it another way, they need our money. So the president, again, has made it quite clear that he's open to a deal with China, but China needs to make a deal with the United States of America. Sure.
On tariffs, yesterday in the Oval Office...
Which outlet are you with?
The Canadian Public Broadcaster.
Oh, nice to see you.
Thank you. Yesterday in the Oval Office, President Trump suggested that there could be some help for automakers. I'm wondering what that looks like. Is it tariff relief on the 25% tariffs that are in place right now, or the new tariffs that are coming up in May on auto parts? And a second on Canada, if I may. President Trump's tone when it comes to Canada-U.S. relations, Canadians have noticed it's shifted a bit in the past few weeks. Ever since the election campaign started, he stopped talking about Canada becoming the 51st state, at least publicly. I'm wondering if that's on purpose and why.
I would reject the president's position on Canada has shifted. Perhaps he just hasn't been asked about Canada by questions from this group in the Oval Office when they see him almost every day, but the president still maintains his position on Canada. The United States has been subsidizing Canada's national defense, and he believes that Canadians would benefit greatly from becoming the 51st state of the United States of America. As for autos and auto parts, I don't have anything to read out for you there, but I think the point the president was making is flexibility, and he has flexibility when it comes to negotiations and talks, but ultimately his goal in his fair trade deals that he is pursuing with many countries around the world is to put the American worker first. And we had automakers and auto workers here at the White House on Liberation Day who believe in this president and his negotiating ability to put them first and to bring those jobs back to the United States of America, and the president's been very clear about that in his conversations with the automakers as well. Deanna, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. One on Ukraine and one on China. On Ukraine, this past weekend, Zelensky offered an invitation to President Trump, extending an offer for him to visit Ukraine. Just wondering if there's any update on that. Has Trump seen that offer and what he's thinking about?
I don't know. Actually, I haven't talked to the president about that, or if he saw Zelensky's offer. I'm sure he did. I haven't spoken to him about it. I can ask him what he thinks. I certainly don't have any plans to share on a potential trip to Ukraine, though.
And then on China, this last week, Chinese officials were posting videos on, social media sites depicting a Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk in AI-generated videos working in factories, putting together Nike shoes and iPhones and products like that. Does the White House, have they seen these videos? Do you guys have a response to that?
I have seen the videos. I'm not sure who made the videos or if we can verify the authenticity, but whoever made it clearly does not see the potential of the American worker, the American workforce. The president believes in the American people, and he knows that we have the best, not only consumer base in the world, but also the best workforce in the world, and that's why he's so focused on bringing investments home and shoring up our critical supply chains and bolstering our manufacturing here as well. Brett.
Would the president support a ban on members of Congress trading stocks?
I'm certain that's something the president would be interested in looking at, and I can ask him if he would support such a bill. Sure. Yes.
I have a question about the president's post from this morning on farmers. He asked farmers to be patient and just hold on. But a lot of farmers that I've talked to in the last week or so have said, they're in the middle of spring planting season, and that a trade war makes everything sort of up in the air. What would his message to them be? And also, is there anything specifically planned to provide relief like in President Trump's last term?
Yes, well, relief is being considered. The Secretary of Agriculture, I know, has spoken to the president about that, and again, it's being considered. And as for the president's message to the farmers, he put it out himself. He could speak for himself much better than I can speak for him, and so I would just direct you to the statement he had telling the farmers again and reiterating his support for them and that he has their backs, which he certainly does. Kelly, in the back.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions. The first one, a Georgia man was just arrested over alleged threats to kill Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. Reportedly, there is now increased security around the FBI Deputy Director. Can you talk about the level of threats against various administration officials, and then a second one on Biden?
I'm sorry to hear that. I had not seen that report. It's very unfortunately, and obviously the White House, the president, and the entire administration condemn any threats of violence against any administration officials or public officials on both sides of the aisle here in Washington, D.C. It shouldn't be tolerated, and we commend the local law enforcement agencies for arresting this individual.
Former President Biden, he's set to deliver his first major speech since leaving office tonight. He plans to talk about what I'm told will be Social Security under the current administration, closing of offices, longer wait times, harder for seniors and people with disabilities to access earned benefits is what Democrats have been saying today. I wanted to get the president's response, or if he plans to respond to this, and comments on what Democrats are calling cuts to Social Security.
My first reaction when seeing former President Biden was speaking tonight was I'm shocked that he is speaking at nighttime. I thought his bedtime was much earlier than his speech tonight. I understand the topic of his speech will be Social Security. Let me make it very clear ahead of former President Biden's remarks. President Trump, is absolutely certain about protecting Social Security benefits for law-abiding, tax-paying American citizens and seniors who have paid into this program. He will always protect that program. He campaigned on it, he protected it in his first term, and he's back again to continue protecting it. On the topic of Social Security, I have some news before I let you all go. Later this afternoon, the President will be signing a presidential memorandum aimed at stopping illegal aliens and other ineligible people from obtaining Social Security Act benefits. The memorandum will direct the administration to ensure ineligible aliens are not receiving funds from the Social Security Act programs. It will expand the Social Security Administration's fraud prosecutor program to at least 50 U.S. attorney offices and establishes a Medicare and Medicaid fraud prosecution program in 15 U.S. attorney offices. The memorandum will also require the Social Security Administration Inspector General to investigate earning reports for individuals aged 100 or older with mismatched Social Security records to combat identity theft. And the memorandum will direct the Social Security Administration to consider whether to reinstate the use of civil monetary penalties against individuals who engage in Social Security fraud, an effort that has been paused for several years. These taxpayer-funded
left passenger behind at Navarro stop. He was not prepared for stop. 106, copy 10-8.
10-4, start a record. 106, 10-4.
Delta 261, can we get a case number as well?
112, 635 steps. 635. I'm going to be 3.
Route 32, what's your ETA for Avery, Poland? Go ahead. Dispatcher Marston, we're back in source of course.
I'm not having anything.
10-4, copy. Make sure you enter from Baldwin, and he's going to be at the Harvard Center. Dispatcher Medic 7. 10-4. 721, left passenger behind at Navarro stop. He was not prepared for stop. You can just available on quarters. 10-4-7-21. Dispatcher Medic 1. Oh, I mean, mileage is 4.8. Charlie 220.
$58.15.
Go ahead. Delta 320, I'll be clear 57. Dispatcher Marston, we're back in service in quarters.
There's a unit with a 12 at the McDonald's. They're at the McDonald's on 5560 SPID, and Staples. Their unit died. Are you able to pick up the 12 from the McDonald's location?
Aaron at Weber, Victor Young William 2396.
Victor Young Williams 2396, Caroline and Weber.
No, Adam 225 arrived. Original road time is going to be 1733, 1733.
Okay, clear. Can you show me signal 4 at the River Square Apartments? And I'll take that incomplete.
Thank you. Charlie 270.
Charlie 270.
706 on 42. The mother's fine talking to me right now. Can you get the phone number on the RP real quick?
1522 Charlie.
1523.
Can you show me around to Precinct 5?
The phone number is going to be 664-0303. 664-0303.
Delta 312, I wanted a black 900 block of 25th.
Charlie 360 to Charlie 280 mobile.
I-37 North Mackenzie on a Sam Charles Victor 8702.
Base 5402, 10-7, 10-8 from 10-7, delayed by train 12 minutes, down 12.
Adam 225 arrived.
Okay.
One 54.
329 show, day shift on sir. Yeah, probably 211.
154.
Charlie 27.
10-4. Charlie 270.
Mother is alive and well. I'll be clear.
Uniform. 250, 647, 95-1 from ER 24-7, back to the jail. Probably beginning.
Charlie 270 for a minor traffic accident at South Staples in Kenneth Circle. South Staples and Kenneth Circle. Contact Angelia.
Yeah, hold up alarm, come in. That's a Chick-fil-A on Staples. It's going to be a counter panic alarm. We did get another call from Star Asset requesting to cancel it. It was a false alarm.
Go ahead and cancel.
Correct.
270 around.
Going to be a black Jeep Limited SUV and a Kia Soul saying they pulled onto Kenneth.
647, 95-1 from ER 24-7, back to the jail. Probably beginning.
Bravo 210, Bravo 211, check for suspects in a disturbance. It's going to be 902 Green Bay. They were in apartment 6. The female left in a gray SUV and the male was walking on foot.
X-ray William,
Possibly
2977. 718.5, 718.5. Bravo to Denver. 920 to transit. I got one from A&M going to Walmart and one from A&M going to Big Loop.
Still 30 traffic. And I did do a call back. She said it wasn't a disturbance with her. It was between the two people that left the location, and her landlord did advise that they are not allowed to be at the location.
Okay, correct.
7400 Everhart, Charles William 1415. Location? 10-4, there was a swipe prior and a swipe after.
Sylvan Crest and Castoria, Tom X-ray William 2977.
10-4, who were they?
10-4.
10-4.
Service.
John 30. 10-4.
412.
Charlie 6, follow that.
Patrol 3 has 7 party 3s and 5 4s pending. Over.
Okay.
10-4.
10-4.
Bravo 210. That's clear 57. Over 4 civil.
Okay.
Airport 62. Both individuals were still at the door. They claimed nothing was wrong when they scanned through.
7001 Lights, apartment 2511. Management.
I mean,
Dispatch from Record 5.
no way.
It's 407 clear traffic.
No way. Engine 8, you're on and clear.
Receive.
Be ready to turn on group 7 though. Station 18, go on.
Yes, ma'am. You can show engine 18, flight air 18, in service in quarters.
Dispatch 509, I'm clear. 265, can you get a case number?
Yep. 143 of 1042. Dispatch, station 18. 920 transit, got one from Shores to Goodwill. 143, yes, ma'am. You can show engine 18, flight air 18, in service in quarters.
Still very clear. 243.
Dispatch 509, I'm clear. 265, can you get a case number?
Over. Six 35, 1042.
Charlie, 370. I think that call might be on. No further comments.
Over. Fourteen to
Bravo 221 more.
4600 Yorktown, Robert X-ray George 1446. Robert X-ray George 1446, 4600 Yorktown, over. Charlie, 50 shots.
Yes, sir. Is it going to be on the feeder or the highway?
614, I'll be 1042.
The call is built Highway 286 Freeway North and Tarleton. 14-7.
Transport. Charlie 270 in the area.
No, 30 traffic.
220, one more. Be advised, we just took Horn down 286, went north all the way to Baldwin, and we still got nothing.
661.
Okay. 161.
We'll take that call from Medic 3.
Down from
Charlie 57. 661.
Engine 1 received. Available course.
Six, what do you have for 661?
You don't have public service office for RPM line.
2-4, stand by. Adam 220, clear, it's all locked up here.
Did you cancel? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Engine 10,
Public service office for RPM line.
Let's get call. You can show me around as well.
Be advised, we just took Horn down 286, went north all the way to Baldwin, and we still got nothing.
Probably 2 hours.
Okay.
Medic 1 received.
SMO1, engine 101, medic 1, medic 3, change over to group 7 at 1808.
Okay.
Agent 3, put her song in as well.
Sorry, bud. Dispatch from Engine 10.
Engine 10, go.
Give me a date on our location for our NBC. Adam 220, clear, it's all locked up here.
Let's see, the call on short, is that a hit and run, or is the actual vehicle still there?
Yeah, crash number and no injuries out here. You got both plates on the view or on the call?
I'll do a callback when I can. I'm traffic on other channels right now. 223 Rocket.
Okay.
Okay, and from what I'm reading, doesn't appear to be, life-threatening that we're aware of just yet.
Delta 380, mail transit property, can you have me to that? Major and 80.
Not seeing any.
Under the mountain overboard?
Anything on the ground, but the medics are pulling up right now. One person on the ground, medic 1, you have the station on the ground. Medical 1 on scene.
Okay.
Oh, it's sir.
Okay.
Sir, man.
And the crash number is going to be Charles 250-2239, Charles 250-2239. Any captain monitoring patrol 3.
Movement on the other crash.
Edwin will receive a PRS. David dispatched.
And Delta 2, it's going to be a 2-vehicle accident. One of the callers advised nobody was injured. Another one stated unknown if any injuries.
And Edwin 101, senior one group 7 at 1807.
Delta 360, 2 rotations. Received. Delta 360, 2 for 2 rotations.
Agent 10, go ahead for medic 10.
Give me underneath that call for no pass. Number 1, the second medic here responding to people from stable.
Delta 380, male sleeping at property, can you have me to that? Major and 80.
People shoreline.
Received under the Tarleton overpass. We're out.
And 2.
Medic 3, go ahead.
Engine 10, that was under the Tarleton overpass.
Correct. 80 unit.
I just had received.
You guys can downgrade. The only other person is the driver of the motorcycle. Right now he's only complaining about a little bit of any damage, so I will throw out. Very seriously downgrading. Hold on, command. What are the units you have coming?
I have the one in my 3 route.
Received. Command Anthem 1.
Blue 10-2.
Yes, sir. We have one victim headed to shoreline right now. Evac 3 is about to arrive and check out the second person. Other than that, we have no other needs.
Parker off duty. Martinez on duty.
Received. Dispatch Medic 10 in service.
I copy that.
Delta 2. Not advising, they are going to have 2 patients, non-life threatening.
Thank you.
And Delta 360. No accident. No injuries.
Delta 360, no injuries. Delta 2.
William Boy David 2486. Wait for a second.
Blue 10-2.
6503, 10-8 from 10-7.
Good.
Okay.
Lincoln Frank George 5134.
1232 14th Street. I'll be out at Big Boy.
Okay.
Delta 2 can do it on the road.
Delta 250, 10-4.
It's carrying out black clothing.
Clear out. I can start heading that way.
Super.
Delta 220, you got the Colorado plate, correct?
Bravo 220 case number.
That's good. We're out of the Colorado.
Airport 21, curbside.
Case number 690-0090. And it looks like we're getting another call that the female jumped out of the window. She's bleeding from her head. Also updating.
Curbside, 1814.
Low way clear, paper served.
Good.
Charlie 27.
Looks like it's going to be 6200 South Staples.
After 10 unit, available unit.
Go. Airport 21. Airport 21.
Island 220 with the Island 210. 37 Northern California.
She's far out, 44.
Dispatch back 1.
221, first class, copy.
Bravo 210, move medicine route.
Stand by.
120 Southwest.
One of the female riders is going to shoreline.
You're 105 with leading from the head.
Team, we're arriving. PD's out with us.
Bravo to arrive.
Alright.
Medic 13, is this still an active disturbance?
132, starting at 4754.
Copy.
132, go ahead.
59505.
8327, Moffett Circle.
59505.
1110, sir.
Disregard.
2.
Bravo 210, move medicine route.
Stand by. 120 Southwest.
You're 105 with
225, clear comments.
leading from the head.
Those 250 passengers, you need 2240. 2240.
Just Bravo to
407.
Delta 2 and Adam 2.
154 observed.
I got primary.
Team, we're arriving. PD's out with us.
There, the same thing.
I got one in the middle of the day, and he's going to have a laceration to his head. Declining.
240, I'm clear, comments.
Tracking clear, move them up.
Location.
To put me on the shoreline crash, I'm en route from Morgan and Port.
8327, Moffett Circle.
Go with info, RP's going to be 36, I'll be clear with comments, and I'll take that Wilford on energy, I'll advise. So far the comments.
There's no injuries, essentially. And see if we do need a crash number.
Adam 235, clear comments.
ID 17417, what supervisors do we have on right now?
Those 250 passengers, you need 2240. 2240.
Go to mobile, Ryan, real quick.
154 officers.
Just Bravo to Delta 2 and Adam 2.
To Charles Billingsley for the magnificent performance. Thank you, Charles. That was very good. Nearly 2,000 years ago, during the sacred week, the living Son of God entered Jerusalem in triumph. Soon after, the Savior of mankind, who brought truth and light into the world, was betrayed, arrested, and tried, beaten, and nailed to a cross and crucified. For our sake, he gave up his life, and as the very great Reverend Billy Graham once said, God proved his love on the cross when Christ hung and bled and died. It was God saying to the world, I love you. Those are beautiful words from a great man, Franklin, right? A great man, Franklin's incredible father. I went to Yankee Stadium with my father many years ago to watch your father. And you think we have big crowds today? It was some crowd. Never forget it. So thank you very much, and thank you for being here, Franklin, very much. 3 day, your father would be very proud of you, by the way. Incredible job you did. 3 days later, Christ's followers found the empty tomb. Jesus had defeated darkness and death and promised new life to all of humankind. And that's what we celebrate each year at Easter as we joyfully proclaim on Sunday, He is risen. The death and resurrection of Jesus are the essence of the Christian faith. Whether rich or poor, healthy or sick, young or old, or in times of peace or war, Christians everywhere find solace and hope in the knowledge that Christ died for them and that they could be united with him in heaven. And that's what we want. That's what we all want. The miracles of Holy Week set in motion a transformation in human existence. Countless millions of Americans have been moved by Christ's example to heal the sick, defend their families, lift up their communities, and make our country stronger, better, and greater than ever before. With God's grace over these past 3 months, and we have had a great 3 months. They say maybe the best 3 months ever for a president and an administration. It was really great. We have fantastic people, and they're people that believe like you do. But we've achieved more than most administrations they've been saying do in 4 years or even 8 years, just in a short period of time. And I think there's a whole new spirit in our country, and I think there's a whole new respect for our country. Our country was not respected 5 months ago, 6 months ago, although I think November 5th did a lot to get that respect, Franklin. I think it was a big day. I hope it's going to go down as one of the most important days in the history of our country, November 5th. We're restoring our prosperity, securing our borders. We're rebuilding the U.S. military. I did it once, now I'm going to do it again, and even more so. We're standing up for a persecuted Christian and so many Christians that have been persecuted all over the world. So horrible what's happened. And defending religious liberty. We had nobody fighting for our Christians in other parts of the world that were being so incredibly destroyed, killed, injured, hurt, but they died. So many died. You wouldn't think that could happen in this time, in this sort of modern time. I proudly created the White House Faith Office and a brand new DOJ task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias. And there is anti-Christian. You don't hear about that very much, but there is anti-Christian bias. We're stopping the radical indoctrination in our schools and supporting school choice. And we're going to be moving our education department and various educational departments down to the states where they belong. We spend more money per pupil than any country in the world, and we don't get the answer. We are in the lower tier of 40 nations, the 40 nations that they rate. And I think when we do this, it's going to make a tremendous difference. Think of it, we spend more per pupil than any country in the world, and yet it's Denmark and Norway, Sweden, even China does very well in the top 10, and so we can't blame it on size. We're big, but China is really big, and we're going to be there. We're going to be there soon when the states run their education department instead of some bureaucrat in Washington. It's going to make a very big, I think it's going to make a very big difference. And I also, and this was a very easy one for me, I guess some people still fight it, because I saw on television today a Democrat congressman fighting so hard. I banned men from women's sports. Seems easy. And I signed an executive order making it official and the official policy of the United States that God created two genders, male and female. That's not too difficult. So there's so much to celebrate this Easter. This is really, I hope, going to be one of the great Easters ever, because we have something going that I don't think this country has seen in 100 years. And as we gather with family and friends, we'll not forget the true source of our joy and our strength. America has put our trust in God. It will always be in God we trust. We will never change that. You know, there's a movement to change it. It will not happen. We change that. Happen. You know, there's Can you imagine a movement to change that? Robert, you're not happy about that when you hear that. Look at him. He's getting angrier and angrier. We can get angry too, can't we, huh? No, it's never going to change. And with God's help, we can overcome every challenge, triumph over every evil, and restore the spirit of faith in the United States for generations to come. We have a very simple slogan: make America great again, and that's exactly what we're doing. We're making America great again, and I like to add that I really believe greater than ever before. So once again, let me wish you all a very joyful and blessed Easter, and I would now like to ask Pastor Jensen Franklin, a supporter right from day one, he's been here, I think, Paula, from the first moment that we started, and who would have known that it was going to turn out this way, but the support I've had from evangelicals, Christians, and everybody, people of faith, really, has been incredible. I believe it's been unprecedented, actually, by a lot, not just by a little bit. So, Pastor Franklin, if you would, please come up. Thank you very much. Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President.
I'm not going to. Anyway.
1036, I could take the hit and run on my beat if you don't have anything else. CCPD to Animal Control on Metro Dispatch.
Anyway.
CCPD to Animal Control on Metro Dispatch.
Anyway.
CCPD to Animal Control on Metro Dispatch.
That was fine.
1110, your traffic.
Can you go ahead and start us the record?
Yeah. Well, 105 keying up, positioning of welfare. You see us a few times, and not answering the radio.
10-4, I'll call him. Bravo 230, can you add a name and date of birth to the call, please? Dispatch 94.
Can I get the phone number to complain on that last call?
11.4. Last name Estes, Edward Sam, Tom Edward Sam. First name is James. 1025-79.
CCPD to Animal Control on Metro Dispatch.
The Black Service Expedition's been cited. The driver return.
Traffic on that vehicle. Going to be Horton, San Jacinto, Charles William King, 6069.
Hello.
Still 30 traffic.
That was fine.
Staples in Saratoga. There's going to be John Young Nora, 7181.
Oh, I didn't.
John Young Nora, 7181, Staples in Saratoga.
1110, sir.
721.
Can I get the phone number to complaining on that last call?
Delta 220, do you have block ranges?
The Black Sport Expedition has been cited. Driver return. Can you repeat your traffic?
CCPD to Animal Control on Metro Dispatch.
The Black Sport Expedition has been cited. The driver return. 361-443. 1893, 361-443, 1893.
Traffic on that vehicle. Going to be Horton, San Jacinto, Charles William King, 6069.
10-4 Black Ford Expedition has been cited. Driver return. 270, chasing the pressure.
And you're still rolling. Coming up to San Jacinto and Lamar.
What's the door code?
Delta 270 case number is 930093, crossing number 2243. 2243.
CCPD to Animal Control on Metro Dispatch.
And are you going to stop?
Adam 240, 57. Okay, 270. Can you copy plate Victor Charles X-ray 6007?
Yeah. 106, copy, today.
Okay, Denver.
Line for in transit, girl, 1 from Maine, empty Goodwill. No, 390. We got the vehicle stopped. We're at 26 minutes, so we got 2 to same. 10-4, 2 to 10 at 1831.
270, case of refreshing. Let me see, Bruce, can you request?
From the area, can you check with that build officer, see what they want exactly? Name information for the report, or just an update, or what?
This is Route 29. Can I get a private?
And that was 40. I'm on the bridge. Delta 375, we're on the bridge. 375, 10-4.
Clear for curbside 1833. Can you copy for 2 calls?
10-4. No, 240, 10-4.
1314 Waldron 105, that's where we have an assault going on right now. All the units are there.
Yeah, 10-4.
Okay, Denver.
Line for in transit,
10-4.
1 from Maine, empty Goodwill.
250, right?
Yeah, 360, 10-4.
10-4. 10-4. Okay, the first one's going to be 3822 Jamaica Drive for a vicious animal. It was called in by Lauren Cromwell, phone number 361-330-0805. She's advising that the owner of the dog is a Melvin, that the dog's constantly on the loose, chasing people, that the owners are unable to control the dog. It's going to be a large tan dog. Running into neighbors' yards, because it's an ongoing issue.
From the area, can you check with that Delta officer, see what they want exactly? If they need name information for the report, or just an update, or what? Repeat your income, sir.
Tier 9. Cover, go ahead.
You guys need people or chattel? I can review.
125, we'll be checking 45-1. 45 number 1.
Paul Young, X-ray 2350, and the next one is going to be Robert Lincoln Young, 4398.
Garcia, 80.
Clear for curbside 1833.
Exit Greenwood, go past Church's Chicken, and Hemlock is on your right. It's the corner house.
Turn 4.
No, 240, 10-4.
The advisor, the neighbor is known not to keep the fence closed.
10-4, keep hanging it out.
10-4. Go ahead.
No, 360, 10-4.
738. Person. 333, reassigned to Quinta, sign at 730.
And Delta 340 and 316. I'm sure for the disturbance call for 1462 Devon Drive. 1462 Devon, make contact with Cynthia after this.
Yeah, sorry.
No, 347.
Good copy. Crossing at oil dot 11 is going to be the light heat freedom.
13 clear.
10-4. Charlie 390, your event number is going to be 250-402-65. Correction. Let me start over. It's 250-402-6254. That's 250-402-6254. Airport 62, Charles. Charles, 1835. Route 29 to base. Can I get a private?
No, dude. That'll be clear.
Go ahead.
Delta 2, just advising we have an unconscious call at Retama Manor Nursing Home 2322 Hospital for an employee that fainted. She is conscious and speaking at this moment. Minutes are en route.
Thank you, advice. Thank
Route 29 to base. Can I get a private, please?
No, 30, that's not my person.
Okay.
I'll be checking 4511. 45 number 11.
Airport 21. Clear on pleasure, baby. And Charlie 380, Delta 2 was requesting you were on mobile 2 whenever you guys got the update.
That's 40 copy plate. Tom Sam Henry 0462.
Tom Sam Henry 0462 10-4.
And we do have a record coming card. Charlie 370. Can you copy the plate real quick?
10-4 follows en route.
That's 10-4. The first one's going to be an Angelique. Then it looks like James contacted us. And then also another female, Evelyn.
For the George Robert 6 4 Tom Mary, returns to a 2003 Dodge Ram pickup, green in color to Amelia Gideras Rios, 6610 Samba Drive, this city, negative 29.
10-4. I'm going to redirect you to assist with the vehicle.
Airport 21, clear on pleasure, David.
Thank you.
Clear on pleasure, David, 1838.
Delta 329. Go.
Nine 20 at 10. They got one from campus quarters to Walmart.
References call out here in Walden. We received a 911 call from James Estes.
5815, I can see you keying up on the radio, but nothing's coming through.
Can you even clear to assist Delta 375, 181 South at Burleson?
Copy. Show me clear.
That's 10-4. The first one's going to be an Angelique. Then it looks like James contacted us. And then also another female, Evelyn.
Airport 62, Boyd Gates 3 and 5. Boyd Gates 3 and 5, 1839.
10-4. I'm going to redirect you to assist with the vehicle.
James was advising that the female jumped out of the window. She was bleeding from her head. It was still an active disturbance. He was outside waiting for officers. The female went back inside the location. It looks like that's it.
Arriving 5.0.
Can I get another unit on highway?
And Delta 34360, go ahead and stand by. I'm going to have to redirect you. It's going to be for a fight with a weapon. 239 Culbertson.
920 at 10. They got one from campus quarters to Walmart.
17 not clear. Let's go for it.
390 clear, show me arriving.
Oh, 341.
306?
306. Weather's at 315. The Chevy is road to location.
We're gonna clear this up, but we're gonna move this motorcycle. Can you start me a record for the for one motorcycle? You know what? I might need it for two. Everybody's 10-4 out here.
10-4.
132, you can show me heading that way. We're gonna set up one outstanding. Black female, blue jeans, white shirt.
5825. Carry.
Black female, blue jeans, white shirt is outstanding. 10-4.
10-4. 135, 132. Head that way. 10-4, sir.
335.
335.
Delta 2. Delta 2.
$125, $132. They also they come left. Continue at your own discretion.
We're gonna clear this up, but we're gonna move this motorcycle. Can you start me a record for the for one motorcycle? You know what? What's the tricky one here?
Can you tell me your last? You came in though?
Yes, you need record for 2 million DNA powder rotation.
So now subject has left. Continue at your own discretion. They want to cancel the call.
Dispatch 5402. There is a delay southbound 18135 prior to the bridge. Don't know how long it's going to take. 5825. Carry.
Delta 2, yeah, we'll need the rotation for...
I don't want to do it.
Have 210 record run.
Still need a dispatch. 75. I'll be 1044.
1044. 1044. Charlie 280.
Charlie 280.
What's the truth around here?
What? Case number is 960096, and crash number is Charles 2502244. Charles 2502244.
Charlie 350. I'm arriving.
Okay.
What item you want to get it?
JRC parking lot, okay.
My personal vehicle.
Crash number is Charles 2502245. Charles 2502245.
I can grab it later.
Delta 39. Is there a female officer available I can assist?
Sit there in the front. 33, the swap has been made.
Charlie 220. 235, 240. What is golf vehicle? Maybe it's 37 passenger full. 37 passenger full on the northbound side. Over.
$132. The call is never saved in the system.
312, Unit 741, Port Sidelands.
Delta 39, is there a female officer available that can assist? 10-4, do we know the original address for where it came from?
Give us just a second, we're gonna play it back on 911.
235-240, remember this stall vehicle? Maybe it's 37 past Ripple, 537 past Ripple on the northbound side.
Oh,
Randy, what's the number calling here?
That's pretty well.
Okay. I'm gonna show her the gas and she's pulled to the far right. She's in a silver Chevy Trailblazer.
This is Medic 3, go ahead.
Bravo 10.
Station 3 received, radio watch.
Charlie 39. 1110, sir.
Perfect. I am 220, 221, no question, on to. Bravo 10. Over.
Dispatch from Medic 91. 10-4.
Personal rescue at 1301 Gunlone. Personal, what is this feeling, sir?
$142.
255, can you put us back in that call? We're going to be around today, no, Doctors Regional. Female 30.
Perfect.
Look, now you can answer that call. Check the manual.
Thank you.
1003, individual. 126 and 44.
Location. 4834 Concord.
Source transporting code 1 response for airlines, starting mileage 0.0. 312, walk through EAB.
Check them out.
Confirm.
Receive. Station 3 is on radio watch.
Dispatcher, mention 4. Medic 10 is roll on.
Rescue.
This number is going to be 980098.
Vehicle versus pedestrian. The vehicle goes in the roadway. A male is walking towards Martin Luther King. Blue sweater, blue jeans, and a cap. Single vehicle accident. Engine side go.
Charlie 370 route.
Engine side, I'm 10-4 on that. It's a single vehicle on passenger side needs PD.
Bravo 2, 17210 being out to base. Channel 7, 1044. Yeah.
Medic 10 is roll on.
Command 1 coming to use. You go ahead and cancel engine 5 can handle.
En route, code 1, 29-year-old female, chief complaint possible syncope episode. Patient saying times 4, GCS 15. They're saying she began to feel faint and possibly lost consciousness about 10 minutes ago now. She's saying she did recently start a new birth control medication, that she has a heavy flow period now. She is on her cycle right now.
324, good night. Just roll over the subject. He's put the scene. Fires on scene, CCTV's not. Going to be a white male, black baseball cap, black long sleeve shirt, and blue jeans with black shoes. We're going to check the locate. Place will be Aaron Henry John, 168.
Administering fluids right now. We also gave her 4 milligrams of Zilfran, ETA 2 minutes. 133 today.
10-4, van load at note.
The 1802 Dennis Jocelyn, apartment 1015.
Three 34. Charlie 280.
12 traffic.
Just flagged up by a something at the court at the city hall. Somebody's going to be leaving a red Dodge Charger on the Bravo side of the building. They're having battery trouble, so he's going to go get a battery and try to fix it in case somebody calls it in.
You advise City Hall, Bravo side, but red Dodge Charger.
Somewhere, and I'll be out of service.
110-4, 324. Be advised, just roll over. They got both subjects. He's played the scene. Fires on scene, CCTV's not. It's going to be a white male, black baseball cap, black long sleeve shirt, and blue jeans with black shoes. We're going to attempt to locate.
10-4, sir.
If you could advise Metro, last team headed towards the access road.
28, please. 57068, 5706.
324, what was that description again?
White male, black baseball cap, black shirt, blue jeans, black shoes.
Fire dispatch, Mike 10, Joe's transporting arrived, final mileage, 1.3.
12 traffic.
Negative.
Confirm.
Attitude. Right.
129. Negative mileage 4730. 129. Go ahead.
Temporary, both trees tied up on our major on patrol to, on patrol 2 they have an unconscious at 2322 Morgan, and medic and advised no PD needed.
57068, 5706.
Yes, sir.
Sample. Three.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm clear to crash. We're out here with 220.
120 pounds black.
No answer. Still speaking by record record.
Oh, wait, my five then.
Copy, Robert Henry, X-ray 7714.
Confirm right here, I mean. Robert Henry, X-ray 7714, confirm the open up. Unit 3, the departure.
One 42, 10-8 detail. One 42, 10-4. One 33, go ahead.
Copy.
5430 Saratoga, apartment 14.
No answer. Still speaking by record record.
Oh, wait, my five then.
Confirm right here, I mean. Unit 3, the departure.
Unit 3.
Any 14 received.
Circuit rotation, vehicle 25.
I am 221, 10-4, start rotation.
Dispatch 5402 1044 down 10.
One 2527, when you're ready, out of Texas. Dispatch medic 901.
Adam 221, copy, please. Adam 221.
Yes, ma'am, our code 1 address will beginning mile 0.
George David Tom 0804. 10-4. 2 and 2 is going to be clear. She'll be attached.
Negative. They advised that a black dog was in the area and might have picked him up. Yeah, just tell me go to traffic and offer special assignment.
10-4.
10-4.
Okay. That's 384.
Delta 2, I am clear. Delta 2, Delta 250. 604, Rob. Unit 6. Tower 2. Three 14.
314.
Oh, you're working out duty traffic control on 358 near Old Brownsville Road till 6 a.m.
Adam 221, call the towing there for the rotation.
Also 321, same traffic.
10-4.
335.
335. Four. Fine.
Go ahead, engine 14.
Adam 235, you can throw us on that suspicious person.
5-0, Lieutenant.
366 traffic.
Yes,
Can you see if you can locate the elevator control room?
Yes, we're with the front desk right now, trying to get it with them.
10-4.
1232.
Location.
Engineering received.
Delta 340 and Delta 360, straight off of that assist to CPS 3258 Austin, 3258 Austin. Contact for Rebecca.
125 what?
Is that the second call out there today? Or first one I call, can't put it on the 45 list for 2 weeks. Reference a Carlos Hernandez, date of birth 10/26 of 86, causing problems.
Yes, sir. And Delta 2, that's 10-4. They're requesting an officer back to the location to implement a safety plan for the children. Just advising RPs needing to implement a safety plan for the children. Advising there's a group of people standing outside on the lawn.
Okay. All right.
Ever.
Engineering received.
125, will be turning from this matter.
Engine 101.
Yes, sir, that's what we're doing right now.
Ten-4.
$132. I'll be today.
Notate that there's skid marks from 1314 all the way to the intersection of Mill and Van Long.
Okay, vehicles off the roadway. We're going to turn around and go move the drive track out of the road.
T-turn 235, I'm going to reroute you guys. T-turn 235 for disturbance of the weapon at 5866 Hall Avenue, 5866 Hall.
132, can you route this full complex for that parking issue? You're going to be closest anyway.
Delta T20, I'm clear. No, 210-4.
Notate that there's skid marks from 1314 all the way to the intersection of Mill and Van Long. Over.
And there's going to be no property damage.
Property damage as well. Over.
Negative, no property damage.
Item 221 vehicle returns to a Clayton James Saunders. Delta 2.
Medic 9, we're clear.
104, clear from City Hall, 22.
Okay.
Fire dispatch, Medic 9.
Medic 9, quarters.
10-4. In Charlie 380, I'm going to share both of the transfer from my progress. It's going to be a Lavaca and Ricardo. Contact Tony.
Mm-hmm.
No, 1524.
Dispatch from Medic 71, we're going to be transporting code 1 to Northwest, beginning mileage 0.
4 Northwest, moving 0 East.
Fire dispatch to Medic 41, show us a destination with 27.5 miles, 27.5.
Medic 9, quarters.
130, can you show me?
I mean, like...
No, it's 220.
I just saw outside the meeting.
And that's the whole thing.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's under it? No.
Yeah, I'm not saying it. I'm only
Okay, I'll double check it. Yeah, I don't think so.
And are we tracking anything on the monitor? Okay, cool. I'll check it out. Great, thank you.
You got it. Doesn't let me know what you need.
You take your spot.
I'll walk around.
You take your spot. Nice photographer here. At least the first time somebody said, the first time in my life said it, you
We all gotta walk around.
I'm kidding, but it would just be like, I don't like dislike them, it would just be like annoying to rush over you. Especially when it's like a rock. I want it to be something. I might scoot up actually. I can spill the beans. Do you have a remote control camera or whatever?
I mean, like, if you want to get going, you can feel free to do that.
I think it's Thank you.
He's just locked that down, so hopefully. No. He's up there. He's got to run that camera. Hopefully not.
So they don't like it. It's like just that. But hey, so if they tell us it's going to attract a lot of attention, it's going to attract a lot of attention. It sounds like it's a beautiful one. Look at the bright side. Look at the bright side. I saw a lot of security presence outside, so like, I wonder if they can stretch. But yeah, we're all motorcycles out there, so I'm wondering if is there someone in town? What is everybody else? How's it going?
I think it's going to be someone that
this result on your sleeve over here.
Oh, wow, thanks. Yeah, it's all over the wall. I'm a mess today.
Thank you. Are you gonna be there? He's coming back. It's Joe Biden. It's funny. Yeah. It's the wind. That's the wind on it.
What have you been hydrating? Now.
What's up, Vince? I'm not making much money.
I was here that day, but I wasn't in You said it's pretty funny. You got shot out of a cannon.
Okay. So I found it, and yeah. Okay. In there? Oh, yours.
A little dab will do ya.
Hello.
And you gotta learn all over again.
Yep. Damn, this is fucking
That crazy glue? Oh, glue.
sun glue.
Got some gaff tape.
Sharpie. Oven's right.
Dry in like 10 seconds.
Crazy glue? Hell yeah. Super well. So, alright. Alright.
No, I wasn't.
No, I just pulled it out. We need to clean. We need to clean it up. Okay. All right, thanks, guys.
We had cameras fall. Then the camera fall.
How many capital passed today?
Back there. And
I never go to get around recess. Do you have parking capital? It's my parking basically. And then like White House business, and it's like I have to get over here anyway.
They show up.
Put it on my capital. Oh, here? I usually just park on Pennsylvania. You know, staying outside. I've kind of gamed the system where like I'll pay on the actual thing, get a ticket, put it on my window, and then like I'll set an alarm, and then I'll use my phone for the next 2 hours. Like 4 hours here. But some of the parking over there, you can get like at a certain time it opens up for like 5-6 hours. You gotta pay for parking. Every day, figure it out somehow. Or if I just like here all day, all morning, just garage.
Yeah, I think most people
What is it? Oh yeah. Is it? Do they not usually have the website?
always up there.
Over there? That's my anything that happens.
I think it's super round.
Yeah. So you got to shoot. I'm sorry. So this was fine. Was it? I'm actually the devil. That's what's yeah.
Whoever gets the
rotation is the pool.
I mean, for the stand instead of versus having like.
Oh, we could do that, but it's up.
Yeah, that's how I do it. And so it's kind of like make it easier for them to make sure they get off. Yeah, I don't think that's
Producing LA.
I know they're about to see my
guys raised up.
Right.
Can't get this gets at 20 feet. You're going to the White House.
I think that would just be easier.
I mean, I did a stand-up at the Department of Justice earlier with another reporter.
Something we ought to talk about.
Cruise control for a nice calm day, and never mind.
That's how you actually
I know, unless they said something.
Pretty well. I think I'm not sure why people like. I don't know because I think it's further out. Very like.
Actually, I like this.
I mean, I do know like.
But then I haven't had to experience everybody's on top of it.
Yeah, like I can get the 2 rows. Yeah, after the 3rd row. Brandon, he is that tall.
Yeah, that's better. That works, it doesn't mess it up.
I mean, pretty special to me. She's special to me. You really fell.
really go week later. I know the other thing. I'm sure it's
How you doing?
But I mean, I don't need some of my kids like that.
No one's using that proxy either, so you, for any reason.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was using.
Yes, but there is a little
Yeah, because the food. Lean up against the bulletproof glass. I know it. Yeah. Oh, they made it now. Hopefully they made it now.
Funny enough, I sat next to him on plane too once, and I recognized him. I got the bills. Well, I run into all of you guys apparently. Anyways, I talked to him for a while. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, he's fine. Sir, how are you? It's been a while. That's life.
You look good. It's good. Well,
I'm surprised there's not more people back here.
Were you not expecting that?
Although someone might go to this camera.
No, I think Victor.
Oh, Victor. Oh, he's in the back. You can use that camera.
I know.
I can't miss your shot.
I know. If I miss you.
What do you think the real
Special guest.
Special guest.
Down in front. Sir, down in front. Who's that?
I saw that. Here we go.
There we go. Thank you.
Little off switch.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. That's your camera.
Don't spell
Oh, you know what it is?
Okay.
Smart. I mean, a lot of them. Yeah. Some of them think are yeah. I mean, like I said, it's like daily call. Some of these students kind of great.
I thought that was you guys.
Turn on the.
I've heard lots of special speculation, but I haven't. That's Steve. I mean,
Well, you know what I mean. It wasn't as pretty.
I know what you're right.
Yeah, so I mean, you want to get in there. What I can do, I can just literally come right down here, let you hop in there. Like that.
You feel comfortable with that.
Right. The only thing, his exit, I don't think you just go wide. You just got to make it, you got to switch with it. Let us go right here. Pull out. Once you get the shot.
That's what my dad.
Oh, do you know what it's at? How are you? Okay, thanks. Alright. And then afterwards, let's come down. Yeah, they're not there by
Good pictures from back here. Think about it. And me outside of his iPhone. Yeah, who likes head on anyway? Who needs it? Oh, really? This is your first briefing for Trump? Yeah, that's something else going on. Smile right there. So, I got a good shot at him from up here. I'm just here just in case he gets a question, basically. That's my main concern. That's what I really want to get. Just to prove that we work. This question from Carolina quite a bit. Almost every other already.
Anywhere here.
That's my wiring question was. The wiring, right? Very fancy wiring piece. The E is okay on the side. Doesn't the E slide though? White House doesn't look really big. No.
Oh, yeah.
It's like it's air or something. I noticed it last year the other day.
There's a closet
back. Gas. Black gas.
The closet.
Is there? Can we go hang out? Can I put my coat there?
You can't take any You want to clean cameras. Oh, yeah?
And you actually can put your coat in there.
I hear you. Can you hear me?
You know, long time with all those little dishes.
It's like not working right. Plan obsolescence, so would you buy a new iPhone? I'll get your phone, gotta buy a new one. I thought they got sued or something over it. Every single time you update your phone, it just slows it down, like makes something not work. That's what they tell you.
That's all they had to do. Yeah, that's all they had to do. They'd be happy. I don't know how many people file on it. Remember, it used to be, you could do the features of the long card on the long line of the post office. That used to be a regular feature. Regular features. Go get them. Yeah, Wall Street, yeah. Changing the sign right now. But the ones that South Capitol before they built the stadium, after the stadium was christi.
Get the white video of them walking in. The white iPhone video.
Wait for an SUV to pull out. The gas sign. Yeah. And that was afternoon. Light was perfect. Actually, I'm going to talk about afternoon light rolled golden right on the gas sign. Go to.
Okay, New York. Hi. Mark. I don't have my stick mic. That's why you hear me off mic.
It's underneath. It's underneath you.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Hi, here I am. Check that. Okay.
That was the second one too.
I'm turning you guys off now.
The white stool. There's a second one underneath you, I think. I think that's
on your right side.
On that white stool underneath you?
It's on your right side.
Yeah.
Oh. Actually, this is me. Is that better?
Yeah.
Way better.
Gabe, you have the same thing under your chair. There's a lavalier if you want, and a stick on.
Your Saudi Arabia cable.
Italy, I mean Saudi Arabia.
Did you Matthew try to exit right there? So I'll just be 2 minutes. I'll climb up the window, bro. Right. Yeah, I don't know. Did it say North Carolina level?
Yeah.
With special guests?
Yeah.
Sounds like a concert lineup. Special guests.
Yeah, press briefing by the White House press secretary Kevin with a special guest.
Wording. It's all about wording, I guess. Not too late. So he's locked up. We can always hope. Yes.
Yeah. Push it over one way or another, right? Yeah.
I just said I can hear you talking really loud, so that's cool camera. I'll shut up.
Pardon? I'll be alright. I might get still on.
Okay, sorry about that.
Trees look great.
Yeah, it's actually perfect.
Residential land on speaking information. We do have the very struggling oxy trying to locate a victim that they did see about locate the state for out. We also have an alarm.
Em uma carta enviada aos 193 estados, membros das Nações Unidas, a China e os Estados Unidos provocaram
physically, yes. I can't separate.
como alternativa. O Brasil é grande, por isso a regra não tem uma cooperação vieram depois do governo americano, tentando se estabilizar a Casa Branca informou que o aumento é resultado das ações que e que refere a Casa Branca informou que o aumento é resultado das ações retaliatórias da China, que se refere a taxas de 145% já anunciadas em vários tarifas, que variam de 7,5% a 100% específicos, sem dar mais detalhes.
2 minutes until the briefing. 2 minutes until the briefing.
Now watch out, big hole.
Do you make it back from my desk?
So we're continuing.
Esperar que os efeitos da economia americana devem da alta inflação e o crescimento
Sorry guys, I'm back. That is true.
Great.
white shirt, dark shorts, alien customer. The vehicle is going to be having one round of friends.
Chris, you know, yes. Oh, yeah. Other doors not.
Turn
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. President Trump campaigned on the promise to secure our homeland and deport violent alien criminals from our communities. That is why the American people overwhelmingly re-elected him back to this office, and it's why the American people defeated the Democrat Party in devastating fashion. Today, we have officially learned Democrat
I'll be following 220 Shoreline, and you can close out that crash on the Shoreline and Peoples on 38 on it. Go ahead. Dispatch Angel 14, service to service. Delta 250, I'll be following 220 Shoreline, and you can close out that crash on the Shoreline and Peoples on 38 on it.
Angel 14, thank you. That's not a ticket.
This is my gateway, we're transporting code 1 at Dr. Stein 0.0.
Delta 2, we had an animal vicious call to HEB in Port in Carlton in reference to pit bulls that were roaming the parking lot. Animal control has been advised, and no PDs needed. No, there is no dispatch.
Ready for your receive.
Is PD going to be needed in the pre-op call?
That's a negative. Dispatch 22.
Thank you.
910, transit individual, 910.
Dispatch 96 for a reason, no 25 immediately.
What? No, there is some dispatch. No, did we had an animal vicious call the HEB on Port in Carlton in reference to pit bulls that were roaming the parking lot. Animal control has been advised, and no keys needed.
You do.
Delta 39, you're at PDC, 1 female, 710.
Go ahead.
Temple, 2002.
Six 28, 10 7, 10 42. 910, transit individual, 910.
Delta 275 en route.
Dispatch from ladder 2.
Delta 49, wise on this.
Delta 225. Delta 275, disregard.
We're available in the quarters.
6 28, 10 7, 10 42.
9-4.
Delta 275, yourself. Delta 275, yourself into a white male wearing no shirt and blue jeans, possibly under the influence. I think he keeps walking back and forth to the location from the Greenwood pool and back.
Traffic. Good.
Because we're having a disturbance in progress call. I just came in 849 West Avenue D, 849 West Avenue D.
921.
Pulling into Palladium, standby for Palladium, unreadable.
Yeah, CMS. Matthew, go ahead. We'll be code 1 to Portland here. Good.
Thirty-four placement in 6-4 Robert David Zebra 9. Zebra 9.
10
Delta 250, 10-4.
Dispatch 28, we're going to be arriving in at 3.5.
Driving 3.5, received. Okay, Robin.
34 code 4.
Ten 33. We have like a area.
Dispatch 34, check 27, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Good.
250 same traffic.
No, 250
02 Chevy to Lerma out of Corpus. Expires Unit 25. Insurance confirmed. Remote subject showing clear. Valid. For your 43, he does have an active LTC.
Dispatch 28, we're going to be arriving in at 3.5.
10-4, thank you.
I-2007.
Three donkey.
I don't see.
Something right.
You go me a suspicious person, 11 encounters, now about.
34, clear for born.
10-4.
F1 ID advisable, excuse me, San Pedro.
I'll be on auto.
10-4.
No 20 there.
10-4.
Ten four. 315.
I'll be able to get them.
10-4.
And 210, please restore what I'm going.
Delta 340 and Delta 360 for this 29 subject, 2722 Northport, 722 Northport.
Adam 65.
Yes, ma'am. Women like CDC. One female mileage 45.8.
335.
335.
335.
Show me out at Fort and Stromel to the subject fishing on Fort property.
10-4.
Delta 375 10-4.
Gonna be next Thursday, please. 800 block of West Liberty.
25.
Delta 390 10-4.
10-4. Show me right. Delta 320, I'll put my part. They have each other calling off for
320, over.
Delta 343. He already left the location, right?
That's 10-4. Left the location 30 minutes ago. He told somebody at the location that he was walking to the beach.
Okay.
Delta 380, we clear 5-8.
Delta 380, clear 5-8.
So yes, Route 33, you need to take it to the shop. Make contact. 10-4. Vice County, is that correct?
10-4, sir.
Yes. We're right across the street from the 849 West Avenue D, or a couple houses down. They can make contact with RP here at this location.
Delta 380, we clear 5-8.
151, show me at a service at King High School. Softball game. Baseball game, sorry.
10-4.
Delta 380, clear 5-8.
10-4, 151.
335, I'm clear.
37, copy that.
Oh, to the north.
10-4.
10-4.
Delta 320, right. Delta 320, long way off.
10-4, long way off.
You're turning on to the 4500 block at Green Grove. Pretty cool. Sure, my 10-7 for the day, man. No way.
It's going to be information only. Party separated. We can show PD units tonight. 10-4, correct.
127 Texas.
Okay.
Zero 01489819, 01489819. You can just attach that to it.
10-4.
20, copy down 20. No, 39.
That's one. Just keep up you.
No, I missed.
Delta 39 is requesting a medic to CDC for his 12 who's vomiting and saying she can't breathe.
3035.
Okay.
335.
So it's in the AD and RT Center parking lot.
Informing.
315.
315.
The Tony Volpack docking terminal.
Informed. Informed.
Nine top. TJ, okay.
Delta 3. Give me 1 2 south.
Okay, for Delta 2, I can shoot clear.
Okay, thanks.
No, it's 40 there.
Delta 240 confirm.
Delta 2 380. Sorry, I'm coming from Alameda Dodgers. Unit status check.
Code 407. We're just still standing by for county.
Delta 375 is your radio secure.
Delta 240. $324. You would show us now that the Oasis County Jail for a walkthrough, training purposes.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll also be available for calls.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you the address name of the call?
Delta 375 shows clear.
Yes, sir.
101 East Willis.
Delta 240, the front door's broken. They didn't make entry, it's just broken.
Delta 240, 10-4.
Delta 240, let me get a case number, please.
10-4. Case number is 0108, repeating 0108.
Engine 6 front scene.
Receive.
Where you at?
It's going to be at Stillman in Crosstown. Delta 375 for that disturbance at 1610 Sherman. 1610 Sherman. There's an open line, the male and female arguing. Answer, I'll call back.
Delta 375 area.
For area.
Bridge 315.
I'm clear.
She's not at this location anymore. She talked to the video ago.
Metro advising
The location where the kids at.
327.
Yeah, they said they were coming from the office. I'll call them back.
Which 315? So if we go our still middle.
That's 3 years.
Denver.
Where else?
I'm ready when I'm working.
For 142, Temple.
I have them 235.
320 Metro at 5. They should be pulling up any minute. Your location?
11 Claytonwood from Tom Henry Williams. County. Can't you run?
Solid 265. We'll be clear. Make sure it's not coming for people.
Delta 340.
Delta 340, go ahead.
What's that for? The gentleman calling. We're coming down.
Sorry, man. That's cool. I was just calling to let you know that at my timing point, there was like 3 suspicious individuals that made me feel uncomfortable. Well, I was over checking out, sir.
132, go ahead.
Dispatch for medic. We're on the highway. We'll take that call for medic 7, stabbing.
More than one.
Airport.
Reporters.
Received 137.
Delta 2. Delta 2 just advising me that a vicious animal call on 933 Mendoza in reference to an aggressive pit bull that was in the neighborhood. Animal control has been advised, and they stated no PD was needed.
More than one.
Yeah.
Made contact with RP. We're going to be going to the address of the house.
You're going to call this shoreline interview follow-up. You're advising we have paperwork ready for you.
Adam 235, clear traffic. It should be 17 to the Hidalgo County Sheriff's Office to jail. Starting mileage 147177.
Christi.
Engine 6, we're on scene staging.
Christi.
Control traffic. Florida block of East Sitton. William Charles Williams, 6945. William Charles Williams, 6945. Traffic.
Medicaid from engine 6. We're going to go up there. It says that you left the scene.
We'll be right back.
406.
You're going to call this shoreline interview follow-up. They're advising we have paperwork ready for you.
96 arriving 6.5. 10-4. You can show me around.
Delta 2, Delta 220.
Victor, tell me good.
Can you show me on a vehicle in Baldwin and Fort? Robert David Tom 6868. I could advise.
1227.
Delta 2, Delta 220.
You got insurance confirmed 97 BMW black and color Sebastian Galasso at a corpus Christi, February 26, negative 29. 27 Galasso Studio eligible, stars 29, negative 29.
Delta 343, you can call my beat.
Delta 344. Delta 375 for this disturbance at 3200 First Side, 3200 First Side at the Doubletree. Contact Rachel.
132, 10-4. 10-4. Traffic.
Delta 375, subject possibly under the influence.
10-4.
Bravo 210 repeat.
We found it.
I'll take that to Wilmington.
37, you can show me clear. County's base contact Barbie. 26 traffic.
Total 4. Go ahead. Insurance confirmed. 2004 Chevy blue color Patrick Torres. Julian Torres at a transcend December 25, negative 29.
10-4. Be on traffic with that 28 in Fire Plaza. Your last one. Delta 375, 10.
I'll be 5872. 10.
Delta 340, I'm 57 on this. You can add me on that. I'm arriving.
10. And item 221, can you show me on 7 at my residence? I have from your office chat.
RP advised a neighbor call saying someone was breaking into the apartment. RP is not at the location, but is en route. No suspect info. And call still coming in.
Delta 375, I'm en route. We're at number 6. Roger, received. Transformers are all up here. We're going to be back in service security. The power is out over here, so AEP's going to have to come and take care of the situation. We're back in service security. Thanks, suspect 9.
Here's what's going on. Charles, Tuesday.
Seven 5 to transit. Roger, received.
Victor 47.
Delta 390 made a take.
Here's what's going on. Charles, Tuesday.
10.
Charles in Curbside 2047. Also be advised, I have lost and found communications whenever you get the chance.
331, Patrol 921 Northport.
10.
Ops 24, I'll be curbside.
Hey, Denver.
360, 10-4. And units on the burglary, just be advised, RP advised to enter the apartment from the back, advising the front door is broken.
So, 320, I might have missed it, but what was the numbers?
Numbers are 2305, repeating 2305.
10-4. 10-4.
Thanks, sir. Received 144. Recognize, roll on.
Phone number beginning 0.
So far, it doesn't look like it's been broken here, too. Do you have who's RP?
Fire dispatch from Medical 11.
The RP is Tina Hernandez. She's en route to the location. No vehicle description. I'll give her a call. See if we have an ETA.
For David.
Medic 12, call for Medic 12 for a sick person. ES disease 2011. Address of 234 Wildwood. 234 Wildwood. Look out for fire dispatch 2050.
Randy Spur, 4468. Medical emergency, thank you. Fire dispatch, 1524 still.
Okay, 340.
4468, Randy Spur, may not verify.
So far, nothing looks like it's been broken into. Do you have who's RP?
Airport 62, David. For David.
What's her name? The RP is Tina Hernandez. She's en route to the location. No vehicle description. I'll give her a call. See if we have an ETA.
Randy Spur, 4468.
Submitted 9, we're coming code 1 with a 35-year-old female patient, AO times 4, G says the 15th complaint I was going through with the draws. She states she uses heroin and meth. Last time she used was about 3 hours ago. Now she states her stomach hurts. Patients know the complaint. Turn watch on our blood pressure 139 on 72. Heart rate is 70, sending at 97% from air, and temperature 97.1. In about 5 minutes.
Copy. I see it in our system.
I need a 320 mobile.
Ready to.
Airport 62, land pack. And for land pack.
Was that 621 West Avenue Frank apartment?
Can you confirm, I guess, with the resident if she owns a small dog?
Those 40 over here.
Fine.
Tim Park, apartment 266, 266.
132 traffic.
.265, no vehicle here. We're gonna check the area.
You can show me south north under the Moore overpass. Robert Tom Frank, 473. Robert Tom Frank, 3473 south north under the Moore overpass. Delta T20, I'll be 58.
This is Ray, go ahead.
Yep.
Delta 320.
Delta 320, go ahead.
Can we confirm, I guess, with the resident if she owns a small dog?
Fine.
This is Medic 17. I sent you through Pulse there. I was calling you an update. We do have an 83-year-old female patient. She is showing signs of alternate confusion. Unknown last time seen normal. She had showed up at her neighbor's house, kind of unexplained as to why she was over there, so the neighbor called 911 for us. Unable to give us a little bit of detailed information on certain, obvious details should be able to answer. We are getting a pretty consistent BP of her of about 200 over 100. So we're going to be coming to your facility. Patient also did have a pretty bad fall on Saturday. We have about half her face that's bruised. Say that she was checked out, but couldn't give us a facility that she was checked out in, so we're taking her job. 18% we're looking at about 8 minutes.
Good copy, thanks, sir.
Fire dispatch from Medic 11. New service returning on Maxwell Ski.
Dispatch, Ready 13.
13 Bay Area.
Code 1 base, starting 0.
Section 110.
This is Bay Area, go ahead.
And Delta 320.
Any head injury or blood thinners? Go on 32, press 4.
Line 4, show me the service, please.
Delta 320.
Delta 320, go.
I guess I spoke to the RP that initially called it in. I guess she's saying that there shouldn't be a dog in there. She's saying that there's a dog in there. There's probably more than likely somebody inside.
194.
Dispatch from FM01.
Yes, ma'am, show me the service, please.
South Southwood Motel 6, William John Henry, 2865, William John Henry, 2865. Pulling to Motel 6, South South. 125, the correct plate is William George Henry, 2865. William George Henry, 2865.
Ten four. I'm gonna keep typing the report until someone clears.
10-4. Island 229, 235, meeting on Patrol 2.
135, 125, being route.
132 traffic.
3:30, patrolling operator.
John, what's your forward?
Well, 380, do I even have backup to go back? Delta 380 negative, I don't have anyone to back you up.
For disturbance over at Fearless Cleaners, have 2 male subjects fighting on the side of the store.
10-4, I'm gonna keep typing the report until someone clears.
10-4. 10-4. Adam, 210, Adam, 235, you're needed on patrol 2.
135, 125 in route. She was there, let's go.
For 135, 10-4.
Delta 380, I'm gonna start you an Adam unit.
210 on patrol 2.
Adam 210, I'm gonna show you around with Delta 380 for this burglary alarm at 2104 Morgan. 2104 Morgan. We're getting updates advising that the subject is back at the location. No description.
Adam 235 on patrol 2.
And Adam 235, I'm going to show you around with my Delta units for a burglary call at 2305 roof. 2305 roof.
601.
Adam 235 2. And 210 coming from MTID and Hubbard.
Delta 340, go ahead.
Victor 1 there, 6000 Greenwood.
135, 132. How much your lucky day? Get up to 24.
Here's the deal with this guy here. She has no key.
10-4. Purple 1.
Let's see, we'll just go out there. I said, 10-4.
129, 130. Good for 170.
09 Sam traffic.
No location?
FM 1889, Tanner 46 with Tom Young 4172.
Stand by.
Victor, what would be in like the entrance off of Frio?
And Adam 210, Delta 380, the fire department unit that's on scene advised negative on arrest.
100.
601, 10-4. 129. Arriving.
142, arriving.
110, show me 1041.
110, 10-4. Oh, yeah, 10-4.
170. Show myself at 160 at first.
Good for 170.
132. Clear that traffic stop.
Adam.
Where are we clearing the apartment?
125. You're supposed to run on traffic stop. Are you going to clear or do you want us to?
We need another highline here from the south.
129, 10-4.
Just advising on Patrol 2, there's no Delta Lieutenant. They have a priority 2 pending as physical disturbance at 4107 errors. The cause pending for a female at the location who saw a male and a female having a physical altercation.
83.
129, you can slow down the other units. Appears they've left the area.
Dispatch, Medic 13. She didn't say.
Yeah, sure. I think she saw a male and a female having a physical altercation in front of the suspects
Male wearing a white shirt.
And you're 14, right?
801 Roscoe. Magellan is needing a gate open. They don't have the gate number, but they say they're standing by the gate with a crane to bring through. It won't fit through the entrance of the guardhouse, and they're taking it to oil dock 11. 125. You're supposed to run on traffic stop. Are you going to clear? Do you want us to? 10-4. They're not at the front gate, and they're not at gate 158. So, this is one of the workers. They're looking for them. No, speed 20, 10-4. The front is clear. 2104. I don't know, 235. I can shoot you clear and reroute you to this priority 2 physical disturbance at 4107 airs. 4107 airs. 801 Roscoe. 129. 443. She didn't see anything. She just heard 2 male subjects arguing. I think they heard her when she called. Be checking the area. No officer discerned. Harvey's advising she saw a male and a female having a physical altercation in front of the specs. Male's wearing a white shirt. Sorry, go ahead. Where is it?
10-4. 3 turn. 10-4. I'm around.
$631. Can I get a call number? Oh, 11907, 11907.
Yeah. 4. 10-4, you clear.
Okay.
5 dispatch, Med 17, we're going to be arriving with any mileage of 6.9.
I have a white Toyota Tundra needing access to G&H Gate or Dock 8. Okay. Careful.
601 at home.
601, 10-4.
631, 10-8, confirmation report.
31, 10-4.
210, Mormon. In the area.
10-4.
Dispatch has my 5. 1 minute for the engine. Shows reporting as squad 5.
Jason. When you're able, can you be en route to Stripes 100 West Avenue J for a theft not in progress that occurred about 8:30? Juvenile stole some candy and beef jerky. 2110. 2110. 142, 10-8, detail. I'm going to be 75 circle.
125, same traffic.
Crazy. Okay.
Airport.
I'm sorry, there's a man down at 19th and Comanche on Patrol 2 for a male laying on the sidewalk. Medics right now.
I receive. Thank you, 3.
Next turning court date, please.
Yeah, when I look it up, he's singing right at it. Yeah, we couldn't find any numbers, and that's a really big jump from 600 to 200 and a short gap.
Crazy.
631.
Ninja 3 received.
31. 7.
I think it was over there. What was that?
I receive. Thank you, 3. Be careful with ankle miner. Received. Available quarters. $125 over there was $129. $30.
Close the
30 plus 190 code 4. $125 today.
What area you're trying to locate?
One thirty Chief. Traffic.
Wait, do I have C-Tex field as I'm ready? I added the male subject already. I found him. What is hers?
Clear off our.
43463462, being 43463462. I don't know how to say what. Except her name.
Yes, sir. I'm here on inbound Staples and Kane on this bus. There's a lady here that wants me to call 911 for her. She's on the bus stop.
They're both there.
Tower 301 corpus. Can you find a driver license number for this subject?
One thirty Chief. Traffic. Dispatch 915 individual.
130 Chief, what? Wait, do I have C-Tex field as I'm ready? I added the male subject already. I found him. What is hers?
You can show me at Aikens near Bay Landing. Tom Frank X-ray 4643. Tom Frank X-ray 4643. Aikens near Bay Landing.
43463462, being 43463462. I don't know how to say what any except her name. Careful. They're both there.
Staples and Kane, 10-4.
142, check one.
Is that going to be by Holly, 10-4?
Kind of close to where the laundromat's at.
Six 31 log of business check of Onamaya Estate.
It'll be unit 915.
915, 10-4.
And any call you can usually get a Bolo. RP is a 36 dementia patient. Staff's aware.
Engine 17, call for engine 17 for lift assist. ESC is 1407. Address is 7838 Clear Circle, 7838 Clear Circle. New office already /2119.
Trouble one, gonna show you around also.
Dispatch car 5. Show squad 5 out of service, has been advised in the station. Dispatch from engine 6.
$915, go ahead and continue on route.
315. Dispatch 915, individual, please. Approach here.
Mayor.
Transit basis 75, level 1, the individual departed left. That person requesting an ambulance left the scene. I advise the route, the operator to continue on route.
Then 11 to dispatch, 1044.
1204 traffic. Texas Tom Frank X-ray 3035. Tom Frank X-ray 3035. 700 block of Saco.
125.
Bravo, it's a clear.
Hey Charles, to corpus. I'm gonna be at FM 665 and State Highway 77.
48 is the on-call. If you want to call him, he's already been notified. But I did tell him that the ambulance was canceled.
Charlie 270 clear, putting back on the Robert.
1040, I'll call him, let him know that it was canceled. 1040. Yeah, we're also 12-1, I was 10-4 on your disregard. Thank you.
129, 10-4. Adam 235, you could throw us on that assist call.
King Frank Paul 4850. King Frank Paul 4850.
Minute 1.
1204 traffic.
125, I'll be checking 4516. 45 number 16.
Can you get out to 213 West Avenue G George, 213 West Avenue G George? It's going to be for an SOS smartwatch for a fall. No additional. 125, 10-4.
Texas Tom Frank X-ray 3035. Tom Frank X-ray 3035. 700 block of Saco.
10-4.
213 West Avenue G George, 10-4.
636, that's 28, expires June 2025 on 2014 Chevy 2-door, white color. That should be Jennifer Bowman. Negative credit, insurance is free.
10-4. 10-4, I think you said so. 10-4. 06 Russell.
06.
Just be advised, I was out with 801.
10-4.
10-4 star, I'll put it in the call.
Thank you, sir. Okay, you can show me 10-8. Okay, you can show me 10-8.
You can show us back in service. No EMS needed. Patient is refusing EMS. If they do call back, you can go ahead and send PD.
142, 125. 142, go ahead.
Engine 6, we're available.
$125. 10-4. I spoke with the employees. They said everything's elsewhere. You can 22, 146.
Negative. Family member will be taking the vehicle.
Towards the stripes at by the ferry.
10-4.
$23, be advised. He uses
125.
one back down and then walks ahead quite a ways and then goes back and gets it.
10-4.
And everything's code for it.
$325, Stevens View.
Negative. Family member will be taking the vehicle.
10-4.
Charles 215. Can I get the county coordinate?
125.
2 item 14. 2 item 14. 125, go ahead.
You can show units 1080 and everything's code for it here, Ms. Downs.
$142. Show me doing a building check of the Texas. 142-10-4.
This copy for a hazardous driver, 2111 South Staples, 2111 South Staples with the KFC on Staples and Baldwin for a white Dodge Ram truck with a possibly intoxicated male driver. Vehicle had no lights and was swerving, asking pulling into the parking lot. Patrol to 2135.
Delta 316, give me that suspicious of fakey. Otherwise.
Delta 360, 10-4.
One 32 transport 516.
This is 3435. Hey, can I get an individual dispatch, please? Delta 340. I'll be clear. False alarm.
10-4.
Delta 380 arrived.
10-4.
Well, 6, I'll be 1042.
One 125, correct?
Delta 340.
Okay, clear. Off alarm.
Positions Premier, Nora George Mary 7266. Nora George Mary 7266. Positions Premier.
Delta.
Delta 320 clear. Delta 360 clear vessel.
Where's on the phone, Jordan? You get your, or your email.
Delta 375 clear.
Delta 375.
Sure, thank you. Delta 375 clear.
Delta 375 and Delta 360 for that 29 subjects at 424 North Chaparral. 424 North Chaparral at the Dokyo.
10-4 now.
8971.
7-1.
Hey, Charles, man, if corpus. Hey, Charles, 903. Trillion route to Western County Jail, 1 mile at 85. Starting mile is 43935. 43935.
Delta.
Yeah, do that.
2 Bravo.
Go ahead.
I'll be around to the inbound lot.
2 Bravo.
Gardner, off duty.
Definitely.
You're right, so I made a K9 to stop.
Never.
Yeah, 744, must clear up.
You're right, 744, you can show me the
Nine zero nine 744. Hey, received. Hey.
125 Senate.
That's why I'm watching radio damage.
10-4.
Yeah, two.
125, 10-4. Unit 2.
Swing, that's on duty.
Hey, it's Chris.
That's Charlie.
909 744.
What's on duty?
10-4.
26.
Unit 6.
Hey, received.
10-4. You're welcome.
Parks, off duty.
10-4.
Unit 6.
129, hey, it's Chris.
Unit 6.
Welfare on duty. It's 5223.
10-4. Hi, Charlie.
Moya?
10-4. You're welcome.
721, 1044. Okay, when 2600 was updated on this call, I'll be clear on my part.
Show me on service transportation unit 997. Beginning mileage is 82098.
Last one tag 3951 or 3954.
Your top stories and live events from across in connection with the fatal beating of a 22-year-old inmate last month, including 2 charged with murder. It's the second time a group of correctional officers in that state has been indicted for a death behind bars this year. We are hearing from the state attorney right now, providing more information. So let's pop up the audio and listen in.
All right, good afternoon. Everybody all set? Good afternoon. My name is Bill Fitzpatrick. I am the Onondaga County elected DA, and I have been appointed special prosecutor by the Attorney General, Letitia James, to investigate the death of Messiah Nantwi, which, as you know, occurred on March 1st of this year. Today in Oneida County, grand jury reported out a single indictment charging 10 current and former corrections officers with various crimes relating to the death of Mr. Nantwi. 6 other corrections officers who have not appeared in court yet have agreed to cooperate with the special prosecutor, and I have made deals with them. 2 of them will be pleading to felonies, and 4 of them will be pleading to various misdemeanors.
From 405, East Avenue, Air France.
Got 360-10-4, 92153. Case number is 111-0111. Delta 320 LG clearing, backing up Delta 340 for that. Adult 606 Vicky.
Delta 375 clear.
Okay. Delta 320 and Delta 340 are advising there's a female assaulting her son. All their information, disconnected the line. I'm sending a call back. Cross reference to a previous call at that location in reference to a female that was under the influence on the porch.
The President of the United States.
Our Father, give us our day.
Alright, dispatch from Medina.
142 traffic.
62, I'll be tonight.
142, go. Okay, go.
I don't see.
Delta 3, what was the outcome of the previous call? No, that's a different address. Alpha Vacancy.
One 40 traffic 27, when you're ready. 142, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you build a call for 3013 Reina Street in the Senate case number?
Injure 1 copy, injure 1 and tinker 1.
10-4.
317 both units in the area.
10-4. Okay, bye.
Victor 7.
Engine 1, did you copy traffic?
Victor 70, good.
Injure 1 copy, injure 1 and tinker 1 in route.
Can you build a call for 3013 Reina Street in the Senate case number?
10-4.
317 both units in the area.
Victor 70, 10-4. Your case number is 113-0113.
Code 1 shoreline, starting on 0.0.
Surgeon unconscious, not reading. Secret, notice.
Any calling your traffic didn't come through.
Dispatch.
Delta 375 area.
One 32 traffic. Code 1 shoreline, starting on 0.0.
132, go ahead. 17, go ahead. Any calling your traffic didn't come through.
Jersey, not conscious, not breathing. Seeker, in progress.
4300 block of FM 2986. Mary Zebra George 4274. Mary Zebra George 4274. 4300 block. FM 2986.
10-4, CPR in progress.
10-4.
All units en route, copy, CPR in progress.
22 copy, Shadow Z. Now 16, 1044. Delta 320, right?
10-4.
Bravo.
Bravo.
Bravo, good runs on 3.
One 10-8, William. 142, 10-4.
Delta 450.
I'm going to trespass on what all the guys.
Delta 450, 10-4.
Hurry 2.
Delta 382, Adam 2, Mobile 1.
You showed 311 and 331 and 330. 322 underway.
10-4.
142, can you put me back on that extra patrol?
183, radio check.
10-4. 183, you're coming in loud and clear.
10-4.
Hey, we're in rush that call.
Also, you can do tempo.
Carolina has our blood pressure 162 on 94. Are you safe? I'm saying at 97% repair. We think about 5 minutes.
Go ahead and have Amy call my work phone.
10-4.
90 case number.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, we're in rush that call.
Also, you can do tempo.
Medic 1 being out to Sierra Royale 630 Wright Avenue, apartment 318, 630 Wright Avenue, apartment 318, for a 26-year-old female, weakness, feels like she's going to pass out, 630 Wright Avenue, apartment 318.
Carolina has our blood pressure 162 on 94. Are you safe? I'm saying at 97% repair. We think about 5 minutes.
10-4.
Copy. 17, your case number is 0653, 0653.
320, 10-4.
33, can you come to 400?
Delta 430, take that call, maybe.
One 32 back in service.
$315 control and Astro.
Okay.
Bills for 80 votes in this area.
Bills for 80, 10-4.
335, patrolling White Sands.
No problem.
Magnet arriving 6.0.
No problem.
KSU traffic.
Location.
Got 37, how do you got me?
320, Amy, I'll call your phone.
Disregard.
Ops 24, Edward.
Edward 2216.
That's free, so far.
Sergeant team will be with me. Go to 405, we'll be here, and we'll go with 40.
Ops 24, Edward.
You know, 425 for that disturbance at 3200 First Side, 3200 First Side at the Doubletree by Hilton. Contact for Rachel.
Edward 2216.
No, sorry, it wasn't driving.
So far.
Delta 430 arriving.
Delta 430, so far.
Airport 62, Void Gate 5.
Void Gate 2216.
Hi, 420.
For 12.
Delta 375 confirm.
Vehicle is last seen turning on a Savage. RP advice thinks the vehicle is running away from someone. RP lost sight of the vehicle and is requesting contact at the gas station.
22.
Hi, 420.
420. I'm just checking. I'm not out.
Okay.
Last time received.
And that's 45 over. Let me resend it to you. No.
Looks like we're fixing going to the Whataburger parking lot. Robert William Charles 1303. Robert William Charles 1303. Whataburger parking lot.
Drip, drip, it's ridiculous. And what you do is you end up washing your hands 5 times longer, so it's the same water. And we're going to open it up so that people can live, and we're going to hopefully have Congress approve. All of these things, including straws, a little thing like straws. We did straws a month ago, where the paper straws were melting, they were dissolving, they weren't working well. And we went back to the plastic straws. We're going to get Congress to memorialize just about everything we've done here, because most of it's common sense. But the water is horrible. When you go into anytime you see a new faucet, you know it's going to be a long wash of the hands. And so we're changing. It's a big deal. I did it in the first administration. Biden came in his first week, and he had no idea what he was doing, but somebody told him to do it. In his first week, he put the restrictions on all the bathroom utilities, even in areas that have so much water they don't know what to do with it. You see those areas all the time with the flooding. So we're doing that, and we're going to get all of the things that you've seen. I think we set a record. We're up to almost 200 and 500 amendments. Nobody's ever done that many. We're going to get them approved by Congress so they're memorialized. And we look forward to doing that. Very important. And Congress is going to start working on it as soon as we get the big beautiful deal done. The big beautiful deal is important. The biggest tax cuts in the history of our country. That's important.
Oh, it's
okay. Okay, is that okay? Good. It's a 10.
You think a good shower.
We rate the signatures. That was a 10, that's why.
This is another executive order relating to deregulation, sir. There are a lot of regulations on the books that either promote monopoly directly or prevent new market entrants from entering into a given market. The net effect of that is very negative for consumers. So what this executive order is going to do is direct your departments and agencies to work with the FTC, with the Attorney General, with the Department of Justice, to ensure that the regulations we have on the books don't function as anti-competitive barriers to new market entrants. The net effect of all of that is going to hopefully be market forces that redound to the benefit of consumers and ordinary Americans as opposed to monopolistic businesses.
I said yesterday, he was a great, great student at Harvard before it went bad. It's gone really bad. Now they're teaching their students mathematics, basic mathematics. Can you believe it? So what does that mean? They're allowing people in that can't add 2 and 2? What's going on at Harvard?
I went to law school there, sir, and it was pretty liberal when I was there, but it's gone way off the deep end in recent years.
I don't know if you read that. They're teaching them basic mathematics, people that got accepted to Harvard. How come they got accepted if they don't have mathematics? And we're holding back $8 billion. Can we believe? We give Harvard $8 billion. And we're holding back Columbia. We're holding back a lot of the schools because they were woke. And they've hurt a lot of people. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
There are a large number of regulations on the books. These are regulations that are currently in effect that we believe blatantly violate the law, blatantly violate Supreme Court precedent that otherwise are just blatantly illegal. So what this presidential memorandum does basically just directs the heads of your departments and agencies to follow the law and to cease enforcing regulations that are blatantly illegal or unconstitutional.
It's a big deal. It's really very important that we get these memorialized in Congress. Very important. For the long haul, right?
Yes, sir. This is the last of our deregulatory EOs for the day. This is zero-based regulatory budgeting. The idea here is that over time, regulations accumulate on the books and in the Federal Register, and people aren't taking a close, detailed look at what's on the books and clearing them out as times change or as regulations become dated or ineffective. What this executive order is going to require is each of your departments and agencies to scrutinize on a continuing rolling basis all of the regulations they actually have on the books and sunset those that either no longer serve a purpose or the departments and agencies can't identify a specific reason for keeping them active.
Okay.
Code 13 to the area.